Hi, Sarah. Hi, Sarah. I don't know where they are, but probably they'll come soon. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, everybody. No matter how old you are, you never want to sit in the first row, right? What's kind of this trauma that we have since when we were kids? That you are a good one. You just have elaborated. Yeah, but that's already a big thing. Anyway, so that we have more space around in here. Maybe we bring some people there. Okay. So welcome everybody. The chatting was so nice downstairs with the coffee that we decided to let it continue for a few more minutes. But it's time to get started. We have a pretty packed program today. We're going to go through some of the features of a project that has lasted for 3.5 years. Guys, what 3.5 years? Unbelievable. It's not just normal 3.5 years. 3.5 years ago, or actually 4 years ago, because it took a while for this project to be approved, right? So you have to write it first. Think about March 2018. I was in this building thinking that sitting at the desk in an office would be a normal thing, right? That's been almost impossible for a couple of years. And trying to think how to respond to a call by the European Commission that was basically asking for us to basically save the world. We have a problem of Eurosceptics, we have the problem of shifting sands in global governance, we have the problem of how to engage citizens more in government decisions. We have several things that we want to do. Why don't you present a project that we will fund that does exactly that, okay? And you're alone sitting at the desk and you have a few friends and colleagues around, and not only in CEPS, but in other institutions. So you start calling them and start thinking, how do I call this project and what are we supposed to do with this 3 years that then became 3.5, obviously. So I started thinking, you know, with people like Gabi that is here, there's other people like you will hear from Roberto Verganti later. It was the first people that I contacted because I thought, you know, this would be people that had solutions that could contribute to this project. And I started thinking, should I call it Tiger? Okay, good, no? Trends in governance in Europe's role? No, Tiger didn't work. We had a few other names in mind, but sometimes, you know, it seems very stupid, and it actually is stupid. But you start thinking about a name, and if you give a name to a project that you like, you start giving it a little bit of personality. So it's easier to start texturing and start thinking about, you know, if I have this project that I want to call Trigger, and then every time today we use the word trigger for anything, we think about this project, right? And we only, the ones that are involved in it, obviously. But once you start calling it Trigger, you start seeing the different components. At least this is what happens to me, without any substance or specific additional drug or things that would help my imagination. That is something I produce naturally, if you wish. So we started working on a project that would have a number of different components. So I want to show, I don't know if you have the beamer around here, because I will show you maybe through a few slides what happened. You have it, okay. So should we? Oh, someone is. I'm not doing anything, so you're putting it on. So a good thing that you should think about, that I wanted to tell you about before I even start, is that at CEPS, I work with some 20 colleagues in the GRID unit in the Global Governance, Regulation, Innovation, and the Digital Economy. None of them, apart from 2 associate fellows, none of them was there in March 2018. Some of them joined, like Moritz Laurer, that you will hear from later, but joined a little bit after the Trigger project was approved. But just to say, you know, 3.5 years can be, can go very fast. But actually, they are big. Well, I wouldn't tell this to the young thinkers. For you, 3.5 years, almost half your life. But but 3.5 years, they don't look that long for me. That I have my age is now 3-digit. But it's actually a pretty long time for an organization like CEPS. And because of the big rotation that we have in researchers and the fact that you affiliate people that want to work on a project because they believe in that project and because their skills, their talent is a good fit and a good match for that type of project. So this was the group of institutions that we eventually managed to put together, and each of them had something that we needed. It's a little bit like if you watch the Blues Brothers, right? When they put them had something that we needed. It's a little bit like if you watch the Blues Brothers, right? When they put back the band together, they need a drummer, they need the bass player, they need the sax player, and so on and so forth. And this is what you do with a project like Trigger. This is, today it seems like easy, 2 years ago, we had to do a similar thing to respond to a call on the social and economic impacts of COVID. And so we created the Periscope project. And tomorrow in the Ideas Lab, there is a session on the Periscope project that is dedicated. If you have the similar slide for the Periscope project, there are 32 partners. And and we put that together in 3 weeks. But without Trigger, there could not have been any Periscope because that experience was phenomenal. We've had all the partners, and you will hear from many of them. Not everybody played the same big role. Today you will hear from the partners that played perhaps the biggest role in the life of Trigger. What was that the European Commission was asking us to do? These two main things come mostly for an excerpt from the original call in Horizon 2020 that we responded to provide EU institutions with knowledge and tools to enhance their actorness, effectiveness, and influence in global governance. The call was not directly referring to actorness. We picked this term among the many that were available in terms of how to look at how the EU projects its image and its activities and its institutional architecture onto global governance, if you wish. And also to develop new ways to harness the potential of public engagement and participatory foresight in complex governance decisions. So how do we take decisions by involving people, involving citizens, involving experts, but also how do we move from something that I personally had been working on for 20 years without big results at the international level, meaning promoting and trying to convince people and governments around the world to have more evidence-based policies. How do you now convince them that evidence-based is not enough and you need the past, the present, public engagement, and the future if you want to take a good policy decision. So, and this is the way we interpreted that in Trigger, and you will see that some of the things that we produced in those 3.5 years have gone pretty much in that direction, thereby also tackling emerging trends such as nationalism, regionalism, and protectionism. Well, apart from pandemics and wars, basically the rest was in that call. So we tried to do something that, there's something weird that's happened with the font here, but anyway. So the specific objectives that we gave ourselves in the Trigger project were to advance the state of the art in understanding global governance, in mapping it, in collecting information, and producing data on global governance, and studying the co-evolution, if you wish, in almost biology terms, the co-evolution of the EU with the rest of the world, with the idea that the evolution of the governance of the European Union has an impact on global governance, and the evolution and dynamics of global governance have an impact on the EU and the way it shapes itself, the competences it gets, and the way it behaves vis-a-vis the rest of the world, and also the way in which it structures itself internally. To understand then the interaction of global governance, and you can imagine that 3.5 years ago, nobody was talking about the geopolitical commission, which is a term that many of you have heard, right? It only happened in, let's say, November 2019, when Ursula von der Leyen took office with the new European Commission and started moving from the idea of a political commission, which is the expression that had been used mostly during the Juncker years, towards a geopolitical commission. So claiming Europe's role in the world and structuring and developing new instruments for the EU to play a bigger role in the world, whether successfully or unsuccessfully, it's part of our discussion also today. But again, the idea of how the EU projects itself, so the idea of Europe and the world, was very different and perhaps not as salient at the time as it is today. And so we entered into that conversation between ourselves and in this research path into something that would then become much more mainstream in Brussels. And this is something that, in my opinion, has helped us a lot then gain momentum in our analysis in Trigger. Obviously, in all these analyses, identifying emerging trends and that affect global governance and international cooperation, and building capacity for strategic foresight and public engagement in EU institutions, or at least proposing solutions towards that end. Okay, that is the sort of the map of the things that we were asked to do and then we wanted to do. And then we created something like this, okay? I don't want to, I don't go box by box. It's just to give you an idea of, in particular for the younger researchers that are here in the room, of how you start portraying before its existence, right, a project, and try how do you structure it in a way that gives a role and tasks to the different researchers and partners who would then contribute to the stream of research. To me, that is, for a young researcher, as important as knowing what were the results that we produced. It's one example. There are many examples. Every project, or large-scale project that is funded at the EU level, has an architecture or a structure of this kind, right? So you see at the top left the idea of mapping global governance and new governance, putting them together into an atlas. Mostly you see Gabi Umbach has been responsible for this part in the aggregator atlas that is now a key component of what you see there, the final platform that we produce called Perseus. The bottom part looking at foresight and looking at public engagement and developing what seem to be interactions between the two areas of work that we had not envisaged at the very beginning, and that I'd like to propose as an argument, as a topic for discussion also as the day moves on. The idea to build specific case studies on EU and global governance, but also from the case studies go and select specific policy areas where one would look over, let's say, a couple of decades as how EU governance has evolved, how global governance has evolved, and start looking at what kind of an actor the EU has become over time. It might have gone, let's say, become a stronger actor or a more recognized actor or even a less recognized actor over time. And so we started looking at those things into 4 specific areas that we will see in a second. And we added a specific work package that would look at the specific dynamics and perhaps the different patterns and different speed in a specific area, which is that of digital technologies, where things are happening normally at an accelerated pace, but also very specific because it's an area where largely the decision, a decision at almost the global level was adopted in the early 90s not to regulate online intermediaries, so giving a lot of space to what we would call today non-state actors or private governance. So we looked at specific aspects of technology and governance, in particular, how the EU has, and this is something that is sometimes controversial, but I just leave it here as a topic for discussion later on. The EU has, for example, been a champion of open standards in technology for decades, and open data as well for decades. But if you look at the last 2-3 years, I wouldn't be able to claim the same thing. I actually would say that Europe is trying to come back from the purely open source, open data approach to technology to go in the direction of a more managed data, which is a major revolution for the way in which we approach cyberspace. But also what the EU has done as to present itself as a champion of responsible artificial intelligence and let's say legally compatible blockchain. Among other things. This we saw in that work package led by the International Risk Governance Council in Lausanne. And those things all together were meant to produce all the ingredients of a final platform that is now available, that is called Perseus. And we have Marco Brambilla, Andrea Tocchetti, among others. They are the ones that have been on the technical side helping us develop Perseus. And as we started looking at these things, as we started working together, we started discovering a number, I'm not going to go through all of them, but a number of additional ways to link the research that we were doing. So as soon as we were meeting in person, and I remember we had in our first year a meeting in Fiesole at the EUI, where we actually looked at each other and said, actually, we're doing these things in parallel. We can connect these dots much more and be much more integrated in this project. And we eventually became, so that our deep dives, our big analysis became a way for us to test a lot of data science solutions in our definition of actorness. The data science flew into COCTEAU, and we discovered, as I was saying before, a lot of potential combinations between foresight scenarios, and we'll hear from this from the experts later, and gamification platforms, which are potentially promising solutions for the future. So obviously, at some point, we had to stop meeting in person, and that was a little bit something that that affected us. We had to ask for a 6-month extension, but even if we continued meeting online, and we did, I think, a fairly good job in keeping our community alive, it's never the same thing, right? So we had to, several other dots. So, but that path is something that led us to put together this, which is now the current version of Perseus. You see that Perseus continues beyond Trigger. This is the Periscope project that I was mentioning before. this platform will now be given an extension which we call COVE. Perseus COVE is Perseus COVID extension, which is hopefully not the extension of COVID in time, because we're not advocating that, but it's an extension, meaning the enormous amount of data that have been produced in the Periscope project on the social, economic, and behavioral impacts of the pandemic will be added to the data that we have in Trigger, the data on EU and global governance, plus many visualizations that you can find in this atlas aggregator, the data that are part of the foresight scenarios and the deep dives that we carried out, and the added features that are available in COCTEAU. You will hear from different speakers throughout the day as Trigger becomes a thread for our conversation in this very last day of the project, okay? So the idea is, how can we equip policymakers a little bit more so that they can have easy access to different types of information whenever they need to take a decision? And the decision could be a strategy decision, or it could be a policy decision, or it could be an investment decision. So this is the typical policy cycle, if you wish, and that is our, at least, initial logo for Perseus. It's slightly changed, but that's, that's mythologically also recalling Perseus. Although Perseus is always, like all these things, it's also an acronym, right? Many governments around the world, and also if you look at institutions such as the OECD or the World Bank, many others, tend to depict the policymakers' work as by using a cycle, right? You have the so-called agenda setting or strategic planning phase. Then you start, once you have set your priorities, you start preparing the proposals. Sometimes you do what we call ex-ante impact assessments in these cases. You prepare the proposals, you adopt the proposal, you implement them, and you start a monitoring and evaluation phase. Once you've evaluated, this gets you now the picture that you need to understand whether you need to take new initiatives or to change the existing legislation, policy decisions, or investment decisions, so you start a cycle again, okay? So the idea, and again, I'm not gonna go through all of this, only have a few minutes left before we get started with the next session, but the idea is that in black, the things that we make available in Perseus, in red, the things that could be made available in the future, we continue this project. Data on global governance, past EU governance data, evidence of current EU actorness and effectiveness per policy area, in selected policy areas at the moment, and information on testing and co-designing possible policy solutions, thanks also to COCTEAU. In the future, policymakers could easily, with the data available, implementing with a lot more data science, be given cognitive advice on potential policy options. There's already, happy to discuss that during the day, quite a lot of use of data science in public policy. For example, natural language processing to scan the regulatory stock and find where are the possibilities for simplification or improvement, and so on and so forth. There are several other use cases that we are discovering. In the proposal preparation, you do the impact assessment. You need a baseline scenario. Could be inspired by the alternative futures that we've been working on in Trigger, but also that in the European Commission, the European Parliament has become a regular activity, that of foresight and horizon scanning. The baseline scenarios, in principle, could be made more coherent and consistent if everyone worked on a similar perimeter on assumptions of what may yet happen, even if it's not necessarily what will happen, but it's sort of the ranges of possible futures, right? Suggestions for governance options, co-designing experimentation options, and something that could easily be done once we have, also thanks to some of our researchers, made the whole European Union acquis more searchable, thanks to the development of dedicated data set called the CEPS EU-Lex database that is publicly available. It is possible to go through all the past evaluations and assessments of the European Commission. So one thing that hopefully we will build in the future, and something that I used to do manually when the Commission only had done a few of these things. So back in, I don't want to say the year, because then this would be the most successful of my jokes for people. But no, it was 2006 when I published my first book, when I started coding but manually, well, the first 90, if I remember correctly, impact assessments of the European Commission according to 200 variables. Today, they are in more than 1,000, and you will have all the exposed evaluations. You need data science to go through this. And with this new database, we might be able to establish all these trends and look at what is in these documents and how the European Commission in particular make the case for new legislation. In implementation, again, COCTEAU could become useful also in cases of regulatory experimentation, and this word is on everybody's mouth, the regulatory sandboxes. There are many other things that could be done for this. You can monitor legislation through real-time sentiment analysis. There is a dedicated guidance on this on Perseus. COCTEAU could become, over time, a way to monitor legislation. And what a thing that could be embedded in legislation going forward is the AI-enabled monitoring. It's basically an application of what we would call in artificial intelligence anomaly detection. And it's been already implemented in regulatory solutions that in some of the fields that maybe you work on would be called subtech or regtech. So the implementation of the digital technologies in support of monitoring and verification of compliance in legislation. Also in evaluation, many of these features that we've developed could already help policymakers. The real-time monitoring and AI-enabled evaluation are not there, but I think we've created a good precondition for this to happen over time. 3.5 years are a long time, as we see. Big churn and rotation of researchers. At the same time, they're not enough to develop all the solutions that you could possibly have in mind. So to some extent, I'm already talking about the future. If you think about the Periscope project, we are already adding several features to this. I'm not going to go through each of them, but the Perseus Cove will, and this is still, again, Marco and Andrea and the friends from Politecnico di Milano, they will implement that technically. There are several additional features that are being added to this. So the idea is there is life beyond trigger, and as I go and wrap up, meaning that the biggest success that we, in my opinion, have had for these 3.5 years is, first of all, getting to the end of it. All the researchers got COVID, but we got to the end of it. We completed the activities that we were supposed to complete, despite a lot of adversity. With one exception that I'm about to specify. And I think in the future, what we might want to do, and the biggest success, as I was saying, is creating the precondition for research to flourish into several other projects and to continue. It's important to specify that when you start a project like this, one of the first things that the European Commission asks you is to show what is called sustainability in these cases. So what is your plan to make the project survive when the funding is over, or the streams of research survive when the funding is going to be over, right? I think some of these actions will be actions that we will undertake, and others are actions that we will seek funding for. Refining the work on actorness, applying actorness to other actors. Once we have tried to define, and we will discuss that today throughout the day, how do you describe the EU through its internal and external features as an actor of global governance? If you want to complete this map and start looking at the interactions, you might want to define the US, China, the World Bank, the Gates Foundation, so private and public international organizations as big players in the landscape of global governance, and start looking at their interactions and model global governance as a big network, if you wish, over time. That would be a fantastic research project that we hope to be able to undertake going forward with our partners, to increase, in order to ensure the replicability and the sustainability of the results that we have on actorness, and to ensure that this can be continuously updated. We probably would need to, so far we've adopted what we call a mixed methods approach with a lot of desk research, interviews, and so on, and data science for some of the dimensions of actorness. In the future, also, in order to be able to define as actor players like China, for example, or other players where the data are not so obviously available, we might want to step up some of our, the use of some of our data science tools when it comes to recognition, for example, media analysis, and many, many other things. We will need to do that going forward. Perhaps the balance between social science and data science will tilt a little bit more in the direction of data science going forward. What we discovered over time, I don't want to anticipate the discussion on actorness and effectiveness, we will have it during the day, is that actorness is we propose a definition, a composite, complex definition of it. We propose a definition of effectiveness. Well, we increasingly discover that what is in between the two, so the strategies, the instruments, the behaviors, the conducts of the European Commission from its actorness towards the pursuit of its goals are equally important. So looking at what kind of strategies does the EU deploy and have available in the different policy domains is essential going forward. We didn't have that in our mandate and work plan in Trigger. We need to go deeper into this to understand how an actor behaves in order to become an effective actor in practice in different contexts. There's obviously a lot of researchers out there that don't use the word actorness, but they use legitimacy. You will hear later today, certainly Vivian Schmidt will use this word, power. There are many polity, there are many other ways of defining the EU. One of the things that I'd very much like to do and started researching during the latter part of Trigger is how to build a unifying theory between them, which is obviously complicated because academics always have a little bit of reluctance in mingling too much, especially when it comes to different policy approaches. Expand deep dives in other domains. We are already doing this. We are applying in Periscope the same actorness model to global health security. We've applied that to development policy already. We might apply it to defense going forward and migration and trade going forward. COCTEAU needs to be scaled. As Marco knows, I gave a very long presentation giving 12 avenues last Friday for the potential upgrade of COCTEAU. We are still friends, but it needs to become an iterative game, not just a one-off as it is today. You will hear more about COCTEAU in a second. And we need to update the foresight scenarios, and perhaps, this is for Lieve and Nikos and the others that are working on this, and Gabi obviously, the idea of foresight is a very attractive idea, very fascinating. Many governments are doing this. At the same time, we tend to do foresight as a one-off exercise, right? We don't update the foresight scenarios. Many institutions restart from scratch all the time when they need to produce a foresight scenario. One suggestion and suggestive outcome of our research that we've seen in Trigger is that you can use a gamification or an interactive environment such as COCTEAU or the future COCTEAU with iterations to update the perceptions with respect to a future long-term scenario. So can foresight become a continuous exercise, and can a software like COCTEAU help in that respect? And what would be good is to start looking at this platform or this sort of almost one-stop shop that we try to build through Perseus and try to see whether it can be merged with other platforms such as Midas or others that are available at the EU level, for example, with the models for analysis or other things, so that policymakers going forward can have a one-stop shop, if you wish, really a platform where they can have access more easily to the information that they need to take informed decisions. So these are some of the things that Trigger has left us with. So the idea is Trigger has been a single project. It becomes diffused into Periscope, into other projects that we carry out. We use these tools. We continue to try and look for scientific and research cooperation with other partners to try and implement some of these avenues that for us are very important because they give us an idea that policymakers, this is at least the key suggestion that I distill from these 3.5 years, policymakers will increasingly need, as said before, the past, the present, and the future. I want to do one thing before I wrap up and hand over to Marco, I think, and Marco and Clément maybe also, because you will be co-moderating the next session. 3.5 years are a long time, I said. We lost one of us in those 3.5 years. I want to mention one of our partners, the Georgian partner, was led by Oleg Shaberatsvili, who unfortunately passed away during the life cycle of Trigger, and he passed away in early 2021. So I wanted to mention that because it's been, last time we saw Oleg, we went to Sablon and had a nice dinner because it was still a time. It was March 2020 where we could meet in person. It was the last meeting that we had in the CEPS Ideas Lab. And we went for a very nice dinner and had a very nice chat with Oleg and some of the colleagues from Trigger. So we don't forget, obviously. One of the regrets that I have from these 3.5 years is that due to the pandemic and the war, we didn't manage to organize that seminar in Tbilisi that we had planned with Oleg. It remains my commitment going forward. And so with this mention and with this hope that even as Trigger comes to an end, we can continue in a variety of different projects and perhaps diffuse also with the many young researchers that are here, the passion, the vocation, but also the ideas, hopefully. Some of them must be good, at least a tiny percentage that we produce in the 3.5 years. I want to officially start our activities for today with a tiny little bit of delay, but you know, Italian speakers have a little bit of problem with time management. So, and hand over to another Italian speaker, and the Italian moderator, Marco. And obviously I'll be here with you throughout the day and happy to continue sharing thoughts and discuss with you. As we said, especially with the young researchers, we are here in a sort of a gymnasium. So feel free to express yourselves, criticize, express doubts, say whatever you want at any time, interrupt us, share ideas, because this is what a research project and a setting like this is all about, okay? So with that, I leave it to Marco. Marco, please here, and you'll see me coming back during the day. Marco, thanks. Mike is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Okay, so thanks, Andrea, for the great introduction, actually covering all the topics of the day, so we can all go home now. Okay, just as a reminder, here you have the agenda for the rest of the morning and the afternoon. So we start with this session that is, I would say, a little bit disruptive with respect to the usual way we think about policymaking, as Andrea was mentioning. Here, what we want to do is to discuss about how to bring together citizens, and not institutions only, in the policymaking job. This is the idea. All right, so let's switch to my introduction to the session. We will have a panel, actually. All the panelists are remote, so you find them there. We have Roberto here, and the others are joining as well. Before introducing the speakers, though, I would like to actually give a little bit of a pitch to the topic. So what are we talking about? I would like to discuss with you what does it mean to bring people on board in policymaking, and I would like to understand what are the most efficient and effective tools to do that. And also, we would like to understand why we should bring people together. Why shouldn't institutions be enough for policymaking? These are the questions. All right, so to do so, I will introduce also a little bit of the work that Andrea already presented a little bit, that is, some of the technical results of the project specifically related to the work package associated to public engagement. We proposed in this project a vision and actually also a concrete practical tool for moving the dynamics of policymaking towards citizens across two dimensions. You see it here. First, traditional approaches of participatory design and co-design usually work at a local level, at small scale, with few people, on small questions and small decisions to be taken. Think of urban redesign. Think of small neighborhoods decision-making. What we want to do is we want to move that to transnational and global level. On the other side, at the global level, usually public consultation works over a limited number of people. So what we want to do is we want to move from limited number of people, local dimension, to global and large-scale participation. That's the vision. How do we do that? Well, essentially, we want to create tools that trigger people interest, because this is one of the challenges. People are not really so much into policy making, to be honest, right? There are plenty of other things to do in life, so people do other things. So the idea is, how can we convince people that policymaking could be an interesting step in their life, and how can we create appropriate tools to make them provide input? So here we think about these two keywords, gamification and crowdsourcing. Gamification means essentially think of tricks to make people play, to make people get engaged into tasks you think are crucial, strategic. Crowdsourcing means use the crowd as a source of information. Okay, these are the 2 points we want to apply. And here is the last step, that is, okay, but what is the actual contribution that people can bring to the table? I mean, in a way, institutions are good at collecting objective data. There are plenty of institutions that run statistics, run analytics, collect governmental data across Europe and across the world. So what is the contribution of the individual? What is the contribution of the single person sitting at the table? Okay, one of the things we thought could be valuable is the concept of empathy. People are subjective perspectives over reality. People are not meant to be data scientists, or not all of them, unfortunately. No, fortunately, I don't know. But people, for sure, bring to the table their vision of the life, of the world, of the policy we need to take. So the idea is we try to gather your own perspective on the problems, on the world, which means perspective in a subjective way, including feelings, emotions, empathy, indeed. Okay? These are the challenges we are addressing here. To do so, we built a tool that started as a paper-based game 3 years ago in Florence, and in Fiesole, actually, and ended up into a digital tool that some of you may have used already. It has been evolved once again, before, actually, until yesterday night, and brings in a vision that is a vision based on subjective perspective of reality. The challenge is, how do we create subjectivity? How do we trigger, indeed? How do we trigger the subjective feelings of people? The idea we thought about was to define scenarios that are close to everyday life of people. It's really hard to engage feelings over, large-scale global challenges. It's much more direct to let's say, engage you on an everyday challenge that you face every morning, every afternoon, every evening in your life. So we create scenarios that are directly connected to your life. We let people share their visions and their perspectives, and we let them play together, trying to bring together different visions and intercept visions of others. This is the new feedback we can give back to policymakers. Okay? This is just one proposal, actually. Yeah.
Why not also let people create their own scenario? Like, why are you suggesting a scenario that maybe I will not? Maybe you offer like 5 scenarios?
Yeah.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. Just let's repeat it for the
Thank you.
people.
So why are you proposing specific scenarios and not letting people bring, okay, this is my issue,
No.
and then follow the cycle?
No, that's a very good point, actually. Here, we start simple by creating scenarios ourselves, but nothing prevents you to open up the scenario creation phase also to the people. Let's say that the first step is easier when we create the scenarios, because we have a path from the policy-making problem to the scenario. So this is a policymaker perspective. The policymaker has a problem, has a question, has a decision to be taken. From there, it goes down to the everyday life scenario for people. So it's, let me say, this is a top-down strategy from the policymaker side. But actually, the bottom-up strategy could be very relevant as well. It's more challenging, though, because creating a scenario is not so easy, but it's also a possibility to be considered. That's a very important, thank you, very important contribution. So this would be the feedback we can provide to policymakers for decision making. And this triggers, again, a new pathway across the entire policymaking process. At the top here, I'm not going through the entire picture, but at the top here you have the traditional policymaking process, and here is the COCTEAU platform that we designed that could bring in a continuous, real-time update on the understanding of the problems for the policymakers to get quick updates on that, okay? How does it work? Well, this is how it worked 3 years ago in Fiesole, okay? We printed a bunch of pictures, we let people play with pictures and engage physically with each other. This was the first prototype, physical prototype that we set up back then, and then this evolved into a digital tool. Digital tool that somehow replicates that vision and let you create your own perspective on reality. So you can create visions like these, incorporating pictures, incorporating and making you express your feelings through pictures and your perspective through pictures. And then you can challenge others on that and try to guess what's the, let's say, subjective and empathic perspective on those feelings. That's the game we create. I don't want to go through the mechanics of the game here. That's available online. You can play on it anytime you want. What I like to push instead is use this just as a, let me say, a hint to what can be done with crowdsourcing and gamification. Let's not close our mind only on this tool. What I would like to do now, though, is starting the process. So the process of collaborative thinking, collaborative co-creation of a vision of the use of these kind of tools in the policymaking process. Okay, so I would like first to maybe introduce the speakers, and then we move on to the questions.
Sure, thank you so much, Marco. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our 3 speakers that should be online with us. We have Roberto Verganti, from the professor at the Stockholm School of Economics. I see him online. Well, welcome, Roberto.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you very much. We have also Calypso Nicolaidis from the European University Institute. Calypso, I think you are with us as well.
Hello, happy to be with you.
Thank you so much. And the final speaker for today is Alberto Alemano, professor at HEC and also director of the Good Lobby. I don't know if you are with us, Alberto. Well, it doesn't seem so. So we will start with our 2 speakers for today, and hopefully Alberto will join us or will be in the capacity of connecting with the room. So we'll start maybe with the first question for the 2 speakers for today, I think.
Yep, so, okay, we decided to go with a format that is the usual panel format. We will have 3 questions, but at the same time, we would like to engage you as citizens in the responding to these questions. Initially, we were thinking of more engaging things like rainbows, unicorns flying in the room and so on, but then we decided to go just with a questionnaire, okay? so sorry for that. So please, if you want, you can use that QR code or go to that website, sli.do, and then you will see at the top of the screen just this form. In the enter the code here, you just write trigger, okay? All right, there you will see the same questions that we are posing to the panelists, but in your case, you just have 3 options to choose from. So it's much limited, and that's on purpose because the rest of the ideas will come at the end during the Q&A session, okay? All right, so let's start with the first question, that is, what do you think could be the role of subjective perspectives on policymaking processes? I mean, the point is, I made a little bit the case of this contribution, but I mean, clearly it's my vision, it's our vision. There could be different perspectives. So what's this perspective from your side? The question is to the panelists, and then meanwhile, you can click and go to that website, and we will open the same question also for all the participants. Okay? All right, so let's give the word to the panelists on the role of subjective perception, feelings, and empathic interaction in policymaking. I don't know who wants to start, either Calypso or Roberto.
I'm happy to start. And first of all, allow me, Marco, to congratulate Andrea, you, Marco, the whole team, all the students in the room. I'm so sorry I can't be with you and see you. Very frustrating. But in any case, I have followed the Trigger project from afar, but I'm also very much looking forward to life beyond Trigger, as Andrea was saying, on the other side of the moon. I love the other side of the moon. And, I just want to say two things in response to your question, Marco. One is kind of the meta issue, because after all, Trigger is about the EU's external action. And so I think that in bringing COCTEAU in this story, empathy enhancing features of COCTEAU, which is a fascinating platform to translate this whole question of the EU as a learning machine. So you give a learning machine to the learning machine. And I think the way I understand it in this meta way is that Trigger had a horizontal agenda, which is this question of how does the EU operate with the rest of the world? Co-evolution is a great term. I think modernity is a co-creation between the EU and, everyone else, and the EU is so Eurocentric that it has a problem translating that into effective external action. So at that horizontal level, Europe and the rest of the world, I have long advocated to use the idea and the term of empathy for EU foreign policy, for EU action to the rest of the world. I call this institutional empathy and indeed legal empathy in a paper I wrote for CEPS last year. So there's this horizontal. Now, your question, Marco, is about the vertical. That is how, this platform engages citizens in feeding this thinking. And so the question is, how do you, to me, how I hear it, the question we're facing is how do you transform our insights about personal empathy, which we have or not, into organizational, institutional empathy, the empathy of a polity? Does that even make any sense? Now, the bad news is that we are all very attached to our own preferences and seeing the rest of the world. The JRC has done fantastic research on all of these, and there's much more research. And of course, you have done fantastic research on this. So it's very hard to have value empathy for most people. And in fact, there's interesting stuff on high IQ makes you even more prone, whatever you think of IQ, but more prone to my side bias in values, etc. Now, the good news is that there are ways to actually, we have some empathy in us and for some values, and there are ways of bringing that out. And indeed, in my own research, I believe that most people are ambivalent about many values, whether you should cooperate or work control. And so what we're looking for with COCTEAU is a process and navigating the bad news and the good news to create ways in which people not just put themselves in the shoes of others, but allow everybody to be comfortable in their own shoes and create togetherness from all these mindsets without becoming the other. And I think what you're talking about is that with COCTEAU, we are actually, so I've really addressed the why question. We are really allowing this to happen. And you ask, well, you have all this supposedly objective data, but data is never objective. And so allowing people to interact with this data and be future oriented is indeed something that can feed in the EU. And let me make one last point, which is that there is often a sense that if you ask citizens, they're very short-termist, democracy short-termist, people want, food and a roof, and they don't think about the future. And I think research and also just common sense demonstrate that this is actually not true, and that individuals are much more empathetic to both their future self, but the future of their kids and their kids' kids, if they have any, or at least the future of Gaia and the earth, than actually, policy making machines. And so this kind of difference in preference for the future is also something that is crucial in thinking about empathy and the role of COCTEAU in this process and the future COCTEAU.
Thank you. Thank you for your vision. That's very challenging, I think, but definitely worthwhile. Roberto, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Ciao.
Hello. Hi. Ciao.
Ciao. First of all, thanks for engaging me here in this event. I was part of the team that had this idea of using digital tools for citizen engagement when Trigger started. So then personal path took me a little bit away. But I think to tackle your question, which I already see that in the presentation, that most people believe that the role of sentiment and data science in this kind of space will be marginal. I will try to explain why I believe is, of course, I also voted for the survey. I voted number 2, so I'm into the 43% in this moment. And why I see it like this, of course, with all respect for different perspectives. 3-4 years ago, I think it was, I was talking to one of the commissioner of the former European Commissions, and he told me a very interesting story. He told me that he went to a party, and when he left the party, he didn't find a taxi, so he joined the taxi with another person at this party, and this person at this party was an old guitar. I don't know if it was Peter Townsend or an old guitar player of an old rock band. And they started to chat in the taxi, and then this commissioner realized that this guitar player had millions of followers, and he had only a few thousands. And I started to think, okay, how can I connect to people in a deeper way, in the way I create my thinking for policymaking? The real connection with people was one of the big need, and digitalization will, really been used for interaction with people, but there was an opportunity to think about how using digital tool in a deeper way, which was not the typical one that was around in policymaking. So in that moment, we were approached by Andrea with this idea of what can we do to improve the process of policymaking. So we said, let's try some new approach to digital engagement. And why I started from this story, why I believe digital engagement through sentiment can be very interesting. Of course, with all the limitation, what you collect through digital tools is not the real sentiment, it's the data about sentiments, which are two different things. We also know that, of course, the sample is extremely biased. Not everyone is it's digitally active. In this case, we are not only talking about people who is digitally active, it's also people who is digitally pioneers. I mean, users using COCTEAU are not normal people. They're people like to make experiment, even if it's playful. So, okay, there is a bias in the sample, the data are not the same, but why it's an interesting avenue to continue? Not only to capture the sentiment of people, which is, of course, that's the most obvious understanding. Okay, through this tool, we can do better policy making because we understand better what people feel, and feelings are extremely relevant in policy making. Not only to capture and understand, but also to engage people in action. And what I mean is that the kind of changes that we have in front of us, most of the time there are systemic changes. Most of the SDG objectives require action that cannot be solved with regulation, cannot be solved by single players. They are really systemic, which means they implies the action of many different players, not only policymakers. So citizens are not only object of understanding in terms of what are their sentiment, but citizens become subject and actors in the transformation of policies into real change. So we need to engage citizens, not only to listen to them, but to engage. And this kind of gamification that of which Marco was talking about, it is a way to engage people in action. The second thing that is unique about these tools is that it's mainly behavioral, and most of the change we have in front of us is behavioral. I mean, again, sustainability, inclusion, diversity, these are all challenges, mobility, these are all challenges that cannot be solved by regulation. They also really implies a change in the behavior of people. So citizen engagement on their emotional side is extremely important. So this is why this idea that Marco had of building not simply a kind of survey to collect the sentiment of people, but a game, and the game is interactive. And interaction is a way to engage people into action. It is extremely powerful. The next step will be to move into a continuous engagement, because otherwise behavior don't really change and people don't really move into action, and how to link these games into real action in reality in order to avoid being purely digital. I mean, I can imagine interaction between the digital and physical through augmented reality gamification in terms of, for example, sustainability and how you interact with the environment at the level of citizen. But it's extremely powerful because the kind of challenges we have in front of us are challenges that requires the engagement of people at a very deep emotional level.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Roberto, for your view on this. I see that, yeah, the questionnaire somehow got stuck in the middle somehow, but interesting to see that most of you see some kind of role of these tools. We may talk about that maybe during the Q&A at the end. Let's move on to the next question because we have a limited time frame for everything here. So second question to the panelists and to the audience is the last one. Okay, thanks. Question number 2. Okay, we have seen the role of these tools and solutions in policymaking. Now, let's focus on the modality. How do we trigger participation? How do we trigger feelings and empathy? This is also a challenge because it's not, I mean, the poll you are playing now is definitely not a good tool for that. It's good to run some statistics, but for sure, I'm not going to trigger your empathy by asking a closed question, right? So how can we actually create the context for people to move into an empathy-based dynamics? That's the second question I'd like to ask. Clearly, it's something deeper. One thing that, okay, on last Friday we were discussing about that was, okay, what triggers your memories, your feelings? Probably sensorial aspects that we cannot even activate through digital solutions. It has been, okay, poets for centuries have been talking about the use of smell or other tactile experiences for triggering memories. Okay, we don't have that in our tools at the moment. What other tools can be used for that? We use images, fine. It's definitely a little bit better than asking a question. What else? What can we use? How can we trigger this into citizens? How can we move their answers from the answer coming from the brain to the answer coming from, well, earth and guts in a way? So that's the second question. So let's open up the second question in the tool and also to the panelists. Not sure who wants to start. Calypso, do you want to go, or Roberto, maybe you want to go on?
Maybe this time we can switch the order and I can start. Meanwhile, I see that it's hard. It's very hard. What is interesting is this idea of interactivity. And what is interesting is also the idea that it's hard, but we need to start and experiment. So that's why it's great to have a project like Trigger. We can start making experiment. The use of I mean, first of all, we are into the space of participatory design, and also the use of digital tools in participatory design and participatory policy making is not new. The idea is to avoid two classic mistakes. The first one is, I mean, there is one kind of use of digital tools to interact with citizens, which is engage citizens into deliberation. I don't want to open that door, but definitely with all the limitation of the samples and usage of these tools, still there is a long way to do it, to engage citizens into their deliberation through digital tools. But there is another mistake that typically is done which come more from participatory policymaking, which is to engage citizens into turning them like citizens for a day. Like policymakers for a day. So the idea of asking citizens directly what would they do in front of its given political challenge, a kind of crowdsourcing of policymaking, policymakers searching for ideas from citizens. This doesn't definitely work of turning citizens on policymakers for a day, because of course, again, for the problem of the sample bias, but also because policymaking is very complicated and citizens don't have this kind of view. And then you miss the side of vision. That's why I like a lot the framework you presented before, where you start from a vision. Otherwise, it becomes purely a sampling of problem from a very narrow perspective. What is interesting here is instead is this idea of interactivity in which citizens remain citizens, and we don't want to interact with them changing their role, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. We want to interact with citizens because they are actors in individual and very detailed behavior that is very difficult to perceive from the top. The important thing is to avoid this other two direction, to use this for source of ideas or problems, or for a source of decision. These tools are sources of dialogues and conversation. So there is a very interesting question, which is the second one there. Very hard to interpret. Policymakers won't know what to do with this data. I think that the most important side is not only which tools we use to interact, which gamification is very interesting, but how do we use this data, and how do we engage into a real dialogue? So if the idea of using this data is to write a nice report and send it to policymakers and then can read this, I think that we missed the point. What is interesting is to engage in continuous interaction and say, okay, this helped me to understand as a policymaker, help me to understand something. What is the next question I want to ask? And then I understand something more. If it's a dialogic tool, it becomes very, very interesting.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think you touched both sides of the problem, and that's even more challenging indeed. Calypso, are you there? You want to comment on this?
Yeah, I'm there, but I'm worried that we're finishing very soon, and I'd love to hear the students and young researchers in the room. So I'm wondering, I mean, I have some things to comment on, but anyway, maybe I'll just give my 3 minutes here, but I just really love to hear their voice. And indeed, I'm not going to pontificate about this challenge because I have impressions from the gaming I have done, but I think a lot of the questions you ask, Marco, are indeed, Andrea's, life next for trigger, if I understand it correctly. So for instance, on senses, there's a lot of neuroscience on pleasure, individual, collective, what creates them. But we need to know much more on how, what online versus offline empathy. And what are the pros and cons? Roberto started us with his guitar story. There is no question, at least for me, that music, listening to music together, being in a music festival, is hugely empathy triggering, which is why I have, always thought we should have a Woodstock of European politics that's both online and offline, which is why, if people who do diplomacy and who do the big macro thing in the world uh, listen to music together before they negotiate, or and can do it in a kind of mindful way, or get into immersiveness, immersive in the ocean with music and vision, this will make a difference. So, your question on senses is super important. And I think we're just at the beginning of research there. Because you ask what the biggest risk is, is that what you're doing, what we want to do is to be dismissed as a gimmick. Only when the power, so everybody needs to experience it in cyber diplomacy and elsewhere. Now, a second point is to, pick up on Roberto's interactiveness. Again, this is all about how you engage. How do you do participatory democracy? We know that that these processes, the very process of citizens discussing together, forget the experts, it triggers empathy because they spend time, but they do need a frame where they can see each other's vision. And again, the question of virtual versus offline is very important. Third point, I come back to what Roberto was saying in response to the first question, but I think it's very relevant here. The connection with us as micro individuals and macro is daunting, especially daunting to the new generation, which takes the macro challenge, I think, much more seriously than our generation. And so there are several ways in which we can kind of act on this dauntingness and try to bring these challenges to our scale. One is how do you use AI and these technologies in our conversations to demonstrate feedback loop? So you have a carbon budget, you do X, Y, and Z. If X numbers of people percentage do the same, and you push buttons and you have all these kind of scenarios, but in real time, how does the feedback work? I used to work on an app that was trying to do this, but it was too complicated. I very much hope the next stage of Trigger, drawing on a lot of what was already been done through COCTEAU and Perseus, can do that. And the other thing is to play with trade-offs. I mean, the empathy at the world level, and here I really want to bring us back to our global diplomacy agenda. If you get rid of subsidies in one farm in France, it will actually, in agriculture, it will actually enhance the life expectancy of 10 families in sub-Saharan Africa. So we always, when we do things somewhere in the world, we see the cost, our micro costs at our level, but we don't see the benefits. If more people sow better, how a very small marginal cost can create a very high marginal benefit elsewhere and have the data to show it, then they mix. And this is something I wanted to say. I don't think we should intellectually separate objective data and sentiments. They go together. If I see this objective data and it's very objective, then empathy comes in because I compare marginal cost and marginal benefit, and I'm appalled. But it's objective data. And that brings me to my last point about crowdsourcing that, again, Roberto very rightly, brought together, which in the end of the day, we're talking about decentered approach. And I think we need, of course, collective intelligence is the name of the game for the 21st century. But that means that it's like open knowledge. I have to know that I know that you know that I know how we are contributing. So we need to find better mechanisms for open crowdsourcing, where I also know that what this brilliant idea you've come up with is not taken into account by the powers that be. Better when young generation becomes the powers that be. But I see an enormous amount of collective intelligence. The problem is it's diffuse and segmented. So how do we connect these buttons of collective intelligence is another challenge. All of this is not answers, I'm afraid to say, Marco, but just more questions.
Good questions are the start. Thanks. And also ideas for the next project, so that's good. Okay, let's move on. I see that the answers here are quite polarized. We'll talk about that or keep that for the final feedback. Let's go to the third and last question. That is, what would be the actual value for the European Union if we set up such new frameworks? What policymaking at the European Union could bring to the table when enriched with this kind of input? I use this as a final question because I think this is really, you know, the big fight between two visions of the world. Europe today is seen as the central, say, defendant of a specific vision of the world that is the human-centric perspective, okay? The new humanism, the neo-humanism perspective where we evolve technology, we create innovation for the use and in light of the human perspective. There are other visions that fight this perspective. I mean, think about the US vision is not a neo-humanist vision. The technology that has been developed think of the metaverse. Is this in light of the human role, or is it beyond the human role? So Europe has let me say, a brand identity, okay, at the global level that puts the human in the middle. Okay, how can this be empowered by this, say, perspective of subjective, emotional, empathetic vision on reality? What can this bring as an additional value? Okay, so this is again a question for the panels, and let's start up the challenge also in the website for the participants. Okay, I know Calypso, you want to go first? I'm just asking because we see your face right away, so up to you.
Can you give me the results? Because it's so small on my screen, I can't even read it.
Yeah, so at the moment we have, okay, so the question would be, is there an incremental value for policymaking at the European level with these tools? At the moment, we have a good polarization towards, definitely, you need to consider perception and feelings. Then that's 80% of respondents. Second one would be, yeah, maybe this could be at least bridge the gap between citizen and EU institutions. And then there are some skepticism around that is, no, EU policy is hard enough already, so let's not bring another ingredient in the picture. Or no, the EU policy needs to be founded only on solid objective data, and that's also another 7% participants. I see some oscillations in the first two, but that's basically it.
Okay, so there's quite a wide support for the question, for the agenda, for what we're all thinking about. But Marco, I just want you to clarify the question because, I mean, in several ways. First of all, Europe has a brand identity in neo-humanism, really? I mean, maybe you hang out with the, you know, super enlightened, you know, whatever. But I mean, Europe, first of all, I mean, I'm not sure that Europe thinks in these philosophical ways, should have a brand identity, should think about these questions of the whole of humanity, yes. So, I mean, question one. Question two, why is it opposed to transhumanism and posthumanism necessarily? Of course, Andrea was, I mean, the whole project is about technology. I don't see how we could even sit here and just push back against the idea that humans, whether we like it or not, will be enhanced by technology. The question is how we do it and how we control it and how we control our privacy, but also our humanity while doing it, not pushing back against, you know, transhumanism. These are facts. I mean, we're talking about evidence-based and forecasting. I'd love to you hear both of you on this, but why are we opposing this? The question is, there are these trends in the world and that have to do with the relationship between humans and technology, between humans and other humans, and how all humans should actually look at these things together. There's a huge digital divide between Europe and the global South. I haven't seen Europe acting on it very much these days. So A, why opposed to technology as opposed to combining these visions? B, is Europe really empathetic to the global South? Is that, I mean, in facing these challenges? But three, humanism. You have three terms of neo, trans, post, and it's always the human. How about life? How about the being? How about geopower, which is a new kind of understanding that actually at the end of the day, who has structural power in the potential, but we're destroying it as human, is the political politicization of the earth itself and of life. There is, to me, no bigger agenda than biodiversity, at least combined with climate change, but it's even more urgent. So I'm a bit disturbed that it's all about humans. So if you accept my 3 questions and caveat, then we can kind of move forward in this question, because then I would say, well, yes, of course, empathy, but in this much more holistic way, needs to become the name of the game. That's how I started earlier. Europe needs to be the champion of strategic empathy, strategic in the best way of the term, not manipulative strategic, but strategic in thinking about its strategy in the world. Europe, we have the luxury to exist as a polity that can reinvent itself all the time, that shouldn't have a teleology, that should put imagination first, but realistic, pragmatic imagination too. So yeah, and in that sense, there is no more valuable asset to exploit than defending the roles, not just of humans, but of every being in our institutions. But I'd love to hear the room, and of course, Roberto, on this.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll leave it to the room to respond.
Marco. And Marco, to you, because your question,
yeah.
I couldn't wrap my head around it.
Yeah.
As you just heard, I have 3 questions for you.
Yes, so no, I think, okay, very quickly, because then I want to leave room to Roberto as well. So no, the point was not to fight against, so the new humanism was not meant to be an antagonist to innovation and digital. The point was neo-humanism as the fact of developing technology and innovation in light of being beneficial for humans, okay, and not making humans a, let's say, a collateral asset towards innovation, okay? So keeping the role of and the focus towards of policy making and of innovation, which come from 2 directions, let's say both oriented to a benefit to the citizens and to the. Then here there's another point that you made in the previous question, that was the role, the empathy of the individual and the empathy of the institution. This gap is definitely huge, and the question could be also in this direction. How can these tools help in aligning these kind of different levels of empathy? But the idea was, in the question was, okay, how can we use these tools and innovation for bringing benefit to the citizen and to the political entity that takes decision? That was the purpose of the question, okay? And maybe then we can also talk about the rest. But I mean, I see your point, and I agree that, I mean, that we could discuss that for hours. Roberto, do you have any insights you want to share?
Well, these were big questions that I tactically and strategically avoid and let it to discuss to the audience. But I understand the point of Calypso, and I was, when you were talking, I was thinking, if I would be an American, and in a way I teach also in the US, how would I react to that point? Probably no American would say that the approach that they use doesn't care for the human. Probably what is different is what does it mean to be useful for the humans, but in that extent, I think to strategically or tactically avoid the question, I would say that maybe the point is whether even Europe has and should have a brand, because in this moment we are really into an experimental phase. We are really at the infancy of using these things, and so it's very difficult to understand where to go. That's why this project is fantastic. The point is that most likely within Europe, first of all, there are differences, much more than in other situations. So maybe what is the challenge, the question is, it's difficult to really understand what is the European way, and maybe there are different ways to do this kind of experiment. It would be interesting to connect COCTEAU with different kind of engagements that experiment that are going on at different levels, different countries, different regions, and learn from them. One thing that I think is interesting here, and that I like in COCTEAU, is not only the creation of a dialogue between the citizen and the policymaker, but the dialogue between among the citizens, which in Europe is probably what is missing across different countries and across different spaces. I remember that when there was the European election a few years ago, the Financial Times did an experiment. It connected people across countries and created kind of digital coffee meeting in which people of different perspective could address in different countries key political challenges. This kind of experiment of connecting citizens in different spaces of the EU, it is extremely interesting. So until we don't make this kind of horizontal connection, it's very difficult to understand what is the European way of addressing technology. So I welcome the experiment of creating engagement among citizens, not only around scenario, but scenario that create mutual participation.
Yeah, definitely.
Can I just say, Marco, that beyond the Financial Times, this is of course exactly what happened with the Conference on the Future of Europe and the 4 citizens' assembly of 200 randomly chosen citizens that met 3 times each, both virtually and in person, including in Florence here. And that we still have a lot of lessons to learn. And Roberto is so right that the beauty of this process, and it has all its flaws, is this horizontal connection. Then they went on to connect with politicians and all of that, but it's their conversations. And this is also what leads me to say, and we know this from Citizens Assembly that are at the local level, but these transnational Citizens Assembly bring out what I believe is so precious in citizens, which is ambivalence. I said it very quickly at the beginning, but I want to, because it's one of my hobby horses, want to really push this, because we always talk about polarization, including in Europe. But actually, most people are not in tribes. It's only when they're in their bubble, but their instinct. And once they meet each other with different opinion and have time to talk, and especially across cultures, excited by the different languages and the difference, then really tap into their own ambivalence. And to me, if we can help these horizontal process be those that allow citizens to depolarize and tap into their ambivalence, this is one of the greatest contribution we can make to the health of our political system in Europe, but also beyond.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, I fully agree. And on this, I would say that there is also another point, that is, on the other side, the digital platforms sometimes instead push for polarization instead of creating this kind of interaction. So these tools also have their own challenges, their own risks as well. Okay, but we are a little bit late. I would like to open the floor to the audience for questions and opinions, because we want to go straight to the citizen engagement part. So any questions from the audience? Okay, we have one. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can you take off the slide so we can see the questioners?
Good morning. Yes, I'm really happy that you're bringing the role of digital platforms, because that I automatically thought about them when we think about emotions and trying to bringing. I mean, they've been monetized, and now we are trying to make them valuable for society. So I was wondering, do you interact with experts or cognitive behavior or scientists from those that have been building those tools and that themselves are pointing to their flaws? And in more general, what is the role for social science in this project and the project that are coming in the future, on the side, of course, with data science? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I will respond first, and then maybe Roberto or anyone, or Andrea can interact on also other opinions. So yeah, I agree. we need to, I mean, this perspective we have is a non-commercial perspective first, which is significant because, I mean, the digital ecosystem is completely polarized on the monetization side, especially social media and so on. On the other side, yes, we need a crucial role of cognitive science, for instance, for even just understanding what are the right ingredients or what are the dangerous ingredients. We did some discussion on this with human-computer interaction experts that study exactly how these dynamics work. And also, okay, on the role of social science, this is the broad question. I would say that we use crowdsourcing in general beyond this tool for addressing social science challenges. This tool by itself, I think, is not right, probably not the right tool or not rich enough yet for addressing broad social challenges, but that would be the next project for sure. So, I don't know if Andrea or anyone else wants to.
I can very quickly say, because I want to leave space for comments, we can continue the conversation over the coffee break. But there is a lot of cognitive science behind the design of COCTEAU. There should be even more going forward. One of the key things in behavioral economics, in particular, in the study of nudging behavior, is the issue of what we call availability bias, meaning can you change the salience of specific impacts? And this is what basically Calypso was referring to when she was talking about, can I see and visualize and have it more salient in front of me? What's the impact of a micro action I'm taking today on something that I would never suspect, right? And that availability bias, as opposed to what the platforms use, which is much more of a framing and choice architecture type of strategies, that is something that has to be used with due care, obviously, because you can always manipulate human behavior, but it could be done selectively and experimentally to increase the salience of specific impacts, to increase the awareness of people of the impacts of their actions. This is one thing. But the most important thing about COCTEAU is the difference that we have between AI and CI, so artificial intelligence and collective intelligence. Most of what COCTEAU could do is actually break the echo chambers in between individuals rather than presenting information in a given way. Obviously, the initial presentation of this scenario, as we're doing it now, as very much potentially framing, so it has to be very carefully designed. But the interaction across citizens and the potential pairing of citizens and smoothing differences, also going in the direction of what Calypso was saying, you know, the people sharing and comparing their views typically has very surprising results. That is where I think most of the potential is, and perhaps that is a little bit less prone to the cognitive manipulation of how information is actually presented in the interface.
Can I just add, Andrea, to what you're saying, that, I mean, first of all, that it's a beautiful formula, I think, from COCTEAU, you know, AI and CI, because of the powerlessness that we all feel, and then the young people feel, about the daunting challenges of the world, including that of AI. How do we protect against an emergence of that world that Roberto and Marco were talking about? So to kind of make available to our senses and our emotions the power of collective intelligence and not just individual intelligence is a recipe for hope, which is kind of important to survive in life. And the second thing I wanted to say is that indeed you're talking about bringing together the best of digital platform, and that's what the question was about, with the kind of processes that COCTEAU was advocating and put in place. I think for me, you were asking what I've worked with them, as well as witnessing COCTEAU. Now worked a lot with the Decidim platform in Barcelona, that is, you know, a kind of model platform for cities, and that was used by the EU Commission to create the digital platform that supports the Conference on the Future of Europe, which is very clunky, the one at the EU level. So it's a real problem, because it made it, we can have a long discussion about what it did for interaction, horizontal interaction that Roberto and I were talking about. And also, I think what it didn't take completely well enough from COCTEAU is that COCTEAU has a social contract that creates trust from people. And trust is really the most important currency that we have in today's world. It has this social contract about transparency, traceability, both tracing backward and forward what happens to your proposal, so you haven't wasted your precious time, and of course integrity about the, you know, the authenticity of the content and all of that. Now that contract needs to come alive, needs to be kind of multiplied and demultiplied, and that's how digital platform can work. And it also needs to interact with the real world of physical interaction. So that would be part of my answer, but it's a huge question about digital platform.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, we have a question there.
Yes.
Yeah, let's collect a few questions maybe, and then we react all together. Let's go on.
So my name is Dario. My question is on the role of COCTEAU in the workplace. So one of the scenarios that Trigger envisions in its framework is called the widening gaps, right? Which is a world where multinational power increases, somewhat like the trend we've had for 40 years now. And that would obviously make the workplace a crucial place for most citizens, as it's, to use Calypso's language, a place of time and empathy, because that is where people end up being from 9 to 5, if not longer, build a lot of their relationships. So the question is essentially, how would you integrate COCTEAU in a workplace? And perhaps more generally, if not in the workplace, what is the context in which you see COCTEAU being used by citizens?
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Let's go with the other questions, and then we move back to... Okay, please.
Sure, thanks. Thanks for really interesting presentations and comments, but I do want to play a little bit devil's advocate, I suppose. If I understood correctly, actually Roberto Vigatti dismissed kind of engaging citizens as policymakers for a day, as you put it. And that seemed to me is a rather offhand dismissal of the entire research agenda, which I think has yielded rather interesting and promising results of deliberative democracy. And which, you know, Calypso sort of briefly, in fact, referred to and seemed to see very differently. And maybe the starting point here is a difference in presumptions about how much rationality we can assume from citizens. But in any case, it seemed to me that warrants being taken a little bit more seriously. And maybe you can say a few words about how you see this as interacting and maybe having synergistic effects rather than a mutual dismissal. Secondly, I was not quite as strongly, I guess, as Calypso, but as also taken aback a little bit about what to do exactly about these answer options, especially that you presented to us in the questions. Several of them seem to be sort of not quite comparable. I seem to be asked to make a choice between apples and oranges, like you know, about how to gather data rather as opposed to how to interpret data. And it seemed like this was not designed necessarily to get a very clear picture of people's opinions. And I was wondering whether this was accidental or intentional. And in the very first question that you had, the strongest option seemed to be encouraging basically manipulation through emotions. And I was wondering whether that's actually what you had in mind or whether that was just a misreading on my part.
Okay, thanks. We have a question on this side.
Sorry, would you mind taking off the slide so we can see better the room? And also if people could say their name when they ask a question so we know who their name.
Yeah. Okay, for the room, we cannot turn the cameras, so I think you cannot see them. So
no, I mean, take off the slide, Marco. There's a slide there.
No?
Yeah, so we can't see the room because we just see the slide.
Yeah, but let's, okay.
The Slido.
Okay, technical guys say, no, it's not possible.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why.
All we see is Slido here. So we see a
Slido,
tiny
we can
corner
switch
of
it off, but the problem is that there are slides.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
They can turn off the screen sharing. That's the thing we can do.
That's what I meant, yes.
Yeah. Okay, they are trying to do it from the control room.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm not representative of anybody, that's why I give my name. My name is Wolfgang Pape, thank you. I have a basic problem here. The word democracy was mentioned. Deliberate democracy apparently is very close to your approach here, but I have a feeling the main problem here is representativeness. How do you choose, select the subjective opinion you get in here, and how do they represent majority, minority? We are still in this idea of what I call quantitative democracy. Yeah. We have majority decision making. That's a basic problem, let's say, of our parliamentary system as such. I feel in the long term we have to go to more qualitative democracy. That for me is bringing in civil society as such. I go as far as using the term omnilateralism in this context here, omnibus, for all and by all. But in the long term, I think we have the technology now to be able to, because in theory we can do with a click everything. We can decide on everything. But the problem even with a click is there a majority, or do we have qualitative opinions that are convincing? Just to mention the European context here, in the EU Council, we have about 80% of decision made by consensus. And I think that's, in the long term, is the only way, particularly if you get higher in the multi-level system. If you look at the global decision making, we still have the nation as such. That's why it's still multilateral. But in the EU context, we realize we need consensus the higher you get. You have direct democracy at local level with quantitative decision making because there are only interests involved. But the higher you get, you have value systems involved. And there, I think, qualitative decision making is more important. And we need consensus there. There's no planet B, but there's a village B you can move to. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, definitely. There was another question in this area? Okay, yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Gresa. So my question would be mostly about the use of COCTEAU, let's say, on political behavior. So let's say that instead of maybe using the foresight scenarios or instead of making the policymakers listen to some music before they sit at the negotiations table, what if we make them see or feel the realities of each other, you know, for a minute or two, and then go to the table and reflect on what you've been feeling, or what decision would you make if you had gone through that reality for a minute or two. And this is more on the top-down side, but also on the bottom-up perspective. I heard from the professor when she said that citizens are more of a short-termists, you know, of thinking of having a roof above their heads or about their kids. But what if this is mostly because this is the most of the power that they have, you know, or where they have a say? So what would happen if we gave the citizens more power, or if they were more involved, let's say, from the policy design? We saw also from the graphs that most in the local level, citizens are mostly involved in the consultations phases, but honestly saying this, there's such a little change that can happen during the consultations because most of the decision has already been made. So would the behavior of citizens or the way they see things change if they were more involved from the policy design phase throughout the implementation? Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dan, and I wanted to ask about citizenship and like the role and meaning of citizen in this, right? Because I agree that perceptions and feelings are important for this, but also people have different citizenships. You might be a resident of a place or no citizenship at all, right? And so, but they're still going to have a stake in the policy making process. And then, so how do we use this and how do we think of this when we're talking about kind of representing humans, right? And kind of people as humans, but people are defined in these different categories. And obviously this is going to influence your perceptions and feelings, no? And so how do we compare across these different groups as treating everyone as a human, but we're already defined into different citizen versus non-citizen versus resident roles?
Yeah, no, definitely. And this connects also to the use of the platforms.
Hello, my name is Christine Huttin. I'm professor at University of Aix-Marseille and do research in healthcare. Of course, boosting, nudging behavioral models are very used. I see you answer partly my question. In order to make it more translated to policy, How do you relate to which agency or which parliamentary process? Because some countries accept nudging in policy publics, other member states would not. Ministers of health, I know, are very reluctant because of manipulation, because of need to take objective data and not only subjective data, because if you're ill, there are very objective data, for instance. So how can you relate to the parliamentary process or the legal community, not only for EU level, but also with the member states?
Thanks. Yeah, right. Then we take the rest of the day for answering, I guess.
Yeah, and just a brief final question. So I'm just wondering, how would you deal with the problem of asymmetry in terms of access to technology in less privileged communities, both within developed countries and to less developed countries within the EU themselves?
Yeah, no, that's a crucial aspect as well. Okay, no one else? Just this? Okay. Okay. Okay, let's say that this becomes an input time, not question time, because we won't be able to answer.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, thank you very much. So my question is very much aligned with the question we already had in the social sciences, but I would deep dive a bit more. For me, it's a bit unclear why the feelings triggered by actions, they should be the thing which helps policymakers in making their decisions, because for me, it might be more, why not use a proper social science approach and develop an understanding of how people perceive the world via the tools you outlined. And I think we had it in one slide where you had like citizen participation and participatory observation, I guess, a more ethnographic approach, and you kind of dismissed it. It's only possible at the local level, but I'm not sure why that's the case. Why can't we bring people from across Europe, let's say, or from across the globe, a small amount of people together and observe them, or do missions abroad and then generalize the knowledge and scale it like that? Why do we need to have a platform for that? Why not use the approaches we already have from the social sciences? So that's a bit my question. And then at the same time, also on the point Calypso was bringing in about the empathy, I think maybe that's a bit unclear then for me. What's the goal of the platform? Is it to develop an understanding, or is it to change citizens' perception of the policy-making process? Like,
yeah.
What is it doing? Is it doing both? I mean, that would be amazing, of course.
Yeah.
I guess that's what you want to do.
Okay, thanks. I think there was one last question somewhere. Okay. Okay, let's say. Okay, you are the last after her. Okay, then, no, is there anyone else? Okay.
Hi, so I'm Ines, and I wanted to ask about the debate on whether the sentiments, feelings, and emotions provide an added value in policymaking. For me, I would say that it depends maybe on the policy area, because probably perhaps in economic governance numbers speak for themselves. Quite, kind of, but maybe in another policy areas they need to be, the sentiments need to be addressed. Like, I was reading the Trigger research, and one of the outcomes was that in EU-Africa relations, the credibility was really low ranked, and one of the arguments, if I remember correctly, was that the feeling from the African side was that Europe was treating them like really in a paternalistic way, so they prefer to deal with China, for example. And yeah, so I will maybe ask the people that voted no, EU policy is only founded on solid objective data. How will you solve this problem when there is a clear sentiment that is stopping policy making? Like, we don't have this post-COCTEAU agreement yet, I think, because of this sentiment that it's that exists in Africa. So how do you solve a sentiment without addressing it and ignoring it?
Yeah. Okay. Now that good point taken as well. Very last one. So you are called for the conclusions of the entire.
It's not even a question because we don't have time for that. Hi, I'm Francisco. So I'm just wondering, like two sides. The first one, when it comes to building COCTEAU and the whole trigger process, how were opinions taken, in the sense of, I see a lot of like echo chambers, filter bubbles, And also, even within the Young Thinkers, I think it's a great initiative. And of course, we need to have a common ground, but we're all like, master's level or like bachelor's level. And I guess the same thing happened within the COCTEAU development process. So it's just a comment. We don't have time for this, but when it comes to the building COCTEAU and also when it comes to implementing COCTEAU, I think it's very relevant to take into account, people from like not just masters and like high level in the sense of education. So I just think it's good to reflect on this.
We need participatory design in the participatory design tools, right? Clearly. Thanks. Okay, yeah, I think we are really out of time, actually far beyond out of time. So I can't respond to everyone. Let me just give a general answer and then we can talk in the coffee break that will last 7 minutes. Okay, so the tool. Yes, in other settings like workplace or other settings, there are plenty of tools like this being used for not only decision making, but ideas sharing, idea scaling, so-called problem. So a tool like this could, I think, be beneficial for instance, for improving quality of life in the workplace, for instance, why not? And so it's not necessarily only a policy-making tool at the political level. Regarding other questions, okay, randomly looking at the faces. Okay, what about the questions we had? Yes, they were definitely biased, and this points out the fact that digital platforms are limited, and this is one of the risks. One of the risks is that I can frame the problem in a way that you are forced to answer in a way or another, or you tend to answer in a way or another. The fact that the questions and the answers are not orthogonal was meant to cover multiple directions with the limited time we had, so that's part of the game. I also wanted to point out, though, that, there is a problem there, and there might be a problem in COCTEAU. We try to say to solve that as much as possible, but let's remember that other digital platforms do exactly the opposite. They do on purpose a design that is meant to be oriented to polarization and to bias. So any kind of bias could be introduced in these studies. There were other things. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
First of all, we've spoken, and there's a free neck massage available to anyone who's been watching the screen. Okay. Second, I don't want to answer the question, but many questions I think would be approached wisely if you look at the way in which we take decisions today, especially in policy making. For those of you that have studied economics, you know what cost-benefit analysis is, right? How we take decisions normally. We can reflect together in the coffee break because it's a rather long lesson, but first of all, I can tell you cost-benefit analysis normally doesn't take into account the collective, the social dimension. So the level of well-being or estimated well-being of a person only depends on what that person has or will have. Second, it doesn't take into account non-citizens. And third, it only takes into account the willingness to pay for future scenarios, however empirically observed or, empirically in any case observed, revealed preferences or stated preferences. This is enormously biased for a community and has no social dimension and social texturing in there. So this is the attempt that we make here to incorporate the social fabric and also going beyond citizenship and status. Willingness to pay, in most cases empirically, is ability to pay. And that is one of the things that we need to do in policy making to get away from something that has been preached for decades, which is please use cost-benefit analysis for evidence-based, rational policy making, okay? And that is one thing. I'll just say that quickly, and perhaps we can, for those of you that are interested, we continue over coffee.
Yeah, so all the discussion about the representatives of the sample, that's crucial. The purpose and the way we integrate that in the process of decision-making of the different policy-making agency is also crucial. And also, last point, very important, the problems are different. So the processes, the problems, and the audience could be different. It's really challenging to build a comprehensive thing that makes things not biased, not polarized. So definitely. Okay.
Marco, if I can can I just very, very quickly, I know you're all yearning for coffee break, but there were quite a few questions. First of all, Chrisa, on time. I think I was misunderstood, Chrisa, because I mean to say exactly what you mean to say. I think citizens are actually more prone to thinking long-term, but you're right that, I mean, that there's the impression out there that no, democracy means short-term, but that's not the case. But we need to ask under what conditions. This is what you're saying. The more they see that it's consequential, the more they will think long-term. But of course, the big caveat is what we need to think about is trade-offs, fairness. How do you do fair transition, not just at the local level, but at the global level? That's how citizens want to think long-term. The second thing is that there were lots of questions around representation, Wolfgang and others. And I think that we need to come back to this whole participatory democracy story is we're doing lots of work at EUI and many other places. But let's remember that individuals are going to be intermittent participants. Yes, they're not going to be long-term policymakers. They shouldn't become, politicians. They're citizens. But if you put everybody together in a sort of democratic panopticon, as I call it, you have permanent collective intelligence with intermittent individual taking part. And that representativeness means to be present, represent. I call this democratic mindfulness. And it's not just, and there, the point about civil society is very important. Individuals randomly chosen can be anybody. So as an assembly, they can be everybody. So that's really important. Random choice. There's a lot to say about the beauty of randomness, but there is also, somebody talked about, civil society. Yes, that's a huge agenda in Europe today. Castoriad in 68, I was still very young, but we talked about the institutionalization of civil society, the auto-institutionalized. Civil society needs to be itself and see itself as itself. Organized civil society is super important. Organized civil society does not even have a status in Europe today. And for the kind of questions we're talking about, it's super important. Finally, last point I want to make in response to the many questions were about the question of inclusion, starting with Dan on the role of citizenship. I mean, citizenship has always been a way of drawing boundary, of including, so we can do things together and be equal, supposedly, under a polity, but also excluding. And that's what we're revisiting today. We are actually creating much more, we are trying in our goal to try to much more inclusive ideas of citizenship. That's one of the challenge, I think, after Trigger. But yes, let's never forget the asymmetric aspect, the digital divide at the global level. And Ines was so right, and I just didn't want to abandon that question about Africa and paternalism, because it's a mindset. Everything we're talking about and all these beautiful technologies and all that, very good. But if you still have colonial DNA in your mind and in the way you behave as a European to the rest of the world, none of this stuff is going to lead you anywhere. So empathy starts in the empire of the mind. And that's the greatest challenge, I think, for us Europeans.
Okay, thank you, Calypso. Thank you, Roberto. We don't have time for your final words, but you can forward the other ideas later. Thank you, everyone, for joining. We have 10 minutes, really, really short coffee break. Let's come back here in 10 minutes, please, because we are so late that we are disrupting the agenda. Thank you for participation.
Thank you.
Aaron, can you, if you hear us, can you switch on the screen?
I hear you. Switch
Okay,
on the
great,
screen.
Aaron.
My camera, or take off the screen sharing. I am online.
You are online. Okay, now we see you. Yeah, on that
online.
screen.
I managed, made it.
Okay, so Aaron, is it going to be then you opening with the scenarios?
Yes.
I'll leave it to
So,
Gabby because you've been in touch with her.
Yeah. We have a plan. We have a plan.
So quick run through, general introduction, CVs, over to you for scenarios. Me doing the Berlin perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I see you? I see you over here. I don't know. You see my back, right? Hello.
I see your back. Now I see you. Yes, there you
It's
are.
a bit weird because I see you in the back of my head. So, where was I? I was Berlin. Futures then go to Lieve on the
Then
benefit
Nikos.
contributions, then Nikos.
Nikos, then Lieve. Yeah.
Well, first
Nikos
Nikos
first. Yeah.
Okay, because there's Felina, because the email said the other way around. If
Oh,
I'm not
my
wrong.
bad. Sorry. No,
Okay, so
do Nikos, then Lieve. Yeah.
Okay, so I have to debrief them again. And then after Lieve in the end, which makes sense, absolutely, to have her before Felina and then Felina on the Chancellery, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Problem?
And
Sorry.
Felina doesn't have any slides, so just ask her some questions, I think, from the Berlin Perspectives Project.
Yeah.
And then that ties through what Nikos and Lieve had said. I'm sure that there will be some rich topics there.
Okay.
But yeah.
We now, given that we are so terribly late, have an issue with
So
the
late.
speakers because Nico needs to be at a meeting at the commission at 2. So he doesn't have more than 3/4 of an hour, and Lieve needs to leave at 2 too.
Okay.
So that's a bit of the problem now.
So another option would be that I really quickly run through the trigger foresight, and then we hand to Nikos. And then we can pick up the Berlin perspectives.
At the end, before when
you and Felina can have like an exchange.
When pitching it to Felina, yeah. I think that would be better to go from you directly to Nikos, to Lieve, and then let us come back to the use case when towards the end of the panel when they potentially need to be gone already.
That sounds great. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Hello,
I like it.
Okay. Hi.
Hello, Felina.
Hi. But I also cannot stay much longer than one. I need to run to a train.
Oh, Dio. When is your exit?
1:15 or something is okay, but
let's
I don't know. This is going.
So at
this is going terribly. I mean.
Oh, Dio. Yeah. Okay. So.
It was planned until 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The previous panel ran over.
Yeah, I noticed. But I have not such an important role. I think it's much more important to have the people that are who are actually there discuss.
Yeah.
Okay. So are you okay, Felina, that we stay with?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know what we do? Aaron, Nikos, Lieve, Felina, and in the end, I will, if there's still time, I will talk about the practical implementation. So we go from the conceptual towards the specific.
Yeah.
So that I talk last, so that you can all check and get your trains and leave for meetings, and that I be the last on the use case and the connection to real world.
Okay, so you will not present the case?
Yeah, I was going to say, Gabby, maybe you should present the case, and then you and Felina can have a short exchange.
Yeah, but doesn't that
just
take
to know because.
Sorry, Felina.
Yeah, I wanted to refer to it, so it's good to know that it will be in the end.
Okay.
Okay, so how then after Lieve, shall I introduce the case? I'm a bit, I'm proposing the shift because of the awareness of time.
Yeah, it's also okay for me. I mean, I think.
Okay.
So how,
I think that really your input, as you are actually there, should be prioritized.
I agree. I agree.
So it's absolutely fine for me if I say nothing or just give a brief comment.
Okay, so it's Aaron, Nikos, Lieve, me shortly introducing the use case as a link to practice, and then handing over to you, Feline, for your input on the process and on general aspects of institutionalization at national level. Okay. Okay, good.
Okay.
Well, I hope that will not be a rush through panel.
So I have a question. Do they just see right now just the slides, not the video feed?
There are
on the
two
wall?
screens in the room.
Okay.
They directly face the coffee break slide, and on the left hand is the screen with your videos.
Okay.
So they will turn, if you see the room, they will turn towards the left to see your video.
Okay. I asked Clement to give the power to Nikos and Lieve. So I will present just my slides, and then they will have the clicker to run through their slides there in the room.
Okay.
So yeah.
See if I see that, and if it works. I do see something over here.
Does it work?
Do you see?
And our conversation is being currently broadcast on the loudspeakers in the room. Is that correct?
Say it again.
This conversation is being broadcast throughout the room. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We're
absolutely
as always. You know, we're transparent.
Nothing to hide here.
Will you? What did I wanted to ask you, Aaron? It's gone. Are the slides? Are both slides integrated, Nikos and Lieve?
Both of them sent last-minute updates. So Clement has their latest
Separate
version
files.
slides there on site. So they're not all integrated. I'm going to stop right before the Berlin Perspectives case. I'll stop, and I can reshare when we get to that point if you want.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that. Good. So just to know that we have to switch slides done here in the room, but I see Clement is having command over that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm warming up. Basically.
Yeah. I was all ready to go at 11:45. Now I'm already starting to relax.
We're ready.
We are ready.
The futures don't wait.
Oh, the futures happened in the past already, right? We started 15 minutes ago.
That's true. That's true. Maybe I should gather people. Se accomodi. Absolutely. Voila. No, over here, because we are only three people. And then there's Aaron and Feline online. Yeah? Great. So is your mic. So is everyone back, or shall we just start? Yeah. Because we actually just were joking about the futures already started in the past, and we're eating up our future, not to materialize it in that panel, but we're starting right away with something very interesting in Trigger that added to our not so standard toolbox of social science research that we conducted in Trigger. So we had the first part that we heard this morning on participatory elements and really creating tools for engagement, and big part of our analysis was also to bring foresight into our project. So not only to do a thorough data collection on what past trends and developments were, but to open our view on potential futures of the European Union, of global governance, in order to, let's say, stretch a bit the intellectual muscles on what potentially could happen, and not just as a trajectory or forecast of what happened in the past would be feasible or probable solutions and development. So, meaning that by doing so, we wanted to contribute a bit towards the increase of adaptability, of resilience of EU policymaking, in order to try to make the system fit to react and to make policies ahead of crisis, rather than just running after crisis and entering in a very reactionary policy mode. We're here to discuss today what we did with a very great panel of experts that actually over, I don't even want to mention it, 20 plus, let's say, years follow the assessment of science, technology options, technology and innovation options for EU policies and for EU research policies. They have actually made a wonderful path into foresight, both themselves, as well as the two colleagues on the screen. We have with us Lieve van Weunsel, who is the foresight advisor of the European Parliamentary Research Service. She is leading the strategy foresight and capabilities units, and was previously engaged in science and technology option assessment, linked to a unit that followed impact assessments and European value added. Lieve has a long career in innovation, technology policies, and is also an author of a very, very interesting book who deals with responsible policymaking and the role of foresight in it. Very welcome. And Lieve will tell us a bit about the role of foresight in policymaking to frame our discussion. Nikos Kastrinos from the European Commission, Directorate General Research and Innovation. He's team leader for foresight there. And also he a very long trajectory on dealing with technology and innovation issues. Before joining the European Commission, he worked also as a research fellow at the University of Manchester. So both experts and actually all of those in foresight, I think, are very close to the science policy interface. So having different feet in different arenas is very important to shape our understanding of potential futures and also the imagination spaces. We have online with us the two collaborators who worked very actively in designing the foresight, the trigger scenarios, Dr. Aaron Rosa, who has from the Fraunhofer Institute for Systems and Innovation Research in Karlsruhe. He works actually in foresight ever since he started working in academia. He studied at the University of Hawaii and did his PhD there, always focusing on alternative futures and foresight studies. Within his career and also while working at the Fraunhofer Institute, he was engaged in both public and private endeavors, workshops on foresight, so he has a very thorough insight and knowledge about foresight processes as well, working for both governments and private actors in this area. And Feline Warnke is with us, and she is head of the business unit Future Dialogues in the Competence Center Foresight of Fraunhofer EC. And also Feline combines the technology and science focus with foresight. She has studied mechanical engineering, and within Fraunhofer she followed different elements and trajectories of their own foresight development, and she also worked with the Institute for Prospective Studies of the JRC. So you see a very interesting panel of people that inherited and internalized rather foresight elements and the connection between science and policymaking within their careers. My name is Gabi Umbach. I'm part-time professor at the European University Institute, dealing with database and data-driven innovations in governance and policymaking. And within Trigger, I collected data on global governance, but also was part of the use case of the foresight scenario. The panel will unfold as follows. Aaron will start giving us an introduction into the Trigger foresight work. Then Nikos will follow, commenting and presenting his work on foresight within the Commission. After that, Lieve will tell us about the overall position of foresight in policymaking. I will present the use case, and Feline will round that up. We will do that a bit in a speed dating style because we have very little time as speakers need to leave at a certain point, round about 1:45 and 1:30, let's say. Over to you, Aaron, to present what we did in Trigger.
Okay, let's see if the coffee break, can everybody hear me okay? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I believe I'm not quite overly caffeinated, so I will run through this as fast as possible. My name is Aaron. I'm here to give an overview of the foresight processes that we enacted during the Trigger project. Briefly, we developed a global governance factor report, mainly through desk research. Then we used the factor report in the scenario development process, which ended in the creation of 4 scenarios through the year 2050. And then we went through the much more interesting task of using those scenarios to develop policy perspectives. As you've heard from both Andrea and Marco, elements of the foresight process have or are planned to be integrated into both COCTEAU and Perseus. That's the overview. Here we go. This is the process. This is a relatively standard, I would say, scenario development process. Over on the left, we start with research. So we identified 60 top-level factors that are affecting the possible future space of global governance. And within each of those factors, there were 2 to 5 sub-factors. We organized those according to the STEEP methodology. That's social, technological, economic, ecological, political, and additional kind of categorizations for where do these factors fit in, where are they most influential in terms of enacting change. We brought those factors into the first scenario development workshop in Fiesole back in 2019, wherein members of the Trigger partner community and some of the students from EUI's program helped us to prioritize these factors in terms of how they might affect change in the futures. We can't account for everything when we develop scenarios, but we want to have a strong foundation. After the prioritization, then we broke out into smaller work groups, and we said, well, what are really the ranges of possibility for each of these factors? Having those ranges of possibilities, we then began to build what we call scenario cores. So we used an interesting method here to kind of create what would become a factor trajectory, a group of factor trajectories, and the connections between them being gently outlined by the small work groups, in which we ended up with 6 scenario cores. Now, the organization for these cores, as you can see, was along a 2-axial kind of matrix. We had along one axis 3 spaces of defining the general sense of global governance in the year 2050. One would be greater fragmentation, and then continuation, more or less. So fragmentation being things have fallen apart, continuation being things have adapted but relatively stayed in the same modes that we understand today. And transformation being a system of global governance that looks very different and maybe incomprehensible to what we currently experience. On the other axis there, we have a world in which there's a very strong EU influence across these scenario spaces, and one in which there's a much weaker EU influence. After that, those cores were developed, we went through a process of drafting scenarios, running through those scenarios with our partners at EC-NOFA through a number of digital workshop series, right between the scenario cores and as the drafting was happening. That is when COVID happened, so we had to shift. We went through online digital workshops, and we ended up with a series of 3 of them with 50 plus international participants across those. And then we finalized the scenarios. That's the general process. One interesting thing about this process is, and at least in my opinion, this process of scenario development is key to experiencing foresight, to learning by doing, right, to developing a sense of futures literacy. And so I've heard from a number of people in the audience today about this kind of disparity. Where is collective intelligence developed, and how do we get this kind of participatory perspective building? To be honest, write your own scenarios. That would be one of the first primary lessons, but I'll go on. So these scenarios are not situations. These scenarios are possible worlds, but they are worlds that could be, but don't have to be. And the reason that we paint scenarios in this kind of broader frame is to underscore a couple of things. One, the scenarios that a foresight process generates are not predictive. They should not describe or attempt to describe something that will become. They are always explorations of what might become. How might that thing or that system, that complex kind of environment evolve? What happens to create it? And what does it imply? After, as the scenarios were developed, we ended up, due to COVID, saying, okay, the continuation scenarios are no longer as valid or interesting. So we were just developed 4 scenarios, and what we ended up with were these 4. On the left side, where we have a more fragmented global governance system, we have this strong EU influence as diplomacy, and weak EU influence as worldwide gaps, which I heard one of the participants there mention earlier. Quick characterization of these: diplomacy has a militarized EU. There are major global blocs that are very protective and develop internally, support and keep trade and other exchanges with the other blocs as limited as possible. Worldwide gaps, as was mentioned, paints a picture of a very, very privatized and privately organized governance system, in which individuals have relatively less freedom. But bright spot in that is that culture has emerged as a new social, or not a new, but as reemerged in terms of a social organizing principle. And there are like these cultural enclaves around the world, and that's a major balance to the private or corporatization, is cultural organizations that weigh the balance of what's happening in that world. On the other side, more transformational, with a stronger EU, the EU-topia scenario actually brings in the strongest elements from the continuation. There's a new, reinvigorated, redesigned, and re-incentivized United Nations structure that has much more global power and influence in terms of decision-making and enforcing those decisions. And the EU is key as a rallying point there to bring together enough voting power there to push forward a very green agenda, very eco-conscious, and trying its best to address climate change. The final scenario is transformational, but with a weaker EU influence. And actually, it's not just the EU influence. In Gaia terrestrial systems, what you have painted is a picture of a world where the nation state has really stopped becoming a unit of effective governance. And its social, its services, products, and networks of the agencies, corporations, industrial sectors, networks of those, half governed by AI and half governed influenced by citizen interactions within each of those systems. Very complicated, maybe hopefully a little bit on the ridiculous side, and I'll get to that why in a moment. How do we use these? I'll go into a little bit of that, but the reason for these scenarios is not to say what will be, it's to say, let's sit down, consider what might be so that we can understand better what we would like to see happen, the development of a preferred kind of vision, but then also to prepare our policies to be robust with regard to any of these possibilities. These scenarios really are conversational starters. They are not the end all be all, right? They are meant to provoke conversation, to begin dialogue, to have that kind of intelligence building and sharing that helps people, again, better familiarize themselves with the scope of the futures and how to put them to use. Jim Dator, who is one of the kind of, let's say, godfathers of future studies and foresight, was on our advisory board and reminded us of this with respect to these scenarios, that the futures are useless if they must seem instantly plausible to the most short-sighted stakeholder at the table. And while we did our best to create scenarios that fall outside of that, that was a continuous kind of gravity on these scenarios. It's people asking, how will these be useful today? And the answer to that is by putting them through a process, right? Putting them to use, not as dictators of policy, but as conversational starters in which dialogue around policy can become more future-oriented. Images of the future are at the very core of societies, at least according to Fred Pollack. And he had this to say about anticipatory culture and therefore anticipatory systems, which is what we are, in effect, I think, trying to develop when we integrate foresight into policy making. Last thing, and then I'm done. How do we use these scenarios? Well, one way is to run them through a series of future studies methodologies, identifying, we can use them as a way to help identify and bring out any latent biases that may be at work in an organization, in a culture, in a group of individuals that are reading through these scenarios and discussing them. And then there's also a more rigorous method, causal layered analysis. Both of those are in one of our final deliverables. There's a chapter on how can you use these within these two frameworks. As I mentioned, futures, scenarios like this should be used towards the building of a preferred future, or sometimes called a vision. And that helps people as an anchor in the long-term time horizon to say, what are we aiming for? What are we trying to achieve? How can we get there? What are our hopes? What are our fears? And then strategic backcasting, which is saying, if that's where we are, how will we get there from there? And trying to, in a very more procedural way, outline what's the path forward. Okay, I'm going to stop there because this is another part for another time. I hope I didn't take too long. I did, but yes, I apologize.
Thank you very much, Aaron. You didn't. For my taste, it was the absolute minimum to discuss the scenarios. Thank you very much. Nikos, Aaron mentioned the idea that it's not about possible futures, right? It's not even in the beginning designing scenarios about preferable futures, but it's about probable ideas. So what it does, it opens our reflection and the time horizon of our reflection into the future. And by doing so, detaches our time in reflection from time in politics. We've now seen with the Commission shift towards foresight, a certain championing from the new Commission of Foresight Institutions. And if we look back and tap into your experience, you were the lead author of the Bohemia report already in 2018, where foresight units were a bit into the infancy. What is the position? How do you use foresight in your Commission work? And what is the position of foresight that you think is important for developing an idea of research and innovation in the future?
Okay. The next question is about this thing. Does this? Yes. No. The other way around. And then if I push it again, nothing happens. It's behind me. Okay, I'll leave this with Lee. Okay, that was a bit of an introduction. It feels really strange, does this? I haven't done this for years. So it's really nice, and there is a strange feeling. Now, before every meeting like this one, I have a dilemma. Do I go there and tell them what the Commission does, the structures and the processes and SEFs of it and so on, or do I tell them something that I think that is of interest to me? And on this occasion, I opted for the second one, and you will not hear things about the structures and so on. Yeah. In the olden days, I also told people that I work in the Commission, and this means that I speak Eurospeak. And I fall into it naturally, and if you see me do it, stop me and ask me. Press the reset. Nowadays, I find that people out there speak Eurospeak much better than I do. And so I find that I often focus on the words, the individual words, and what they mean, and so on. And foresight is an interesting word for that. And now let me move to the next slide. And you see, I'm not the only one.
I used it before, so
yeah, excellent. Yes. Now,
the button without anything on it is the button.
Yeah, okay. Now that I know I can do it myself, leave a thing. Now, there was a time when people believed that goldfish had a memory of 2 seconds. It was a joke in people of my age when we were younger. There are countless definitions of foresight, some very long, some very short ones. The best one I have found is in animal psychology. In animal psychology, there is a debate on whether animals have foresight, and they define foresight as the ability to have mental time travel, to think, how was I thinking about the future 20 years ago? How will I be thinking about the present in 30 years from now doing this? And this apparently is an innate ability in many species. The belief in animal psychology was that animals don't have foresight. And that was the axiom until they started finding evidence that animals actually have foresight. And some of you may have dogs like me. They know.
Your dog for sure.
Yeah. So they have this ability to think through time. And what happens when you think through time in policy is that the frame changes. And I thought I'll give you a couple of examples of what it means to change the frame. Okay, what it means to change the frame. One is from the field of research and innovation policy. There is a document in the history of research and innovation policy called the Colonna Report. It happens to be Communication 100 of 1970, which is why I remember it. The Colonna Report is the first document that says that the technological gap between Europe and the US in data processing and aeronautics is a problem for Europe. And the Colonna Report is foundational in the history of EU research policy. And you can see where I'm going. We've had now 50 years of successful research policies evaluated one after another. And 53 years down the line, after so much success, we haven't caught up with the Americans, and we're losing the Chinese. Changing the frame makes you think about your policy differently. Another interesting one is this notion of the 7th Environmental Action Plan, that we will be living in 2050, we will all be living happily within the limits of the planet. We'll be living well within the limits of the planet, which is a great vision. But what about 2049? Will we be living well outside the limits of the planet and we'll go zoop and jump in? Or will we be living badly within the limits of the planet? And why do we have to be outside the limits of the planet or living badly in 2049? What about now? Yeah. So the frame changes. And there is a wonderful book that I think I took the reference for the benefit of the slide. There's a guy called Thierry Gaudin, is a Belgian, a French futurist. In his 80s now, who was writing about the need to treat the planet as a garden and the need for planetary gardening and why this is the attitude. It's not about 2050, it's about now, and it's about how we feel about the planet, wanting to bring the sentiment analysis in. Now, how foresight is, how do I think about how foresight relates to policy? There is a wonderful paper by a guy called Andy Sterling, whose contributions I really value, who talks about 3 different models of governance. He says if you start seeing policy making as problem solving, you have basically 3 different approaches. One is the non-reflective one, which is that a policymaker identifies a problem and legislates. Typically, the policymaker misunderstands the problem. The legislating causes what they call secondary effects and all sorts of problems. Then he says, let's imagine a policymaker who's really, really genuine about understanding exactly what the problem is. And they do studies, they organize expert groups, consultations, and so on, and they figure it out and act. And this is a reflective policymaker. And this is what the Commission ideally would like to be, with all the studies and the better regulation and so on. Now, the only problem in that is that it thinks that the policymaker is outside the system. Yeah? And by thinking that you are outside the system, you take positions that are odd, so to speak. Then the third class of a policymaker is a policymaker who understands that the fact that he or she understands a problem changes the nature of the problem. And if you understand that, then you are in a process of co-creating problems and solutions as they emerge, and this is what he calls reflexive governance. Now, how does this frame the use of foresight? If I manage to shift the slide by pressing the button. Yes. There it is, yes. Now, I wish I could read my slide now, but the non-reflexive policymaker basically says that, well, okay, we do foresight. Foresight is something you have to do as part of the better regulation thing. So we do a foresight study, we tick the box, and we continue as we were before. This doesn't happen in the European Commission. In the European Commission, we think about alternative futures systematically. We are in the reflective mode, and we have a process that ensures that we systematically think about alternative futures. In the reflexive mode, it is about deliberative democracy, and it is about engagement, and it is about understanding that you are part of the problem and the solution, and so on. And this is what I hope to do with, I have been hoping to do for about a decade now in European research policy, and I'm not managing to get very far. Is the honest, because there are lots of technical problems, and there are lots of problems of fit of procedures and what have you. But in our approach, where I work, we take 2 things as being very important. One is to try and have foresight being a conversation that leaves the politics outside the door. And this means that we run things early, and we basically do not guarantee that anybody who takes part in the foresight process will have influence in the policy process that comes after. So we try to enroll the actors, but force them to play the game somewhat differently. And I understand that this is in principle impossible, but it is actually worth trying, and it pays some dividends, because one thing that it does is that many of the policy makers who want to be effective and strong do not take part because they see it as a waste of time. And then you have another class of actors who think that it is worthwhile to have conversations about the future and come. And these people get gradually more and more important in the policy making, but it is very gradual and it's not seen. We've been trying to do it like the Finnish Parliament's Committee of the Future, and we can talk about how they work afterwards. The other thing that we try to do is we try to engage, and here I think we're completely in line with the trigger. We have set up, we had a project on stories from 2050 where we got people to write stories. We did workshop, random people, random stories, random authors, a wonderful little booklet at the end of it. Very good experience, again, a very biased sample. There are some kind of people who go for this, and that's not your average Nikos in the street. And now we set up a broader platform called futuresforeurope.org, which we set up as a social media platform. And again, we're doing various experiments in engaging people. We say that we're doing this in order to inform the second strategic plan of Horizon Europe in the European Commission. In truth, we are doing it for broader purposes because there is a broader and more important purpose than the narrow focus on the strategic plan. And again, we are having all sorts of challenges in engaging people, and I'd be happy to discuss them with you. That's me.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nikos. I think what is very interesting and what we will discuss about is the element of foresight as a deliberation that happens before policy making. So in a way not institutionalized and in a way designed to be coupled to policy making, but to be in the pre-active sphere still of policy making, which is very interesting. And we will come back to that when we discuss our use case, actually. Lieve, as foresight advisor for EPRS, for the European Parliament's Research Service, you are engaged in both, I assume, training on the ground, so how to bring people into knowledgeable spheres of what foresight is, what can it help, and the reflection on where best to use it and how best to use it. And I think we're very interested in your view on foresight in EU policy making and also on your experience institutionally with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabi. Yes, I will, the same disclaimer as Nick is, I speak on personal behalf and any opinion I express is not per se the one of the Parliament, although there are, of course, some parallels. So as said, I'm a foresight advisor with a long experience in foresight project, but at this moment, the last year and a half, I do a lot of trainings within the Parliament to boost foresight literacy. And this is for members of the Parliament as well as for colleagues. And also a bit coaching of foresight projects when they want to write a foresight paper and so on. It's a bit a problem to speak when you do not see what you say. So, I will stand up, yes. Yeah, and of course my congratulations for the reason of this event and for organizing this. So, let's go. So what I will go over really very brief is what is and what isn't foresight, even though it already has been touched upon earlier in this event. That foresight also helps to prepare policy making beyond the evidence, because we are used to speak about evidence-based policy, but we can go beyond the evidence. Then a crash course in the foundations of foresight thinking, and I hope that all the young people here will systematically use these 4 elements, which I will explain there. I will give one example to show that scenarios are a very powerful foresight tool, and I will then summarize everything I told in some principles for responsible policy advice, of course, foresight-based. So what isn't foresight? This you already know. It's not about predicting the future. It's not about predicting what will happen. So what this is, it's an approach of a process, a way of critical thinking about the future. And basically the purpose is to minimize surprise by exploring what could happen, but also to prepare for possible developments. And it's basically a tool, especially strategic foresight, is a tool for anticipatory governance. I spoke about balancing evidence and societal context. We already had a lot here. This is the first time I'm in an event where they speak about sentiment analysis and so on. But basically, I try to visualize it in this way. So you have evidence in one bucket and the societal context in another. And if you only take the evidence, so the traditional evidence-based policy, then you have a technocracy. So to say it with a boutade, this means that the day after the elections of the European Parliament, you can send all the members home, you put a joint research center in place, and they will take all the decisions because they know all the evidence, they know what's the best for policy. On the other hand, if you only take the societal context, I once asked in a class how you would call this, because the other one is a technocracy, and several said, that's populism. It doesn't work either because it's not evidence, it's not using evidence at all. So the evidence part is everything we know. In the societal context, or what we discussed before, is, by the way, I see a lot of people taking photos and so on, but my slides can be shared, of course. In the evidence, we have everything which is known from the past and today. What I will explain in the next minutes is also that the societal context gives us a lot of information about concerns for the future. And someone gave this interesting comment about, let us use the good old social science method. Basically, of course, this can also happen, but this is more fun, I think. So, foundations of foresight thinking, which I will explain, is, and these are really very important, that you really think about all the aspects. First of all, when you get a topic for which policy is needed, and basically policy is, the main task of policy is prepare society for the future. So if someone comes up with a topic, you really have to see the bigger picture, what's involved. For instance, if we speak about electrification of the car park, it's not only about the cars, it's about mobility, it's about the climate, it's about the environment, it's about the batteries, about energy supply, and so on. About do we need a car? There are a lot, it's about urban planning. You can really paint a big picture about this. Taking a 360-degree view, therewith I mean that you look into the topic from different angles, and then we use STEEPed, which already is mentioned, but I come into more detail. It's about challenging biases, which already has been discussed here, and about exploring possible impacts of everything you propose. So, the first one, it's of course policy advice beyond the evidence, as I said before. So foreseeing the bigger picture, it means to have a holistic view on what you are investigating. It's about a systemic analysis, and it's easy to do by simply asking with a few people together. You can do this alone, but this is usually not very explorative, so just ask some colleagues or some friends, and you simply discuss about the topic, for instance, electrification of the car park. Who is involved, what it is about, where it will happen, when it's important, why and how. And these are 6 open questions. If you forget them, just use the mnemonics 5 whiskeys and a hangover. I never went that far with whiskeys. But there are simply 6 open questions, and open questions do not bias you in what is allowed to say and what not, because everything is okay. So then you get really a story of what you are really investigating, what's the framing, and so on. And then you do a stakeholders analysis, because we already spoke a lot about participatory approaches. With a stakeholders analysis, you can, using the same approach, you can really see who is involved, who is concerned, and so on. And these are really, this is the listing of the people you have to involve in your participatory approach. And of course also including those who are affected. Yes, STEEPed, you now all STEEP, because I've seen you use the same structure, so societal, technological, economic, environmental, political. We added in STOA almost 10 years ago, also ethical and demographic. Demographic, it's also because, I mean, here I see a lot of young people. In some occasions you see a lot of older people, especially when you take very prominent think tankers. Often they are retired professors and so on. So we have to have the balance. But CEPS, we developed, and yeah, we use this really on a wheel. You already had this sentiments wheel with the colors, but when we have brainstormings, we use a wheel which we put on the tables where we have like 5, 6 people around the table, and you systematically go through it. I can give an example which you see on the bottom. For the environmental, for instance, if it's about the product development, it's about the product safety, but also about production safety. It's about recyclability, it's about water and energy efficiency, natural resource use, environmental impact. So this is just a checklist to help people to think wider than automatically, because everyone might have another connotation, another association with the word environmental or ecological, as Aaron mentioned it. That's for the steps. As we have to go quickly. The third tool, so the first one was seeing the bigger picture, meaning taking a step back, the 5 whiskies and the hangover. And the second one was looking through different perspectives, through different lenses to the issue. And the third one is challenge your biases. And the issue is basically, it's very difficult to be unbiased. So in different roles, like mentioned here on the slide, as a policymaker, can you be unbiased? As a policy advisor, as an academic, a scientist, researcher, citizens, it's very difficult to be unbiased. But it's also about, it's not about avoiding biases, it's also living with biases. There are biases which are fully acceptable. For instance, you belong to a political group as a politician. This is a perfectly eligible bias. So it's not so that biases have to be avoided. However, they have to be, you have to avoid them. If you work as a policy analyst, you have to be aware of them. You have to be aware that maybe you are biased due to your background. When I spent a year with Calypso in Oxford, I was doing research on biases, and I wrote a book which was mentioned by Gabi before. And there is a chapter on bias, which I can share with you. And basically, there are hundreds of biases. And there were already a lot of biases mentioned, like availability bias, a bias by research questions, by the framing of a policy issue, and so on. So there also we developed a similar wheel, for which I have the other side of the plastic sheet. Just to go through it. So research bias, it was already mentioned, but also the way you ask questions in a survey, for instance, already bias you. Also, when you ask closed questions, you already bias, because with open questions, everything is open, but if with closed questions, you might influence the outcomes. You have the cultural biases. Yes, you have the stereotypes, like the blonde bias and so on, but also you have a lot of ways to get into a tunnel vision, and it's important to be aware if you focus very hard on a certain element. Interest biased, this can be, for instance, from lobbyists. Lobbyists can have a very important role for informing policymakers, but of course they will also be biased, and if policymakers are aware of the fact that lobbyists give a biased perspective and they are aware of it, then basically there is no problem because they are smart enough to see it. Availability bias, we had already, it was already mentioned, but for instance, a knowledge bias, if you really don't understand, when you communicate, you have to be aware when there is something really very technical for which you expect a background, that the way you communicate is already influences how people perceive it. And then for me, I think a very important bias is association bias, where natural is associated with good, for instance, and artificial with bad. This can count for vaccines, this can count for gene editing, and so on. anyway, a full chapter, I will share it. You can read it. So how bias works, we have our beliefs, our own environment. And then you have facts and evidence. And what we tend to believe is really the facts and evidence which fit to what we like. And what happens is then of course, as consequence is that there is a lot of evidence that we tend to ignore. It should not always be in the size on this slide, but anyway, it's just to show. And this is how a lot of biases work in everything we do in policy analysis. By the way, if you, in your private life, of course, you don't have to worry about biases, but in your work, you have to be aware to have a good quality. And then the fourth, so I had the step back, 5 whiskies and a hangover, you remember. The second one, looking through steeped lenses. The third one, challenge your biases, at least be aware of your own biases as analysts. Because I didn't tell, so when I started research on bias, I thought I have to find a way to unbias policymakers because they read the things like they wish to read them. But the first thing I discovered is that we as policy analysts, we are very biased. We can take up a question for research or for policy advice already with a solution in our head without having seen the full ecosystem and so on. But the fourth one is to think before you publish about possible impacts. And this is the Futures Wheel, which was developed by Jerome Glenn in the, he's the CEO of the Millennium Project, but he already used this in the 70s and published it in the 90s. And for instance, let me take a topic, one of my favorite topics is what if we do not need cows for our meat? What do you think that could be the consequences? So it's to really see what are primary impacts, what are secondary impacts. So this case of the cows was a paper we wrote about artificial meat, about cultured meat. What do you think happens when you don't have cows, when you don't need cows for meat? Just raise your, yes. Yes, and that's indeed a very positive thing for the climate. What else can happen? So all agriculture indeed have to be reorganized. You have a lot of land. Farmers have to reschool. But what else will happen? If you do not have cows, you do not have milk, you do not have leather. So there are a lot of consequences. If you do not have milk, you might have to look for, as a consequence, for alternatives for milk, other alternatives for leather, and so on. But what Jerome Glenn said, and they use it, it's used a lot. You have to visualize it. You have really to write down the impacts because you will immediately have forgotten the ones which you do not find important. But when you come back on it, in your analysis of the possible impacts, this is a very useful tool. So this was the crash course on foresight thinking. And then the example I promised about scenarios. So scenarios are not the goal, and it was already explained by Aaron. Scenarios are, no, this is not what Aaron explained, but anyway. Scenarios are a tool for making better decisions. So they are not a goal, they are just a tool, a thinking tool, an instrument to help you to think about what if certain things happen. And I am personally very fond of what if scenarios. So for instance, the what if we do not need cows for our meat already helps a lot in seeing all the advantages, disadvantages, but also the impacts on other policies of this artificial meat, which could be a climate action. So scenarios are very useful in case of complex, complicated situations and in cases of uncertainties. And building stones to build scenarios can be also the challenges, the concerns which are raised by people in a participatory approach in brainstorming conversations about their hopes and fears. So if we call the sentiments hopes and fears, what we do in these brainstormings, in these foresight brainstormings, is to just not to argue like you maybe have polarization in social media because you make a statement of things are good or bad, or this is right and this is wrong. In foresight conversation, the key issue is that you really discuss about what you feel and you explain to the others what you feel until they understand it. It's not a question of argumentation, it's a question of understanding. And this input is exactly the societal context. This helps to add another type of information to the evidence you have from the research about the past and the present, because concerns are about the future. So what people feel about the future is very important, and these elements can lead to a list of challenges. You add them to the evidence and you make scenarios. An example here is, voilà, this is the definition of Aaron. Yes, I made these this morning at 5 o'clock, so I forgot a bit what I selected on my slides. So scenarios, anyway, are hypothetical. It's always a problem if you publish scenarios, because some readers may think that this is really what you aim, especially in European Parliament. I always try to avoid that scenarios get their own life, because this would not be fun for our careers. So they are a tool to explore possibilities. They help to open the mind. So if you really think in the questions of what if, just because they are questions, they are not statements. So you do not feel, I mean, people who are confronted with these scenarios, they can be rather invited than feeling this as a frightening thing. So it is to be creative in the thinking, but of course they must be quite realistic, relatable. Scenarios, of course, could be gradual or disruptive. So there are things which are ongoing and we think that in the future they will go the same way, but there can also be disruptive scenarios like the pandemic, which changed all our life. Scenarios can be desirable or undesirable, but this can be different. So there can be one person who likes a scenario, for instance, becoming vegetarian. For a green politician, for instance, this could be really the desirable scenario, what he wants, or what he or she wants, or what is their vision to reach. While for someone who is representative beef industry of a certain region, this vegetarianism is not a goal, but they still can try to meet their own goal, like taking care of the worries of the beef industry by meeting a lot of factors, for instance, for climate change, shortening the cooling chain, changing the grass, letting the cattle graze on a place where you cannot have other products, breed them in a way that you don't have to give them additional feed and so on. So there are ways of meeting desirable and undesirable scenarios basically with the same measures. And then, of course, there are unavoidable scenarios and avoidable scenarios. Likely or unlikely ones, but the unlikely ones are also interesting to think about as long as you can imagine them. An example of the success of scenarios, and I think this is about the last thing, is Shell. This is a very interesting example. So end of the 60s, Shell was pioneering with, the name was Pierre Wack, with scenarios. And he had an interdisciplinary team working for the top direction with economists, engineers, and he himself was a social scientist. And also some natural scientists were involved. And what they did the first year was they made up a plan with questions that they wanted to be prepared for. And one of the 6 or 7 questions they came up with for the strategic planning for the next year was that all the directions in the world, so North America, South America, Asia, Africa, and Europe, had to be prepared with an answer on how to react if such a thing would happen, fully hypothetical. Like, what if the world faced an oil crisis? So this was answered in 1971-72, they came up with hypothetical plans for a hypothetical event. But what happened in October 73 was the OPEC countries closed the tap. And at that moment, Shell was like the 15th or the 16th in the ranking of the oil companies. What happened? They jumped to the second because they already had lived this scenario. They had imagined this, they had envisioned it, and they were mentally prepared for it. And also practical, because they had a full plan with steps and so on. So just to illustrate that scenarios can be very powerful. Another example, who of you have seen the movie Contagious? Yes, those will know that this is really, this was like a really scenario 10 years before COVID happened, that everything we dealt with was tackled in this video, even the discussion about prioritization of who will get the vaccines first. So they decided everyone will get a vaccine on their birthday, and closed was the question. So all the issues were really elaborated, and this is question of imagination. So if you think about a science fiction scenario, you already can develop a lot of preparation, which is very useful for policymaking. So the summary is that responsible policy advice, it's a bit like, you can compare it like with responsible research and innovation. Responsible policy advice based upon foresight means that it should be holistic or systemic. You need to take this 360-degree view like you already did with Steeped in this project, challenging biases, considering impacts systematically. You have to work inclusive, so with as many representative stakeholders as you can find, interdisciplinary, because people with different disciplines. How many natural scientists are here? Are there any? A bit. Lawyers. These are already more. Economists.
Engineers.
So when you have different disciplines, you think in a different way. I don't know if our brain is shaped by the studies or if we choose a study by the way our brains work. But if you put people with different background, different disciplines together, you have different way of thinking and you become really more creative. And then participatory, and this is really important, that you put a group of, which is really to be chosen very wisely, of stakeholders together, which are representative following your stakeholders analysis using Steeped. You put these together and you let them have a conversation which is open, which is active listening, and not with closed questions and so on. This is the most ideal way of doing foresight. So it is about policy analysis beyond the evidence. It's very useful for complicated and controversial issues. It helps balancing evidence with societal context, and in the end, the goal is that it enhances preparedness and it supports anticipatory governance. All what I said is summarized in a manual which we produced in the European Parliament, but which is available on the website of the Parliament and which we promote to be used, for instance, in the European agencies, Commission and Parliament. But this is something which is basically a basic course, which is a practical summary of everything I wrote in my book. So this in a nutshell, you can download this. I can also share the PDF of the bias chapter of the book, and then I am always interested in getting feedback on the use of these schemes. So I will close here.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Lieve, thank you very much. Thank you very much also for linking actually to the previous panel to make us understand why this is a wonderful way of getting to the emotional level. Because as a pre-active and proactive element, we obviously can integrate by that the sentiment level and the emotional level at the level of co-creation, for which it's very important. Please, all of you, keep your questions in mind. We have to rush through because we have someone leaving in quite a while. What I now wanted to do, and Felina will reply to that by giving us her experience, I actually wanted to give you a quick run through a use case we did with the scenarios. So what we did was basically now asking someone to change the slides back to Aaron's slide deck. What we did was we took the scenarios, created a group that was called Berlin Futures at the Institute of European Politics in Berlin. It is one of the oldest institutes on EU politics in Berlin, in Germany. And they agreed to collaborate with us in using the scenarios we created in Trigger and to engage at a very high level, political level at Berlin, in the Berlin arena. We translated the scenarios into German, did small summaries of that and distributed it to the group we had. The group was co-chaired, and that was a very important element for engagement at ministerial level by the head of the EU department at the MFA, the German, Mr. Peschke, Ambassador Peschke. And we could gather 30 plus participants. We started off with 35, but had a bit of dropouts towards the last workshop, senior level. Most of them in the policy planning units, some of them already in foresight units, but very few. Plus we also obviously engaged academia and civil society representatives because we wanted to really have a co-creation exercise going on. We structured that in 3 online workshops. The first one, actually most of the participants were not in contact with foresight methods before. We did a bit of muscle stretching in the first one. We presented the scenarios in a scenario slam and did the things from the future exercise that is a tool of future studies to bring people in the imaginary world of the future. So what would a remote control look like in the future? What would a newspaper look like in the future? And that was used as an introduction into thinking of indicators, of current indicators that already indicate into one of the potential scenarios. So what do we see now that could give us an idea of this scenario developing? The second workshop focused then on policies that were most discussed during workshop 1, and these were foreign policy, climate, energy, research, development, and health. And we discussed actually the policies, their relevance for each scenario. So what position would research and development have in Gaia, in diplomacy, to get people into the understanding of how different worlds politically prioritize, and how they could, as a political actor, as a policymaker, enter these different decision-making rooms ex ante before crisis happens, to be able to think in different scenarios and different trajectories for the future. What came out of workshop 2, and here we were a bit flexible, that we had 3 different topics coming up, with which actually German policymakers seemed to be preoccupied in each of the scenarios. And that was multilateralism, democracy, rule of law, and One Health. So how can we become more sustainable? How can we become broader in our vision of health issues? Going a bit into the direction to bringing human security questions in, so health as a security aspect. And therefore, in workshop 3, we broadened it a bit and used these 3 different areas to discuss visions for the future of each of the policy area, so of each of these aspects. We used it to make policymakers reflect on what is the position of Europe in multilateralism in the future, what will we want to be, what will we be able to contribute. And underneath that, we asked them to design a German strategy. So we basically opened up the reflection, the co-creation towards a German strategy for EU policy of multilateralism in 2015. That was a huge, actually, now reflecting on it, we actually put quite a lot on their plate, not having used foresight before. But the feedback that we had was actually super positive, especially because it was a room, it was a trust room that we created. We set Chatham House rules. No one will know who participated. No one will know what was said. And people really engaged, also in discussions that potentially, had it been public, would have cost their position, right? From the foreign ministry engaging in a particular discourse that was quite new to their reflection. And the feedback was really positive and was really such that said we need that more institutionalized. We need more knowledge, as Lieve said, we need more knowledge about the methods, the theories, and we need these spaces. Detached, Nikos, as you said, detached from policy making, a bit of a garden to go into and to breathe future thinking. And that brought us actually, a co-author of mine and myself, to some takeaways for the institutionalization. And that's what I would be very interested to hear your idea about, because institutionalizing foresight in a way kills it already. And that's a real question, how to integrate that into policy making in a way that it's still the space of freedom to think that we wanted to have. So basically what we think is, and this is formulated for Germany, but is valid because the development is going on across member states for all member states of the EU, I guess, that we should at national level install, following the European Foresight Network, Strategic Foresight Network, should install similar institutions, yeah? And they should be installed in a way that it's really at high decision-making level, so that it can trigger down, that the logic of the benefit of foresight can trigger down into the units. Federal systems, obviously, it's good that local levels, regional levels follow to embrace this spirit. And one point that, due to time reasons, I want to underline is that from our point of view, we should engage in a broader perspective on security. So rather than establishing, and that was the discussion in Germany at the time, a National Security Council, we said, hey, we should go for resilience councils. We should really focus on a broader perspective on security, human well-being, and not just the established warfare or security, military security perspective. And this requires basically an all-of-society approach, because you need to integrate actors of different backgrounds to understand what is well-being today, what is our resilience and risk-proneness levels, and how can we increase policy learning, systemic policy learning ahead of crisis. We have been hit by many crises over the past 5, 6, 7 years. They all contributed to the learning level we now see with Ukraine and COVID, but nevertheless, these learning curves ahead of crisis should be inspired. It also would give this wonderful position of the Minister for the Future that was created by the Commission Strategic Foresight Network, and that, from my perspective, have been a bit invisible in, at least I had to check who's that in Germany, in the national systems, a more important coordination role in the government. So, and obviously, because we're in academia and we need to think about ourselves, a research program on how to best integrate that anticipatory policy making into current politics is really something that is important. I want to bring this, Felina, are you still there, or did you catch? No, you are still there. I want to bring in Felina, who actually, before we started the exercise, was delegated from Fraunhofer to the Chancellery and had the opportunity to work together with colleagues in the German Chancellery on setting up a foresight unit and on establishing a foresight idea and culture in the Chancellery. And she was also our expert accompanying the presentation of the trigger scenarios in our Berlin Futures group. Felina, what's your take on what we did and how this connects to what you did in the Chancellery.
Gabi, as much as I would like to answer, I think there's so little time left, and it's maybe more important to open up for questions.
I press you on one short
I feel
comment.
a bit bad.
No, you
Okay.
don't. I press
I
you
have only
on a
one
short
point.
comment, and then we open up for
Anyway,
question.
okay. I have only one main comment, actually, and it touches upon much of what has been said already. But I think if we would like to make policy making or decision making in general more anticipatory, to recognize all these considerations, we really also have to understand better these organizations and how they are working. Through our work for the Chancellery, we had the opportunity to talk to really many policymakers and asking them what are the barriers? Why are you not taking anticipatory intelligence into account? Nikos talked about his little success. And if you look at the realities of these organizations, you understand why it's not taking place. So one thing they say, for example, is there's very little space to reflect, and even less space to reflect about the important things, because it's always the urgent things on top. There's little time for the important things. And especially it's little time to reflect upon the important things together with other people, because the important things don't fit into our boxes. So if we want to infuse this kind of thinking into policy making, we have to create such spaces for thinking about the important things together. And I think, Gabi, your initiative was a very good starting point for creating such spaces. But also, if you look at organizational science, they're telling us a lot about why this is so difficult. We're always saying this: you should transgress silos and work across silos. But there is a reason why organizations are working in silos, and it's only in very special occasions that they can really manage to do something different. And we have to find these things and try to infuse these spaces. And my second point is also very close to Nikos and Lisa's intervention, is that it's really very much about the culture of today. It's not about the big strategies and stuff, but it's about a reflexive culture, a culture of questioning one's assumptions, questioning one's own biases, and to create or foster this culture in policy making. This is much more a thing about small interventions than about big strategies. So, and third thing is what Gabi, you also said, formalization and leadership. It's always said this needs to come from the top. Nikos also mentioned, he's not talking about the top, but he's talking about the groundwork. It's true, everybody is saying if leadership is not supporting this kind of anticipatory thinking, it will not take off. But what is even more important is to work with the people on the ground who are actually implementing this policy, like the Horizon Europe network Nikos is running, for example. There's all the people who are writing the framework program. This is the kind of work that is needed to foster this culture. And formalization, I very much agree, or our results very much support what you said, Gabi. Formalization is really a double-edged sword there, because as also Aaron said, foresight needs to play the role of something like a court jester. It needs to provoke, it needs to talk about things, the elephants in the room, question bias. And for this, you cannot be something that needs to be ticked. It's done. It needs to be something continuously running against the grain and changing frames, as Nico said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Shalina. Something for our discussion to be kept in mind for all the speakers that adds or links to something that Feline said, biases. Lieve, you said that awareness of biases is super important because obviously it gives you an idea of your limitations of perspective. If we look into the institutional missions and cultures, biases is actually something that is not, and Felina underlined that, it is not necessarily discussed and acknowledged within the institution. And Nikos, this also goes to you. Does your work have a special freedom in there? Because obviously thinkers who think outside these boxes that institutions are not necessarily embraced potentially in the first place because you are disruptive. You are asking questions. You are saying, but, which doesn't make necessarily policy making more smooth. So does your work and your units have a special freedom, if you so wish, within your organizational limits to ask questions? And how do you see that triggering down to all collaborators to establish that culture?
I have to ask you to give
2 minutes answers and then open to the floor. Exactly. Had exactly that in mind. Thank you very much.
First, a quick answer on this. So I already told that what if questions are my favorite ones because these are the ones where which are most acceptable. Because of course we have biases in the institutions, and there is also, for instance, a big difference between Commission and Parliament. In the Commission you work, correct me if you're not agree, but the Commission works for a Commission with a plan. The Parliament works for all the members of the Parliament for the full hemicycle from the left to the right. So we have to be impartial that there is, and ensure that there is something in our advices for everyone and that no one feels offended. So the impartiality in the formulation of what we do already is very important. And this is really something we had to learn because it's very tricky to be very impartial for everyone with very strong views. Maybe, yeah, this is a short answer, but it gives already something.
If you put it...
It should work now,
yeah.
Okay. I must tell you that I've been running the foresight team now for 9 years, and we've been through team sizes that reach from 7 to 1. And now we're 2.5. And this tells you a bit, this is an answer to your, how does it feel to be annoying in the organization? Well, you have to deal with things. I think that for me, we set up a network, Felina mentioned it, I set up a network of people interested in foresight. And very early somebody came to me and said, do you know how many boring meetings we go to? I said, well, he said, we don't want foresight meetings to be boring meetings. So we set up a rule that we discuss foresight and we discuss the future. We don't stick to business, we do business and discuss the thing we're interested in. And the experience with this was that over the years, initially it started going down because many ambitious people stopped coming to the meetings. They thought, well, this is not something where it can give me the important file, so I can't get it. 4 years later, we had directors and very senior people asking us to come and talk to us, which was a fascinating experience. It looks like the senior people in the organization are those who don't have the space to think. And if you give them a space to think with a bit of bashing, they really appreciate it. But it is a fringe activity in the organization. We're not the mainstream, and as I try to say, we don't want to be the mainstream, because if we become the mainstream, then our meetings become boring. One of the issues that I have come across with the Minister of the Future is that there is an attitude that since we have a Minister for the Future, no other minister is responsible for thinking about the future, because that's their problem. And that's obviously the wrong way of going about things.
Thank you very much. So, do I see hands raised from the audience? Tim? And then... Great, so we have 4 questions. As you feel
I'll come.
Enabled. I think you have quite a good voice. Yeah, that's true.
Thanks. I want to push you on one point, if you would. It seems to me there's a bit of a tension between saying this is about making the elephant in the room visible and suggesting that it's about identifying black swan events. The elephant in the room presumably is extremely visible, but nobody wants to talk about it. The other one is exactly the stuff that's not visible. And if it helps to make this concrete, think about which of your scenarios actually involved Putin invasion Ukraine as of, I don't know, second or third week of January or even December.
Thank you very much. I think we best collect all the questions and then reply. That side there were two. I have.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe especially because this is in contrast with the previous talk, I'd like to talk about democratic accountability and scrutiny when you talked about creating this sort of fresher-free space for senior policymakers outside of the institutions to sort of discuss those issues that they see fit, right? I think there's an issue of perhaps going back to the sort of EAA, intergovernmentalist nature of integration, which potentially might lead to the new sort of end of the permissive consensus, right? What we've seen previously when the policymaking discussion became very detached from the sort of everyday civil society aspect. So perhaps my question would be, in terms of mainstreaming it, how do you think, or whether actually, are you thinking of integrating civil society aspects towards that discussion? Would it be reflected upon the guests and potential speakers there? So yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. We had a second.
Yes, hello, I'll be quick. But if I understand well, you're saying that foresight is impeded by organizational culture, but in my opinion, it can also be a very powerful tool to change this organizational culture. So I was wondering, maybe in your experience, have sometimes policymakers understood that foresight is not just about thought experiment and triggering reflection, but actually triggering action and organizational preparedness? And therefore, the following question would be, how do you convince then policymakers to adapt their organizations in the face of alternative possible futures without the use of traditional arguments or evidence? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think there's Tim on the other side. Meanwhile, perhaps I can prompt when Feline and Aaron reply, you maybe can say something about what we're doing with the ECDC in terms of organizational culture, because this is what they requested to us.
Thank you. So I'm an economist. So I mainly work with data and evidence. So I would like to know the position of data in foresight exercises and how important it is to assign at least a rough probabilities to scenarios. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Another one? Yeah. Sorry.
I'll tie my question to the first one about the black swan versus the elephant in the room. How does someone in foresight retrospectively look at the success and failures of their exercise? Because the nature of the work is such that it's very hypothetical. So I was wondering, especially in light of COVID or Russian invasion, how does that reflect on work?
Great, thank you very much. I actually first want to give it back to Aaron, because Aaron, you didn't say something in quite a while, and questions were in part addressed to the scenarios. Can you just pick?
I am going to give very short responses to all of the issues. Yes, I'm actually going to start with data. This is the most pithy response that I have, but it always applies. When you talk about how important is data collection to the future, it's always important to keep in mind that we have no data from the future. We only have historical data, and that will forever be the case until we figure out some kind of time travel. And that means that all of our data-based quantitative forecasts will always have the weight of history, and will never be able to incorporate the emergence of novelty, which is just sad. So no data from the future. Too bad. In terms of creating anticipatory culture, Andrea asked me to just address this briefly. There's an old saying in the Manoa School of Futures: structure matters, and I think that this theme has come up a number of times. Foresight and futures is not an appendage, right, to an organization. Or maybe it's more of a satellite that's useful from time to time, but as soon as you start to incorporate it, it runs into the structure that pre-existed it, and then having that mode of integration is really difficult. So what you need to do is embed kind of kernels of foresight across existing structures, I would say, in order to build really a culture that is able to not always stay in foresight, but account for foresight in a very normalized fashion, right? So kernels inside of structures as opposed to an appendage hanging off the side uselessly. And then in terms of elephants, swans, and then what I heard the last person say, like, how do we assess the work in retrospect? Philly and I both immediately, Tim, as soon as you said, well, what about Ukraine? And both of us said, well, we would say diplomacy. Diplomacy as the scenario would best point towards a world that the Ukraine situation could easily be read into, right? And then emerges beyond that. But then I added in the comments, but you know, now here we are in 2022, this has already happened 28 more years, like the trigger scenarios. That's a lot of time and space for radical change to occur. And there's one thing that continues to come up that I didn't put a slide on, this idea of, and this is Jim Dator's second law of futures, any useful idea about the future will at first appear ridiculous. That's to us. And ridicule here being not haha funny, but more ridiculed out of the room for saying such a stupid thing. But then 30 years later, it turns out, well, that's funny. Somebody said it. It was given, you know, the floor for a moment, and everybody laughed. Why? Because of the tyranny of the present, because we have our biases and we see things the way we see things, given our, you know, our recent history, or not so recent history, our culture, everything that's made us and brought us to this moment, but doesn't allow us to see beyond. So how do you then assess, right, past futures work? This is very difficult. And actually, I think the wrong way to go about assessing is how accurate were you? And in my opinion, the accurate way to assess foresight in futures and policy is to say, how have the processes that you've done through foresight work, through scenario creation, through discussions, through bringing, you know, broadening conversations about larger scale futures and complex systems that are really difficult to understand, how many people have you engaged with? How many minds have been open to other perspectives and have opened a channel for discussing these alternative possibilities and finding a place wherein multiple preferred futures can find a place that together they recreate the foundations for now a strategy, right? So futures, foresight, this isn't about being right about a specific event. This is about a process through which policy becomes better and anticipatory cultures can be fostered. So thanks, that's it. That was longer than I intended, but I had a lot to say.
Sorry for that. Nikos, maybe over to you, focusing again on this potential tension between elephant in the room, black swans, and how this institutionally how you discuss black swans within your work. Accountability, is that an issue that you discuss within your work? And do you see foresight as an accelerator of institutional learning, of policy makers learning in your institution?
Okay, I wish. In fact, we claim that it is about black swans, but it's more often about the elephants in the room. And the crux to understand how foresight works is that foresight needs to make responsible. Not the advisor, as Liva says, the advisor can be responsible. The decision maker is the one who needs responsible. Now imagine a decision maker who said, well, I had actually thought about COVID. I just didn't do anything to prepare. Yeah? Next election, gone. So foresight needs to make decision makers responsible. And this is the crux about the function. And of course, decision makers frequently prefer to be surprised by a crisis than to admit that they haven't seen it. I have reached the level of ridiculousness of this came very high when I was in a meeting where somebody said, how come we have never predicted the Ebola crisis? I said, sorry, as a student, I used to watch late night telly. I've seen the Ebola crisis 25 times. Yeah, it has been predicted. The question is that nobody discussed seriously what you needed to do in order to be prepared. And this is the crux. There were various other wonderful questions which I now forgot. So
there was the question about accountability, right? Bringing civil society in, which might be a special case in the institutions rather than in processes as designed by Fraunhofer, for example.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is that we all claim that we try to bring civil society in, and indeed the only way in which we can understand our work as useful is in bringing new voices in the policy process. Because there is a number of stakeholders that are organized, and the question is, these are the things that trap a policy into silo thinking and refusing. It is extremely difficult to do in practice, well, we are still experimenting with it. There is something about the Ukraine war. In our platform, futuresforeurope.com, there's something called the Ukraine Challenge, because one of the things we did very quickly is that we went around and found in futurist communities a range of scenarios about the war. So we thought, well, let's put those up. We summarized them, we put them up, and we said the challenge is to read through of them and tell us what you think, with structured questions and so on. So it would be interesting. It has been not at all successful so far. I think 25 people have done it, and we have advertised it in audiences of thousands. But we take it that engaging with people is difficult, and we'll keep trying until it gets better. And it could be that it doesn't get better, but we are at the beginning and we're trying.
Thank you very much. Lieve, over to you. Maybe also on the question of assessment of your work in retrospect, if this is something that you can already oversee, given the, the high amount of assessment tools that the regulatory toolbox, for example, offers us. Starting with that, yeah.
Maybe I can touch on different points. The accountability, trust you have to earn. Like Fraunhofer exists 50 years. This means that they didn't make one big mistake by which they fail in trust. As I already said, this was also something which was discussed with Calypso. The role of of policy advisors in general at whatever institutions depends on the they have to be guardians of a transparent process and of sorry, I was distracted by so the process should be transparent and so known by the people who you involve to have trust. For instance, and then I come to engagement and distrust. We had done a big engagement exercise on gene editing. And there, of course, it's a very controversial topic also in Parliament, but we were very transparent on the one hand, and we also had been very, very picky on who could be representative representations of the stakeholders. So it's really very important to explain to everyone how the people are chosen. That's about the process. I go through the list I have here. Foresight uses it's not only for policy, of course. You can also use foresight for your own organizations, for management in general, but even for your personal life if you want. So foresight thing is not exclusive for policy making. Then about the elephants in the room, like for instance the war. Everyone saw it coming, but we were like not prepared. And I have discussed this with a professor in psychology, if it was maybe due to a positivity bias. We don't want to see some negative things. So this was an elephant in the room, not a black swan. And then also about the use, the probability. So we had, it came from you, we had recently a work on future shocks on risks in the parliament. We had 15 risks, and which we describe like energy prices, energy problems, the internet failing and so on. But at a certain point we did a kind of survey to see what could be the likability and the impact. And of course you can have very unlikely events which can have a huge impact. Also, foresight as such is not really binding. What you do with foresight, you just try to inform. So we, in our case, try to inform policy about what might happen, including the backcasting, the nowcasting. I think you called it nowcasting in your report. So how are we prepared today with the instruments we have in case such an event might happen? And it is this nowcasting, the strategic foresight, which really tells us where are the weaknesses, so how we can be better prepared for something which might happen. And if this is something very unlikely, we might say it's not important to be prepared today. But if it's something which can have a very high impact, and even when it's very unlikely, we still might find it important enough to be sure that we are prepared, that we revise legislative instruments and so on, or that we think about others which are missing to regulate something, even if it goes beyond our competences, because sometimes it's very easy, you say yes, but health is not competence of, and so on, and then you already skip it, which is also a danger. And I think this is what I kept from the questions. Maybe there are some not answered.
Thank you very much. Actually, exactly, that's what I wanted to say. I will actually, Nikos, but you're coming back, so whenever there's a question, later on to discuss, Nikos will be there. I actually wanted to thank all the panelists for opening our minds to think about known knowns, known unknowns, unknown unknowns, and to integrate that into our work. For the presentation, Aaron, from your side of our scenarios that we have put into life in Berlin, and actually encourage all of you to engage in foresight and future studies, because this is something that the world needs to integrate and embrace to be better prepared ahead of any crisis that will come, any event that will come rather. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
So, hello, can anyone hear us? Well,
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I saw already Klaus and Julia connected. I think Sarah is also connected with us. Hi guys. Good to see you. And we miss you down here, but we know it wasn't possible. So we are in the most difficult challenge of the day, trying to convince the very hungry participants that have waited 45 minutes more than expected to have lunch to shorten their lunch and come upstairs. So they are slowly coming in. And we should be able to start anytime. So.
Okay, sounds good for us.
Okay, very good.
We are not in a great hurry. We have a little bit of food here as well.
We hear you a little bit distant, so I don't know. We have to, if you have a microphone, try to come as close as possible. Yeah, exactly. That's
better now?
Much better, I think.
Much better.
Try that again.
Hello,
Klaus,
hello,
try
hello.
that.
1, 2, 3, 4. I cannot tell
Yeah,
any jokes.
you got a little bit of an echo, but it's fine. I think it's you will be understandable.
So that's me.
Okay, so you will see here on the purple chairs, which are the ones that are reserved for the VIPs, 3 of our young thinkers that will ask questions. The other one is Nicholas, right? Is coming. So I will invite Clément to sit here, and perhaps start. One of the things that are specialized in with this Zoom meetings and Teams meeting that we've had for like 2.5 years is that when you start a conference or new event, people normally either log in at the hour or like 2 or 3 minutes later. So the one that is chairing or moderating has to, it's a little bit like the small talk. Tim knows that very well. He's been living in the US. You know, those things, how do you do? Oh, fine. Weather's been great these days, right? A little bit warm, humid, and stuff like this, right? The things that ease the people into the conversation, 2 or 3 minutes that has absolutely no meaning, but it fills a space that is needed for people to come into the room. Okay, so this is what I've been doing until now. But yeah, it was flowing, right? But perhaps to Klaus and Julia and Sarah, who's also we see her connected, and all the other ones that are connected. We just a brief recap of the morning. We had 2 very lively sessions on COCTEAU and then on foresight. So we're all about using new techniques in support of policy making. And now this session is dedicated to work that especially our select young thinkers know very well, and obviously all the people that have been liaising with the Trigger Project, which is the session related to EU actorness. And in general, how do we define actorness? And is there any merit in trying to measure actorness as a concept, how actorness relates to effectiveness, and how we've applied this concept in 4 deep dives, and in particular 3 will be represented here. In particular, Klaus and Julia will tell us in a second about not only the model of actorness, but also how they applied it to climate policy. And then immediately after you've done that, I will go to our purple-chaired guests for a few questions, for selected questions on more on the actorness model, but also on specific features of the model. Those of you, if there's one of you that has a question on the Africa partnership, I remember we might postpone it till later because then Sarah will present the EU-Africa partnership deep dive. I think it makes more sense rather than asking a question before the deep dive has been presented. Okay. So then we'll hear from Clément about the deep dive about data protection, and then we'll hear from Sarah about the EU-Africa partnership. But without further ado, you've heard my voice enough. I've did enough of chit-chatting and blah blah. I can, for the non-blah blah things, give the floor to Julia and Klaus, so that they can bring us into the fantastic world, fantastic actorness and where to find it. Okay, so Klaus, Julia, floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. I just have to figure out, do you see the shared screen?
Yes, you need to enter the presentation mode, and I think we'll be fine. No, it's too soon to erase the logo. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Hello to Brussels. Sorry, we can't be with you, but this is probably the new world here in Berlin. Julia and me are sitting together around microphone and screen and camera and trying to join us. We'd like to briefly introduce a concept of operationalizing actorness and then talk about its application in the context of climate policy, as Andrea, you already announced. What is a collective actor, anyway? If we think about corporations, associations, parties, states, these are entities that aggregate the preferences of different individuals that provide a shared normative orientation. They have common administrative bodies, they have shared resources, often sanction mechanisms, and thus intentionally, and with these features, they intentionally pursue common goals. The EU does not seem to fit very well in this definition. There are some elements of this kind, but the member states are careful to ensure that this is not a new state, not a union, but a very special entity. It does have actorness. It has the qualities of actors. It is not an actor. Eurostat defined it in 1977 as a capacity to behave actively and deliberately to other actors in the international system. Since then, a number of publications have followed, illuminating the conditions, the different facets of a EU actorness. In Trigger, we aspire to explore the extent to which actorness is a condition of EU's effectiveness in global context and whether there are strategies to enhance, to increase actorness. So, based on the rich literature, we attempted to make actorness measurable. We have reviewed the literature on actorness and developed in first instance a conceptual model on the basis. Actorness has, firstly, an internal dimension that is a precondition that the EU brings with it by virtue of its constitution, by virtue of its own strategies. This includes the authority to act, the autonomy to be able to do so, the cohesion to want to do so, and the credibility to implement all this. Someone can develop so many actor qualities if one is not recognized as such, then this has little use. Actorness has also an external dimension. This includes the recognition of being accepted as contract partner, the attractiveness to be thought as such, and the credibility again. That means words and deeds, at least roughly correspondent. And finally, also the opportunities to bring the actor characteristic to bear. In our view, this is a necessary prerequisite in order to have an effective impact on global governance. And there are also other aspects, such as negotiation strategies to become effective. But actorness is certainly an important aspect to this. It is important to us that this is not static, but that international processes and institutions change, and this in turn has repercussions on the possibilities and necessities to form actorness. In addition, other factors change over time. Think of Brexit, of the crisis of multilateralism, the Russian invasion to Ukraine, actorness of EU is not set in stone, but is subject to dynamic development. And it is not equal in different policy fields. It clearly differs between, for example, trade policies and security policies. Our aim is to make these differences and dynamics visible and measurable. We focus here on the different dimensions of actorness, as I introduced them very briefly already. Their interplay, the changes over time, the similarities, and the differences between policy fields. Our approach to operationalization is represented or summarized on this slide. We understand authority as the legal competences, including its enforcement, in how far is this transferred to the European institutions. We understand autonomy as the capacities of the European Union in terms of budget, in terms of expertise, in terms of staff, and policy instruments that enable EU to take action. We understand cohesion as the level of consensus or conflict within the EU institutions, for example, between Parliament and Commission, and of course, among member states to take joint action or to take or not to take joint action. On the external dimension, we understand recognition as a perception of the EU to party to international institutions and also as a powerful actors relative to other entities. So EU can take part in international processes or even become a signatory state and party in international contracts. We understand attractiveness, and firstly in an economic dimension. It's attractive because of its market, because of its investment power, but also in terms of political and normative attractiveness relative to other countries on the global scene. We understand opportunity as policy windows of opportunity, but also the necessity to act. And we understand credibility as a compliance with its own policies and ambitions. So we have applied this, to a number of policy areas, and we're going through this case studies in a minute, for which we collected and measured the various dimensions. The scales here are ordinal, so low, medium, high, with gradations in between. Here, the findings on the policy fields of data protection, SDGs, climate policies, and Africa-EU relations are presented in comparison. So you can, based on this approach, compare different policy domains in terms of EU actorness. This can be all found in much greater detail on the aggregator database and can be followed there in detail. So what is the level of EU actorness in international climate governance? We can and we must split the question at least in two parts. First, how has global governance architecture changed over time? And second, how has EU actorness changed? We looked at 4 points in time. We looked for Kyoto Agreement, for Copenhagen Summit, for Paris Agreement, and for the preparatory phase to the Glasgow Summit. These were particular significant points in international climate governance. So, Julia, what are the findings in terms of the international governance of climate change? How did it evolve over time?
Yeah, so before looking at actorness, we had a close look how governance of climate policy developed since the 1990s, both within the EU and globally. So over the past 3 decades, we can say that climate policy has grown into an established and differentiated policy field, which generates its political relevance, especially at the international level. So this simply means that the EU architecture evolved in correspondence with the global governance architecture. And there's a big literature out there on architecture elements. Of course, there's also different dynamics that could be looked at and different degrees of institutionalization. The 4 core pillars that we focused on that make up the architecture include the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, founded in 1988 to synthesize knowledge for policymakers and provide scientific advice. And the next pillar is the United Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, or also called the Convention, as the main international environmental treaty, which was adopted at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. And the third pillar is for us the Kyoto Protocol from 1997, which essentially operationalizes the convention and at that time bound developed countries to set binding emission reduction targets based on the common but differentiated responsibility mechanisms. So there is different norms, mechanisms involved with these different pillars. And the last pillar that we emphasize is the Paris Agreement from 2016, which is also seen as the successor of the Kyoto Protocol. We have a lot of different other elements that comprise this global governance timeline, which can also be found on Aggregator. But for now, that's the 4 pillars. And Klaus, now back to you. How did the external dimension, the internal dimension of actorness develop?
Yeah. So when it comes to cohesion and credibility, the EU is signified by rather moderate actorness. And with regard to cohesion, it even declined, according to our findings, from post-Kyoto to Copenhagen and from Paris to Glasgow. We would argue cohesion was greater in Paris than in the pre-phase of Glasgow, similar comparing Kyoto and Copenhagen. Compared to Kyoto, where the EU appeared as a united bloc, despite of some internal differences between member states, today there's a mixed alignment of EU member states within the negotiation and across different political issues related to emission reduction and the level of ambition, related to EU climate law, as well as to energy union. There continues to be considerable fraction and different priorities by the Visegrad Group to raise policy ambition. We would argue, however, that with the European Green Deal, cohesion has increased, but a number of pressing issues are still open. The EU credibility, we would argue, is only moderate and suffered several gaps in the past regarding international targets and domestic implementation, but also regarding the EU's normative legitimacy in terms of submitting weak targets during Copenhagen. Although the EU improved its policy implementation throughout time, overall, we would argue the EU credibility in climate policy presents a mixed signal. Also regarding the recent climate targets, which are still not in line with the 1.5 degree target, and with the EU not being able to agree on raising mitigation ambition during Glasgow. So what about the external dimension of EU actorness? How did this develop over time?
So compared to the internal dimensions, we can also, we can also see that the external EU actorness and climate policy increased, but with differences in dimensions as well as specific moments in time. We cannot go into all of the indicators that we use to examine the dimensions, but we can say overall that we strongly relied on qualitative data when examining the different dimensions. And sometimes we even included quantitative data. So for recognition, for example, we used a combined approach. We relied on qualitative as well as quantitative data, primary as well as secondary data. For the qualitative component, we analyzed formal documents on membership and formal rights of the EU and international organizations, agreements, treaties, in addition to the quantitative components, which was a media scraping exercise on how the EU is perceived in dominant media sources by major news outlets of other global governance players. So that was a very interesting process. Regarding the results, we can observe a steady increase in external recognition of the EU and also in the EU's attractiveness measured through, for instance, policy emulation, policy diffusion, investments into the EU. There's maybe one finding that I want to highlight, and this is the next slide, that is how the EU used the opportunity very often and became better over time to be among the first movers when a window of opportunity arose in other policy areas, and compared to other global governance players, which play a very strong role in this dimension. One of the most recent examples, which would be very interesting to examine, is in light of the recent Russia-Ukraine conflict, is the EU strategy on rapidly reducing dependence on fossil fuels to fast forward the green transition. So they only published, I think, the strategy last week. And we can really observe that the EU is a strong actor in the opportunity and necessity to act dimension and policy interlinking climate policy with other areas. Klaus, would you overall say that the EU is an effective actor?
We understand effectiveness as external goal attainment. EU effectiveness is analyzed in the context of this chapter and the case study in how far EU is an actor able to impact global climate governance. So we do not look at the internal implementation and effectiveness. Specifically, we looked at the goal to have binding reduction targets, joint goal setting, and specifically the target to limit global warming below 2 degrees until the end of the century, and certainly on the acceptance of differentiated responsibility among the different countries and their capacities. We can show how both carrots, sticks, and sermons have been used and applied to pursue these goals. For example, a stick was used in announcing a border tax adjustment, carrots by provisioning of funds for development aid, or sermons by developing narratives and frames such as the just and fair transition as it was promoted by EU in the global context. The EU has revealed effectiveness when it comes to these specific goals. It was relatively prominent in the initial phases of the negotiating of the 2-degree warming target, and dominant actors in terms of framing, consolidating, and diffusing the idea of this target. However, later on, the narrative was shifted to the 1.5 degree discourse, and this narrative was then taken over by other actors, such as small island developing countries. Overall, the 2-degree temperature target and the Paris Agreement was successful as an approach to foster global governance through joint goal setting. It was also, EU was also successful in early phases by introducing the quantifiable emission targets as a design element of global governance, which was then questioned in later phases in Copenhagen. And when we try to relate this back to the actorness model, we would argue that among the 7 dimensions of actorness, the dimension of cohesiveness, in other words, speaking with one voice, is possibly the most important prerequisite to become effective. And this certainly hampered the outcomes of Copenhagen. There is, however, some ambiguity. Diversity and internal competition has also shown to contribute to policy innovation, which was then later on successfully and effectively brought to the international level. That's only a glimpse on the actorness and effectiveness part, and I hope to make it a bit of hungry to read more. But what are the perspective and the conclusions for both measuring as well as for strategies to enhance actorness?
So Andrea, I heard you saying this morning that there is life beyond trigger, and you well emphasized the diverse alleys for research to flourish. We also identified some for the perspective of actorness. Regarding the methodological aspects, we essentially designed a model that is dynamic and provide a methodological framework that offers comparable data to measure actorness and alleys to look for data across policy domains and sectors. And Andrea, you also mentioned applying actorness to other sectors such as public health, what we are already doing. Migration policy would be a very interesting area. So aside from the application to other areas, there's great opportunities for methodological advancement, not just when it comes to expert judgment of rating the dimensions on a scale of 1 to 5, which we did. I think there is some improvements to be made. There's also great opportunities for methodological advancement in progressing mixed methods design, which we only had for the authority and recognition dimension. So combining qualitative and quantitative data. Conceptually, I fear the model can be further improved by differentiating the different actors within the EU and the global governance landscape more closely. So assuming that there is a lot of different interests and actors, and that this is a pluralistic feature and essential one for the democratic governance of climate change, it would be interesting to examine lines of conflict and cooperation regarding EU institutions. So again, the function the parliament takes over the commission in terms of keeping the commission in checks and balances, the member states and their positions, but also looking at non-state actors. This can be the private sector, which is becoming increasingly important currently, but also social movements. What is the effect of social movements within the EU, but also within the global governance landscape? So really reflecting these actors more closely. Below the line, we think that actorness is a very useful framework and model that can crucially inform EU strategies on climate policy. And because this morning in the first session, there was such a vivid discussion on deliberative democracy when it came to COCTEAU and gamification of policy and exchange, I think there lies a puzzle in having a closer look at cohesion and intra-EU deliberation. Klaus, you just said speaking with one voice. There was one, I think, a guest, Mr. Pape, I think was his name, who also emphasized that the EU is characterized by consensus-driven policy making. But getting to the aspect of deliberation, also getting into the conflicts and how this plays out, how this has played out in the past. So looking at path-dependent conflicts, actor alliances within the EU, and really getting into this nexus of consensus, pluralism, and deliberation would be an interesting.
Yeah, thanks you. Thanks for and thanks to you and Klaus for the presentation. indeed, you have also defended the idea of actorness towards the end, but you know that's normal because we have been working on it. The thing is, you have to pass the exam of the young thinkers, right, that are sitting here and they have questions for you. What I propose that we do, I'm going to ask Chloe to go first because I think your question is more directly related to the actorness model. And perhaps I'll actually have Nicolas intervene after Clément because it makes more sense, right? So we'll have one presentation, one reaction going forward. So Chloe, can I ask you to address Julie and Klaus with your question?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a clarifying question, if I may, because from your results, could you tell us maybe if the EU's activeness in climate policy rather stems mainly from its own actions, strategies, and initiatives, or is it from the vacuum left in recent years from other powers, or is it maybe even from unintended effects of its own action? You point to the difficulties of measuring those. So my question is really, can we attribute the reasons behind the shortcomings or the success of the US activeness in climate policy? Thank you.
And Julie or Klaus, the only thing I'm going to have to ask you to answer as concisely as possible, because otherwise we will run late again.
Yeah, I hope I get the question right. So the vacuum is really covered by the opportunity and necessity to act dimension. So for instance, when the United States dropped out of the Kyoto Protocol, there definitely was a window of opportunity for the EU to be seized, and that's what the EU did. And so, yes, the vacuum left by other governance actors does play a role, but in Paris, we can see that the dynamics are changing. The EU still does play an important leadership role, also in terms of raising policy ambition, but countries of the global south are coming forward and complementing essentially global governance style. So I think that's where we cover the vacuum in the opportunity and necessity to act dimension.
Thank you very much. Yeah, indeed, there are comparative dimensions also on attractiveness recognition. These are relative scores, right? That depend very much on what is in the global landscape of actors. So one player will be more or less recognized also inevitably depending on how recognized are the others. But that is a very interesting question. I think we could also relate it to the other deep dives that will be presented. So I'm going to turn to my left where Clément will tell us something about the data protection deep dive.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Andrea, and welcome again, everyone. So I have a few slides to share. I'll try to be as brief as possible so that we can have a meaningful conversation with the young thinkers here, but also the one in the room. I also wanted to say that I'm actually going to share the research outcome of the deep dive on data protection that was actually done and written by Angus Collins and Marie-Valentine Florin from EPFL in Lausanne. So bear with me, and well, I'll try to make sense of their work in the few minutes that are coming. So in relation to data protection, as you know, it's one of the most important policy domains for the EU in terms of its global governance ambitions, but also successes. You are well aware, I think, of the work of Anu Bradford on the Brussels effect, which takes as a case study the implementation, the adoption implementation of the GDPR. And so as we speak, the EU's data protection framework has become kind of an unavoidable point of reference for not only the European member states, but also third countries. And we can think about the US, China, or even India. And so in this deep dive, we assess the evolution of the EU's data protection framework in relation to this trigger model that was presented by Julia and Klaus. And so, as you know, data protection governance, both at the EU level, but also globally, has evolved since the 80s. Even in the 70s, actually, you had the first state a data protection framework that was adopted in the German state of Hesse, and since then it has developed quite a bit. And so in the context of this research, we look at 3 phases at the EU level in which this data protection framework has evolved. So before the data protection directive that was adopted in 95, so from 1980 to 95, then we go from this period to the adoption of the GDPR, so in 2016, and the 3rd phase is until now. And so what we see, and that's what I'm going to try to highlight in a minute, is a steady progression in the EU from a patchy set of national data protection measures through to the implementation of the GDPR, which, as you know, is a regulation. And so in our analysis of EU's actorness, we assess how the EU performs through these 3 distinct periods. And I will start with authority. So in terms of the evolution of EU's authority in this field, there has been a clear trend towards higher levels of EU's authority. And it is mostly illustrated by the changing nature of the legal regime for data protection, for, as I was saying, a directive to a regulation. And this applies also to autonomy. I wanted to mention the fact that there has been a strong progress in terms of the capacities of the Commission, but also all the other EU institutions and member states when it comes to data protection. And this is obviously related to this change in terms of the legal regime, but also the strategic ambition of the Commission to have a stronger perspective in relation to data protection issues over the past decades. When it comes to cohesion, still it has improved over the past years. Yet, we've seen in the context of the adoption of the GDPR, it has been a very controversial debate, both between institutions, but also within the Council. Actually, certain member states opposed or even abstained from adopting the final GDPR, and it was the case of Austria, for instance. So this is important to bear in mind as we are now approaching the review process, and we are actually into the review process of the GDPR as we speak. When it comes to recognition, well, obviously no one, not even the largest companies of this world, can ignore the GDPR. And so I think it reflects the high level of recognition when it's of the EU's data protection framework. As for attractiveness, obviously I don't have to go into the definition of each dimension. It was really well done by Klaus and Eula just before. But when it comes to attractiveness, obviously the GDPR's consolidation of these conditionality mechanisms tying market access to data protection has reinforced the attractiveness of the EU acquis around the world. And I was mentioning a number of countries that have adopted similar rules over the past years, and you can see that in many different continents. And I think about Kenya, for instance, in 2019, but also other countries, even Saudi Arabia over the past months, which adopted similar data protection frameworks. When it comes to the opportunity and or necessity to act dimension that was also covered, we could say that the EU is at a maximum level throughout the post-GDPR period, and this is well shown by the fact that the different EU institutions are taking the lead in this area, and not only in the context of data protection, but more broadly when you reflect about the European data strategy that was released in 2020, and you see this issue being at the forefront of the EU's policy agenda. Finally, when it comes to credibility, well, we've seen that the GDPR has created quite a shift in relation to the salience of this issue for the general public, but also public institutions. Still, we can see a certain level of coherence over the past 20, 30 years. Actually, if you read the GDPR, many of its principles can be already traced back to this directive from 1995. So this consistency, let's say, foster the form of credibility. And I will just go to the final slide to say that in the deep dive, we also try to not only show what was the level of EU's actorness and effectiveness in the context of data protection policies, but we also try to reflect about potential outlooks and for the future of the EU's action in this field. And so there are 4 points that we are trying to raise in the deep dive, and obviously you can access it online. The first one is a need to prevent slippage on data protection fundamentals, such as consent. This is a major issue that is still on the agenda in the context of various proposals, and you can think about the Digital Services Act that was provisionally agreed very recently in the context of, in relation to data protection. Another issue is the continuing challenges related to national fragmentation, and in this case you think about the enforcement mechanisms that was envisioned in the context of the GDPR, so-called one-stop shop mechanism that has shown its limits, and we may discuss that afterwards. The third point is about the possible trade-off between strong data protection and the level of EU innovation and growth. Once again, in the context of the discussion on the AI Act or the Data Act, you see this tension very, very prominent too. And to conclude, the prospect of further increases of the EU's international influence. As you might be aware of the recent discussion between the EU and the US for the new privacy shields, and it's another maybe discussion item on the agenda for strengthening the EU's actorness in relation to data protection. And I'll stop here.
Thank you, Clément. And I think Nicholas has something to say about this. So you have a question to ask.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to dig in a bit onto the topic of lack of enforcement, which I mean you do acknowledge in the report, and I think it falls actually in 2 categories. Autonomy is one where the lack of enforcement led to deduction of points for the EU's actorness level, and the other one is credibility. But both of those factors are still quite high overall, and as you said, there's other factors contributing to those. Lack of enforcement being split across these two takes still a relatively minor role, I would say, in the overall evaluation of EU actorness in data protection. And I think that's maybe considering how of a fundamental problem the lack of enforcement is. I was wondering how you can justify splitting the lack of effective enforcement across different factors, and by that kind of diluting the really fundamental negative effect on actorness in that field. Was that something that was considered when laying out the methodology, and how could maybe the methodology also be improved to account for these kind of aspects that spread across different indicators?
Thank you so much. So obviously the issue of enforcement is a major issue when it comes to data protection framework, but also more generally for the digital economy. I mentioned the Digital Services Act and also the Digital Markets Act, which were adopted very recently. And in this context, the enforcement mechanism that is envisioned is somehow different in comparison to the GDPR, in the sense that it gives much more power to the European Commission so that we don't rely as much on these national authorities, and we can think about the Irish Data Protection Authority, but also the Luxembourgish one, who face quite a bit of challenge when it comes to the enforcement of these rules. When it comes to the methodology itself, I must say I was not involved in this process, so I cannot really comment on that, but I totally agree with you.
Yeah, how safe is the king's throne, you could say, right? When you get to a very high level of actorness, in principle, as it becomes known that what you've put together that has created what some people call the Brussels effect, or a triggering spontaneous emulation in other countries, is a giant with very fragile legs, then this obviously brings down your level of actorness in many respects. One thing that could already be seen statically is the level of resources available to the national data protection authorities, right? And that is part of the autonomy component, as Clément mentioned. It has increased, but that obviously has to be studied. But there are many DPAs around Europe that claim that they don't have sufficient resources. Obviously, over time, there's also this sort of forum shopping, if you wish, element that has become very important. Over time, what has been seen as an element of recognition might become weaker, right, as a result of a model that seems to be ineffective in terms of enforcement, or only partly effective without killing it, so abruptly. The level of attractiveness of that regime and that model for the rest of the world, and what it means in terms of the EU being an attractive partner, might be reduced over time by the fact of having put in place a system that is considered to be very burdensome, in particular for smaller companies, but in the name of what? Of benefits that have failed to materialize over time. There's a wild violation of personal data protection on the internet today, despite the presence of the GDPR, and so on and so forth. So as these elements become prominent and more prominent, they overshadow the beautiful structure and architecture of a very granularly drafted piece of legislation as the GDPR might look like. And to complete that explanation, what I must say is that the deep dive started in 2019, right? So it started just a few months after the GDPR had entered into force. Some of these things could be visible in the design. Some people already wrote about this at the very beginning of the GDPR. There are some structural problems there that will affect enforcement. Other problems are surfacing now, things like the unintended effects of the GDPR, or even the strategic use of GDPR by tech giants to avoid sharing data with new entrants. So exactly the opposite of what you wanted to achieve to some extent, right? And the other thing that is emerging is the fact that the digital transformation is putting GDPR to the test. The GDPR is largely conceived for a pre-AI, let's say, pre-AI hype age, if you wish, imagining a GDPR for the age of pervasive artificial intelligence is a different story, and you might have to deal much more with technical standards, protocol, and so a different way of achieving compliance, sometimes by design, as opposed to what was in the original idea of the GDPR. So as Julia was saying before, the actorness model is conceived as a dynamic model, meaning that you can be considered to be associated with a very high level of actorness, or you can lose it as well if what you've put in place to show and to be recognized externally doesn't materialize. Another thing, but perhaps, I don't know, Tim, I would expect, would say something about this later, but I wrote recently a paper on sort of criticizing a little bit the Brussels effect as being, in my opinion, a very narrow way of looking at how the EU could relate to the rest of the world in global governance, and even the fact that the GDPR is most likely the poster child of the Brussels effect the generation, if you wish, already raises some concerns, in my opinion, but we can leave this to the Q&A session. Okay. I will see if Sarah is available. Sarah, can you walk us through the EU-Africa partnership deep dive, and then we will have a question for you.
Yes, first of all, I have to say sorry for my voice, but I cannot do differently. It's like 2 days that I'm like this, and so still, I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah, we can hear you well, and we hope it's just like a cold, right?
Yes, it should be, at least. I did the test for COVID. I have already had COVID vaccines, everything, so I hope it's just... So I try to share my slides. Let me check. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. You go in presentation mode, it should be fine.
Yes. Okay, can you see presentation mode now? Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you for the invitation, the opportunity to have this talk with the young thinkers, and also to see you all again. And I'm very sorry not being there, but it was quite difficult these days. So I hope there will be soon another occasion. So I try to be brief. I would like to present the main results of this actually long research that we conducted. And again, I would like to thank all the deep divers in this effort, because actually it was very collaborative research in a way, because there were many exchanges, and this was super interesting to always exchange about not only the concept itself and the conceptual framework, but also the the different views on the different topic. And so I think this was a very value added for the Trigger project, and is not to be given for granted when you participate in big projects. So thank you again for all the efforts we shared together. And so I try to move slides now. Okay, so I will go through the main chapter of the research, as you already know from the other and from the report, if you have had the chance to look at it. And so basically, as the other groups, we also started from the analysis of the global governance and the European governance toward development cooperation, with a particular focus on the EU-Africa relationship. And to do that, we start looking at the evolution of one of the main tools for development, at least from an historical perspective, which is the official development aid, that are not, as we know, as we have analyzed also in this chapter, the only tool for implementing cooperation and development with the third partners, but still remain a big resource from a multilateral perspective to be used for these programs. And still in the case of Africa, we see that European Union as an actor, taking into account as European Union both European institutions and the European countries play a crucial role in terms of development with Africa, in terms of resources exchange with Africa. So of course, in the paper, we analyze also trade, foreign direct investment, and other tools for development. And on the right side of the slide, you can see what we have used in order to try to frame out what are what we consider the key milestones, both from a global governance perspective, and also differentiating between the efforts of the European Union with Africa overall, with the partnership continent to continent perspective, and also the historical differentiation when cooperating with Africa between the Mediterranean area, the North Africa, and the OSCE partnership when cooperating with Sub-Saharan Africa. And so briefly highlighting some key points that came out from the analysis, we can see that, of course, global governance in development aid and relation with Africa has evolved during the decades that we have analyzed, mostly from 90s to this year, and it has changed radically, both in terms of tools used and in actors involved. Indeed, in the report, we analyzed the new players that are involved and increasingly interested in play a role in the global governance when cooperating with Africa, and not only so the historically important actors such as nations like France or the US, but of course European Union increasingly aiming at playing a role as a unique actor, and also other nations like Japan, which are jumping in with very strong cooperation agreements in a way similar in a sense to the framework adopted by European Union. And also another trend which is interesting to observe is the movement from the traditional vision of the official development assistance to increasing attention to try to raise more funding through public-private financial framework, which is also linked to the rising of new non-state actors in the scene. So building on the analysis that the governance provide us, we then moved to the analysis of governance of actorness, sorry, and to do that we picked some three main what we call the partnership, which are three main phases that we have observed as crucial because representing quite a turning point in the evolution of the cooperation between European Union and Africa. So starting with the first partnership, differentiating strongly between what was the cooperation with the Mediterranean countries and with the country associated with also Caribbean, with the OACP association. Then from 2007, as you know, many things changed also for the European Union itself as framing with the Lisbon Declaration, design a new design for the external action, new power for the external action as an actor, and also the start in a sense internationally, but particularly at European level when looking at cooperation with Africa, to use different tools. Trust funds, so raising money in a different way from what was usual before, and then a last phase, a post-COCTEAU consultation phase. We have analyzed and we have focused a lot on how the vision of the European Union, the vision that the European Union wants to bring out and brings when you go outside and talking about Africa is strongly more in favor and advocating for a different partnership, more between equals and stressing the willingness to talk country rather than country to country, continent to continent, and this is one of the key point in passing from the COCTEAU and post-COCTEAU era in a sense. So briefly, we went through the different internal and external dimension of actorness and the credibility dimension, which is a cross-cutting one. And for all the dimensions, we have analyzed extensively documents, speeches, and also quantitative data when possible, in order to, as much as possible, give an assessment as close as possible to a credible, actually one, and reliable one, in order to assess overall the actorness and the evolution of actorness towards the three phases that we have highlighted before. And these are the results. Basically, we can see the heat map that also the other deep dive proposed in order to highlight the evolution for each dimension of the authority. And we can see that while the authority and autonomy is quite evident that in our analysis, we assessed that they have seen a strengthening during the three phases. It's not the same for other dimensions. For example, credibility was mentioned also before. I also heard this morning a reference to this, and also the capacity to act through opportunity and challenges. We see that we consider to be slowing down during the three phases. So again, key conclusion from the actorness perspective, we have seen that generally external dimension of actorness show a decreasing trend, except attractiveness, which maintain quite the same level for all the phases, while internal dimension reveals an increasing trend, except for cohesion. Again, keeping almost the same trends, and credibility is decreasing. I mean, from the analysis that we show here, and so Overall, we can say that there is a decreasing trend, particularly after 2007, which is quite interesting when talking about this specific policy area that we are analyzing here, which is strictly related to an external dimension, which was supposed exactly to be strengthened with the Lisbon Treaty. Then briefly...
Sarah, can I ask you to be very quick on effectiveness also, because we want to leave some time for not only the question to you, but also some questions from the floor.
Sure, sorry. For effectiveness, we started from a comparison between the different strategies, key strategies with Africa, and comparing them also with the main strategy in development, which is the European Consensus on Development, trying to find the link and the how much was homogeneous, and actually it was. And so we decided to focus the analysis of effectiveness exactly on the negotiation process for the post-COCTEAU agreement, which has been published quite recently, indeed, in April 2021. And we focused attention on two main goals. The one was the aid effectiveness and the mobilization of financial resources for Africa in different manners. And actually, we found out that in this, looking at analyzing both the intention for negotiation of the European Union and the OECD countries, we found out that actually it was successful since as an actor, European Union pursued the goal and achieved the goal. And the same can be said for the migration goal, that is the other one that we focus on. Of course, there are many caveats that we can rather discuss maybe about effectiveness as also, actorness. And I think it's quite linked also to some discussion we had this morning about the biases in research. And of course, when you talk about some complicated issue like we are doing with deep dives, it's rather difficult to be very objective and provide clear analysis. But this is, I think, an attempt. And concluding, we highlighted also some key opportunities and challenges for European Union in order to play a better role and or another better role in terms of cooperation with Africa. We can discuss together. Thank you. Sorry for taking more time.
Don't worry, no worries. Thanks a lot, Sarah. I guess you have an immediate question, so from one of our young thinkers.
Hi, my name is Dorota. Nice to meet you. And first of all, thank you, Sarah, both for your presentation and for your deep dive, because I can assure you that it has already ignited many passionate discussions in our group, both about the, let's say, quality and intensity of EU involvement in EU-Africa relations. So thank you for that. But let's get into our question, really. It is quite clear that this area is quite different to other areas analyzed in this project, because while others are policy areas that are defined more or less broadly, this area is quite clearly occupied by another actor, Africa. So our question relates to how you conceptualize Africa in this research, because it is also quite clear that we are here trying to approach a continent that is quite broad and quite diverse. If we look at kind of like, let's say, organization level, of course, African Union is not kind of necessarily the same reference point as the European Union, because of less competencies and less cohesion. And if you look at more generally at country level, you see a lot of diversity, not only in how the countries look, but also and this is what you note in your research, that there is a big variety in kind of like regional interest of European member states in Africa. So our question actually relates to the fact, how do you approach this challenge of huge diversity? And in the end, you assign certain scores. but with such complexity and such a complex network of ties that are, on a continent level, on a country level, to what extent those scores can actually be meaningful. Looking back from the point at which you are now, do you think the methodology of the project could be actually improved to take notice of, of this complexity of external actor that necessarily is involved in EU-Africa relations, because there would be no EU-Africa relations without an actor vis-a-vis which the European Union needs to act?
Sarah, obviously as quickly as possible. I know it's a complex question, but try to be as concise as possible.
Yes, it's complex as the issue itself it is. So thank you for the question. Thank you for reading the work also, and for the debate around it, because I think it's the key goal at the end of the day of this report, to try to raise up debate. And actually, answering to your question also, with Andrea, we have organized in the middle between the analysis of actorness and effectiveness a webinar, since we are an organization quite historically involved in Mediterranean area and also in Africa, and we have many partners from there. We have tried also to have an exchange with them in order to better understand whether we were going in the right direction, maybe we were not considering some other things, and actually how we deal with it, with the complexity, adding complexity in a way. So we did a really extensive analysis of the historical perspective of the evolution of the different partnership, and whether the partnership, looking at Africa as an actor, a regional actor, and a region containing different regional actors inside, and trying to disentangle the different approaches when approaching with different regions and when approaching with the entire continent. And as for further research and how this kind of analysis could be useful, for example, we have received many comments from African side willing to try to adopt the same analysis also to the African Union and the OSCP organization countries, in order to maybe in the future have the possibility to improve the framework using the same framework applied to a similar organization and the actorness of a kind similar actor taking the African Union, and maybe try to compare then the two actorness analyses in order to better find out some key biases that could raise them. So I don't know if I have answered more or less to your question.
You have started to answer the question, but I think you will need to maybe be in touch bilaterally, because there's many more things to be said about this. But one of the things I can say in this respect is that we have chosen the deep dives with this, by choosing different settings exactly, one more geographically characterized but complex, the other one more super broad, like the SDGs, and another one more specific on climate policy, and another one, if you wish, even narrower on data protection legislation. So it's also a way for us to test how this potential diagnostic tool, if you wish, or a descriptive tool could be used, and whether it's the right tool to be used in the different context, or if it's sufficiently appropriate and precise. Can I see in the room whether there is appetite for asking questions? How many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I like this audience today. They're super. So can I ask you to stay within the 1 minute each, and then I'm going to give a really short answer. Maybe Jane can help us with the microphone. You can start, we'll go around here, then on the back, then here, and then I think we have two there.
Lovely. Actually, back to Sarah, because I was also in the EU-Africa team. So the Africa report part actually also mentions another actor outside of EU and Africa, namely China, which is written to be increasing their role in the continent. So I have a very straightforward and simple question. Do you think the EU actorness within the region is exclusive of Chinese actorness, or do you think there are potential ways for cooperation, especially in the area of infrastructure building?
We collect all the questions, Sarah, so just get ready, take note. There in the back.
Thank you. Yeah, so I don't want to be too repetitive on the EU Africa, but it's also for you, Sarah. Thank you so much for the presentation. Just two focus. So first of all, why Africa, and why didn't you choose like the neighborhood, the European neighborhood, Latin America? And then if we're going to talk about Africa, why do you choose development aid and not like trade or cooperation on issues like research and education? Thank you so much.
Tim, here. Thanks, Jane.
Thanks. Could we maybe go back to the slide with the framework?
This is for Klaus and Julia, I think. If you can put it up.
While that's happening, let me already first of all say that I think this has become more concise, more crisp, and overall more convincing. But I do have a couple of concerns still, and I was wondering whether you might address them briefly. It would really help to have the slide, though.
Klaus and
It
Julia
takes a minute,
are...
but it's up in a second.
Hi, Vivian. We're finishing the previous session.
Okay.
Thanks for joining early. Yeah.
There it is.
If you could, I guess, what's number 4, I think, on your slides?
Number 3.
3. Yeah, we see that on the left.
Shows us number 4 on the left.
Okay, it shows number 4, it's true.
Sorry, I already closed the
presentation.
Okay,
just
number
delete
4.
that thing.
Number 4.
Is it on the actorness part or actorness effectiveness?
Next slide, number 4.
This one, operationalization.
Yes. Okay, this one you wanted. Okay.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So you wanted the one before.
So let me try to be really concise here. One concern I have is about your autonomy conception. If you take the sort of Nussbaum-Sen distinction between capacity and capability seriously, then I think you're actually talking about capabilities here. The second time about cohesion, I have a lot of sympathy for the argument as presented. But of course, there is the Schelling, Putnam, etc. argument about binding your hands and the sort of negotiating strength of internal divisions for maximizing your win set, or rather maximizing what benefits you can get within your win set. And so I'd like you to maybe address that, how that relates for you. And the final issue is that compliance, if you actually mean compliance, then it seems to me you're still logically circular here. This is a part of the outcome of effectiveness that you're trying to measure. If that's already part of the supposed cause, then it's guaranteed to be give you a correlation, but it's not meaningful, I'm afraid.
All right, so we come to this side. Rosanna, you have a question. You have to contribute to us keeping the time, eh? And then we have a question on the back.
Okay, very, very quick question. I'm very curious to hear from the three of you how you assess the actorness framework. If you had intense discussion maybe about one criteria in particular, or would you ditch some of the criteria? I would just be curious to hear your assessment of the framework. Thanks.
It's okay. We have yet another one. So, Zach, please.
Hi, thanks very much, Andrea. I just had a direct follow-up, in fact, to the question that was 2 questions ago on the operationalization question, and my questions concerned the definitions of authority and recognition, which are 2 terms that obviously on their face sound like they have a very social logic, yet the way that you've chose to define them, authority in terms of legal competence as opposed to perceived intersubjective legitimacy, and recognition as well determined in terms of power rather than in terms of identity. I acknowledge that obviously the more social logic is much more difficult to operationalize in the context of, putting together policy advice on how to characterize EU actorness that's relevant. But in an era of, seemingly fundamental normative contestation, don't you think that limiting this understanding of effectiveness to a structural or systemic type logic risks overestimating EU actorness in certain fields? For example, on EU-Russia relations, right? I just sort of see that as a potential issue that's worth thinking about.
All right, here we have the last question. Here. And then you will have like 12 seconds each to answer.
Thank you. Actually, one of the issues that we discussed in our group on data protection was also the reuse of data has been one of the issues maybe that has been discussed so much. Also knowing the benefits that could come from SMEs or the businesses. However, among all these goods, let's say, or the economical benefits that can come from the reuse of data, the question or the challenges that remains is how do we keep the trust of the citizens, you know, and also how can we ensure that the consent they give remains there or remains controlled by them still, even at the point where we have the reuse of data by third parties.
Thank you very much. So what I will do, with a prayer to be as concise as possible, I'll go back to Klaus and Julia. If you could go, give quick reactions, and then we will move to Clément and Sarah, and we wrap up the session so that we can have a few minutes of break before we hear from Vivian, who was already connected.
Thanks a lot for this very thoughtful comments. I try really, and I have to think about it a bit more. On the authority and this perception side, I would argue our focus on structures, on the legal competences is justified insofar as there's a lot of literature on actorness that would argue once authority is institutionalized, we don't have a problem with actorness anymore. With our approach, with synthesizing perceptions, cohesion, power dimension, we can show that authority is not a sufficient condition of actorness. In terms of capacities and capabilities, I'm not sure whether you are referring to some literature out there, but in terms of semantics, I would say that my understanding as non-native speaker, I would understand the capacity side as a potential to do something. And this is exactly what we looking for. Compliance, you make a very good point. That is not a good wording there. What we looking for is a match between policy and ambition with words and deeds. So to say, I'm not sure if I covered all aspects, but thanks again. Julia, do you want to join in?
Yeah, there was a question on operationalization, I recall. So the way we operationalized the rating of dimensions, we developed ideal types on a scale of 1 to 5. What is high actorness in this specific dimension of authority? What would it be signified by in climate policy? And what would low actorness be signified by? And then we did an expert judgment throughout the dimensions. But this certainly can and I think must be improved through also having different experts individually assessing these ideal types. And I hope I didn't forget a question.
I don't think so. So I'll move to Clément for your answer. You had a question on data protection.
Yes, in 15 seconds, just to say that on the issue of data reuse, for instance, this year there was a proposal of the Data Act by the European Commission that specifically addressed this issue with new wording around also international transfers. So the same approach of the GDPR when it comes to data protection. Basically, any transfers out of the EU is forbidden, except if there is like an adequacy decision, basically an equivalent regime in the said country in question. This will applies also to other types of data, non-personal data, industrial data, and that's, I think, something to take into account for the future.
Okay, and is this one going to work or not? Okay, we don't know. We're writing a paper about it. So, Sarah, up to you.
Okay, very quickly, why Africa and why development? Well, Historically, it's increasing. It's always been important, Africa, for European Union. Unfortunately, with the colonialistic past and the evolution that then has been seen during the recent years, the European Union has tried to put is just putting a lot of efforts in trying to build also for all the global arena, the vision of European Union as a strong actor for Africa is always emphasized by the Commission. And so that's why it was, in our opinion, interesting to analyze the relation with Africa and the development and not trade. One point is that trade was already being used as a tester for actorness before as a focus, and also because we treated in a way trade as a tool for development, as also has been done in the past, and actually is a key part in the COCTEAU partnership. So it was meant as a tool for development in this sense. And China is an actor, of course, and indeed in the actorness chapter, we focus on the role of other actors. Of course, European Union is not the only actors in Africa, and the African agency, both from the African Union perspective as an institution, but also some key countries that are trying to play an increasingly key role in strategically in Africa. Think about Ghana, for example. Of course, the landscape is changing also in terms of governance and who plays what kind of role there. And that's why it's interesting to have this actorness analysis that can be done later also with other actors, of course. I think I answered the question that I was
I think so. I think so. Thanks a lot, Sarah. We have to wrap up the session. We will take a very short break because Viviane is already connected with us. We want to hear from her. We don't want her to wait. I want to thank all the speakers, our three wonderful young thinkers, and please put your hands together with a big applause for all of you. It's only, I think, 10 steps down to grab coffee and 10 steps up to come back to the room. If you can do that as quickly as possible, we reconvene like in 5 minutes, and we will have another good session with Viviane Schmidt with us. All right, so I know that was quick, but we have a guest waiting for us, so. So your neck flexibility will be saved in the next session because we're going to put Vivian here in front of you. At least that's the point for now. You still see Klaus and Julia, just to warn them. You never know. You're being watched. Okay. Very much. But yes, let's start this session. We've had a pretty long day, Vivian. But we are super happy to have you with us. I don't know if you have your screen on. So Julia switched off hers, but we saw Vivian before at the end of the last session, and
can you not see me now?
We can see you now. So fantastic, Vivian. We are so excited to have you with us. We spent a pretty long day talking about new tools in regulatory governance, anticipatory governance, and we now spent, as you've heard, a session talking about the work that we did in this project related to actorness. One of the things that I anticipated earlier today when we kick-started the conference was that obviously actorness is one of the lenses that have been used to look at the EU in its projection into global governance in general, but also the EU as an entity, if you wish. And I've already mentioned other notions and concepts such as legitimacy and power, among others, that have been used in very rich streams of literature to try and conceptualize this strange animal that the EU is, right? And I think you have been among the most enlightening academics. Also for me personally, when I started to, when I moved my first steps in studying European Union integration and EU governance, and through a series of books and academic publications, you've shed light on several aspects of the EU and the way it relates to its polity, its constituency, its citizens, and also the rest of the world. And I remember, but I don't want to preempt your presentation, a lot of detail and intellectual finesse in the way in which you distinguish between the input, throughput, and output legitimacy elements of the European Union, and how they, many of you will recognize, they relate to different aspects of the dimensions of actorness that we've been studying. And as I was saying before, these are simply, if you wish, if I can quote, well, at least Tim will recognize that from my past in law and economics. You can talk about actorness, power, legitimacy as different views of the cathedral, if you wish, right? Meaning that we look from different perspectives and angles, but we try to capture similar phenomena, and perhaps there is room in the future to try and merge, or at least work on reconciling these different views of the same entity, which in this case is the European Union. So Vivian, without further ado, I want to give you the floor, and I want to thank you so much for spending time with us today. You have in front of you an audience that still has thirst of knowledge about the European Union, and you also have a group of young thinkers and young researchers that very actively, and I would say they still have some energy, very actively we want to ask you questions about the EU and how they should think about it going forward. So I'll give you the floor, and again, thanks.
So thank you, and I'm glad to have been able to hear and see some of the last of your discussions. I also looked through your policy paper, and as I was reading through, I was asking myself, so how does what I do actually fit in or help one think about what you've been doing? And it occurs to me that we're talking about we're at different levels of abstraction. And when you talk about the actorness of the EU as a global actor, you tend to treat it as a unitary actor, which makes sense, because how else are we going to deal with sort of the wide range of policy areas in which the EU may act and act well, or actually act legitimacy? But I'll get to how one deals with the question of legitimacy in a minute. But as I was thinking about actorness, it seems to me that you're talking about the actorness outside the EU, so that you only see the EU as a unitary actor, whereas I tend to see it as an actor that is multiple, if you will, internally. And this is a sort of a question about really, in terms of the EU, who is in charge? So it takes us back, to my mind, to the old debates. Is it the council? Is it the member states in the council? This is the intergovernmental approach. Whereas the old intergovernmentalism sees it all about rational interests. The new sees the council and the member states in the council as deliberative. But the intergovernmentalists focused on the council are countered by the supranationalists, old seeing more institutional power, so historical institutionalist approach, and the newer supranationalist focusing on ideas, what I would call discursive institutionalism, similar to the new intergovernmentalists. But here, of course, they're focused on the Commission and the ECB as actors. And then, of course, there's also the question of parliamentarism, new or old, and where is the European Parliament in all of this? So once, in a way, we have to deconstruct actorness as well. Instead of seeing it outside, how do the different institutional actors inside then contribute to EU actorness? And my sense is that depending upon the policy field, you will have a different mix of actors, or you'll have all these actors, but at different levels of engagement, involvement, and arguably power. And I think this is quite important also to then ask, where has the EU, since you're talking about the EU in the future, but even how has the EU itself changed over time? And if we think about the Eurozone crisis, I saw in a way, the question becomes often who's in charge. And it seems to me that in the beginning of the Eurozone crisis, the Council appeared in charge, the Commission acted like a secretariat, and the European Parliament was nowhere. But increasingly, what you saw also was a kind of negative politicization amongst these actors. So in terms of the interactive processes, it was negative politicization, competition amongst the actors. And once we get to the COVID crisis, we see, I think, a big change in terms of those interactions toward what I would call more positive politicization, more cooperation amongst EU actors, and as part of this, increasing empowerment of all EU actors. So I wouldn't argue that the Council's in charge or the Commission is in control, or the European Parliament is gaining increasing voice, but that they're all becoming more important in different ways. And this started with the Eurozone crisis, but COVID-19 really changes things, and health policy, as well as a move to EU level debt, which also empowers the Commission more, et cetera. But you've also asked me about legitimacy. And I've also heard you talk about effectiveness, accountability. I keep thinking, who's going to hold the EU to account? You talk about actorness in the world, but one also has to ask within the EU. And this is, I think, one of the projects that was discussed today is also, I think, important about where are the citizens in all of this? And this, will make me move into questions of legitimacy. How do we deal with legitimacy in the context of EU actorness and different kinds of legitimacy, or different mixes of legitimacy for different EU actors?
Yes, so Vivian, this is what I wanted to ask you about this, because in moments of crisis, now you've been really analyzing the the EU's response to the Eurozone crisis, the financial crisis in the past, and and now you mentioned COVID. Now we are also dealing with the invasion of Ukraine. So war. In all those circumstances, there is a tendency to take decisions under emergency. So some of the throughput legitimacy, some of the procedural quality, as I think you would define it, right, in the EU is sacrificed in the name of more perhaps output legitimacy and overall effectiveness. Taking decisions that work, perhaps by bypassing some of the normal steps that you would follow that could be considered as due process. Do you think there is a possibility of compensating some of the input and throughput legitimacy in the name of enhanced output? And is this a process that can be easily reversed once it's happened through a crisis? Or you think it tends to stick as a great temptation for institutions to sort of dodge a little bit some of the due process and get straight to a more decision, direct and perhaps less transparent, less participatory decisions?
Yeah, I mean, emergency politics, of course, is the big issue nowadays. And generally speaking, one tends to think that if there's good output, it will balance out a lack of input. And also that if actors are not very transparent or even accountable, that's okay so long as there are good outcomes. And I suppose that this is, I think Christian Kreuter-Sonnen talks about this as the proportionality principle, and you see that in international relations theory a lot. And I think that proportionality principle works to a certain extent, but then the question becomes, to what extent how does one legitimate emergency politics that becomes normalized? And I guess the question becomes, which emergency politics gets normalized? And I'll give you the example of the Eurozone crisis, which I wrote up a piece in a debate issue of the Journal of European Public Policy, where I essentially argued that the ECB engaged in emergency politics, or what I, in my book on Europe's crisis of legitimacy, suggested that the ECB hid its reinterpretation of the rules in plain view as it went from arguing that its interpretation of the charter, from Trichet's very narrow interpretation of the charter for what they could do, to increasingly expansionary policy, Draghi on we'll do whatever it takes, then QE in 2015, and then the pandemic emergency purchasing program in response to COVID in 2020. This is actually a normalization of emergency politics, a ratcheting up. But I would argue that it's legitimate, and it was legitimate because it was generally perceived by the public. So if we talk about governing authority, as well as the activities, but the authority of the ECB remained intact. There was increasing public trust. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but certainly there was a sense that these had good outcomes, so it's output legitimate, and therefore the emergency politics became normalized and was accepted. In contrast, when you look at what happened in the Eurozone in terms of the European semester, in terms of the conditionality programs, the move toward austerity and structural reform, in particular for Southern European countries, what we saw is 2010 to 2012, you saw the massive rollout of these kinds of policies. And by 2012, after Draghi says, I'll do whatever it takes, that's when the Commission slowly reinterprets the rules by stealth, not admitting it, has a harsh discourse of austerity and structural reform, but actually ends up giving derogations to France and Italy, allowing Spain to recalculate the numbers, all to essentially roll back the emergency politics. And for obvious reasons, because basically there was a sort of a tacit recognition that the output, there was no real output legitimacy. The outcomes, it wasn't working. outcomes were pretty bad. Weak economic performance, actually anemic for all of the EU together, but especially problematic in Southern Europe, so that it made good sense in output terms to roll back. And of course, the input, what you saw is a lack of input legitimacy, increasingly toxic politics, the rise of the populist extremes. And so what we see in terms of emergency politics with you see a rollback of the kind of austerity and structural reform policies that had been instituted through emergency measures from 2010 to 2012. And what's really interesting, of course, is when COVID-19 hits, the rules are then of the Stability and Growth Pact are suspended. All the member states basically say, to hell with the stability rules, to hell with the low deficit debt rules, and spent as necessary. What we're seeing now, of course, is that the rules have been suspended again until 2023 for obvious reasons. So what we should say is that it depends on what the response to the emergency politics is as to whether it may be seen as legitimate or not. The emergency politics in COVID-19, when we're talking about the economics, when we're talking about not only suspension of the Stability and Growth Pact rules, but also suspension of the state aid rules, et cetera, that was all good on the output side. And the input side, actually, what you saw was a major increase in trust in those early months, after the first 4 months. Then as the EU stepped up and as the EU, through its emergency politics, agreed to EU level debt, what you ended up with was a very different, much more positive citizen response, increase in citizen trust and consent to EU level authority. And that you saw across the opinion polls, et cetera. So that emergency politics is always problematic because it suspends a kind of input politics. Remember, the parliaments simply voted their national government's emergency powers and then went home to wait out the crisis. But for the most parts, I think with the exception of Hungary and to some extent Poland, these countries, the member states, did what they had to do without taking advantage of their extra powers. And as soon as it was possible, the parliaments were reconvened and began approving the various policies. So in that way, all good. But of course, in this, there's always the question of accountability. Who is holding the member state leaders and also the EU to account? Remember, the European Parliament also went home. And so we can talk about problematic input politics and also throughput procedures in terms of legitimacy. But nonetheless, I suppose proportionality is important here. And so long as the outcomes are good and you see that the EU actors and national actors, governmental actors, take responsibility and continue to be responsive, these are Peter Mayer's terms, continue to be responsive to their national publics and the EU citizens more generally, then we can say that emergency politics is always problematic, but it may not be and is likely not to be illegitimate. It becomes illegitimate when governments take advantage of the situation. And this was the case in Hungary and Poland in terms of issues for access to abortion, freedom of the press, and some other areas. So again, you can't give a carte blanche in terms of emergency politics and legitimacy. But again, one needs to look very carefully into each emergency and whether then the emergency politics are normalized or they're rolled back. And of course, it depends what those emergency politics do, what the policies themselves manage to accomplish. For the ECB, we're in a very different place.
Yeah,
and
the
it's
ECB
not
actually,
going back.
you said, Vivian,
Yeah.
the ECB acquired a lot of power that has remained largely intact over time. In the case of the COVID crisis, you could say something similar in terms of perhaps the European Commission gaining more power, more ability to, for example, raise own resources. At the same time, on the health side, there was the announcement of the creation of an independent authority that was then largely withdrawn and transformed into an internal directorate of the European Commission. Sometimes we've had the impression that you have this sort of sometimes defined half-baked institutions, right? As Dan Kellerman and Eric Jones defined it, I think, in the paper called "Failing Forward," right? This cycle where you try to innovate, then you make 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and the EU continues to move in a way that is very difficult to track, in particular for citizens. Now, today we are about to face a situation from Draghi to Draghi and from Hungary to Hungary, if you wish, since you quoted both. We are in a situation in which overnight, and the people that are here in Brussels have seen the big traffic jam in Brussels. There was an agreement on the 6th round of sanctions towards Russia. That was only finally met because Hungary gained an exception on an oil pipe, and Germany had to commit not to use that oil pipe that arrives in Germany. So we've seen a situation of clear veto power somehow cleverly managed by the member states, and at the same time you have Draghi saying we should go in the direction of pragmatic federalism, and being echoed by Ursula von der Leyen by saying we need to abandon the unanimity rule for many of the areas, right? I was wondering whether you see a direction in all this, and whether you think this is a risky direction in terms of expanding the areas in which the EU will be able to act irrespective of the consensus expressed by each of the member states going forward.
Yeah, I've been saying for at least 10, 15 years now that the unanimity rule is a disaster and that one needs to get rid of it. And I think way back in 2008 or 9, I talked about the catch-22 for the unanimity rule, which is that you need unanimity to get rid of the unanimity rule. But of course, what we've seen is that the EU has managed to get around the unanimity rule in a variety of cases, the Eurozone crisis, the fiscal compact. You set things up outside the treaties, but also one other area of legitimacy and throughput legitimacy is what I've talked about as the council as a mutually accountable deliberative body. And there are big questions. Is it a coercive body, a dictatorship in some case by certain member states, as in the Eurozone, or is it a mutually accountable deliberative body? And I think the example of the latest agreement, unanimity rule is it enables 1 or 2 member states to hold the EU to ransom. On the other hand, the kind of interaction involved does mean that we get that there can be forward movement despite the unanimity rule. And Orban was playing, he's a very clever strategic actor and he was playing his game, but he didn't stop the agreement. So in that way, we can say that although the unanimity rule should be gotten rid of, and I would be in favor of supermajorities of 2/3 or 4/5. I mean, Mario Monti talked about this way back in 2007-8. I think that makes the most sense. But you could also say that for certain things that are that are a matter of great concern to one particular country, citizens, then perhaps one could allow for a certain kind of opt-out or a certain kind of exception. I mean, it seems to me that there are workarounds to getting rid of the unanimity rule that can solve this kind of problem. But I mean, there's another thing that about sort of the institutional rules, and that is that, and this is also about legitimacy, if you will, and that's that some countries are not member states, but are, are paying into the EU and have no vote and arguably little voice. And here we can think of Norway, we can think of Switzerland. They don't want to be part of it, but what happens to democracy and legitimacy in those countries when they find other rules imposed on them, I suppose. When they have to buy in, they have to pay for it without actually being able to participate, at least in terms of voice and arguably vote. One could say the same thing for candidate members or even non-candidates that slowly come into the EU. I probably shouldn't mention the Ukraine here or Georgia, because we need to talk.
You should.
Well, that's geopolitics as well. There's a big debate now, as you all know, and this is I guess, EU actorness in its near abroad. What does the EU do in terms of, in terms of the Ukraine war? As some member states want, does the EU grant candidate status and a rapid fast track into candidacy, or does the EU, as the French and the Germans and a few other countries say, no, wait a minute, this has to be a slow process. This is not it. This is also an issue of geostrategy. Do you really want to wave this other red flag in front of the bull? Or should I say bear, as in Russia? So there's, it's actually a very complicated process. One of the ways out might be to allow the Ukraine in a gradual way. I've been talking about graduated membership for a long time, where once a country is part of a particular policy area, that it then is allowed to, at the very least, express voice in that and be part of the meetings, and arguably even vote.
Vivian, do you think this could also open the door for countries that are members of the EU but would like to opt out of certain areas to start opting out of certain areas? And it is, we are into foresight here, so the whole day. Right. So different configurations of, you've seen also from the paper that I distributed that we've gone into some potential scenarios for EU governance and integration by 2040. So is this something that could work both ways? And do you think it's risky business to go in that direction?
So I think it is indeed risky business to have it operate in both ways. I think ideally one thinks of this as forward movement, that you increasingly become part of the EU, of different policy communities in the EU, and you just continue. But if you haven't gotten there yet, you're not there yet. I mean, I think of the EU as already differentially integrated, and there have been lots of Horizon 2020 projects actually on differentiated integration. I see differentiated integration as in terms of policy fields, not in terms of rule of law, because there I don't see any room for differentiation. But in terms of policy fields, we already have a highly differentiated EU. There are 19 member states of 27 in the Eurozone, but more importantly, I think, was it the UK and the Czech Republic were the only ones that opted out of the fiscal compact? Yeah. Most are part of the European semester. So already in something that's differentiated, we get even more differentiation with some members in and others not. And you can look at Schengen and a whole range of other policy areas, security and defense. So my view is that actually once you're in, but that if we think about the EU itself, rather than thinking about the future as a hardcore future around the Eurozone, which is what François Hollande argued for, what Macron has evoked at numerous junctures, or a kind of fiscal federalism that's, or a federalism that's part of this. Rather than a hardcore, I see a soft core Europe. And think about it as member states, as different clusters of member states in overlapping policy communities, so that most member states are part of most policy communities. Then what you see is the future where, yeah, it's a bit fuzzy in certain areas and it's a bit porous, but ultimately most member states are part of most policy communities, and they are deliberating and mutually accountable on a regular basis, so that even those countries that are not part of particular policy areas are around the table. I think years ago I talked about, think about this as a gourmet menu, and everyone's around the table and some people opt out of some of the courses. And you invite some countries in to partake of some of the courses and learn the table manners and the discourse, the conversation, etc. But so that's the way I see the EU moving forward.
That's super interesting, Vivian. I'm quite sure that since you're talking about moving forward, and especially our young researchers will have many questions, because this is about the European Union that you will live in, right? So it's actually something that touches you directly. Just a quick mention of the fact that as of the many things that we did in this project that we are wrapping up today, the Trigger project, we also built a database of differentiated integration that is part of this aggregator atlas that we've built. So we have one on multi-level governance and another one on differentiated integration that captures the exceptions, the opt-outs, and everything else that goes under the umbrella definition of differentiated integration in the European Union. I want to mention another thing. In this 7 dimensions of actorness that we have been working with, one is probably the only one, and perhaps we should have emphasized that a little bit more. But there's one that is the dimension of authority that captures the delegation of competences to the EU level. But there is a cohesion dimension that is pretty much about both differentiated integration and multi-level governance. And there we capture the different ways in which the EU presents itself, let's say, and is configured as an actor in the different policy areas. So I think we will need in the future to try and build bridges between that and the work that you've done, Vivian, and the work that has been done on both power and legitimacy going forward. Let me see who in the room wants to break the ice and ask a question to Vivian. Well, there's no problem here breaking the ice, Vivian, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, get ready, Vivian. You have your pen? Yes. Okay, so Jane, you take one of this microphones. So we start there. I think there was one here. Yeah. Thanks, Simon. Can you introduce yourself also, because I think Vivian will see you from that camera. So I don't know if you want to turn, if it's too much to ask.
I don't know if you see me right now.
That black one, I think, over there.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sose. I am doing a PhD in Ireland on EU law. And thanks, first of all, a lot for your inputs. And you talked about the normalization of emergency politics. And I think you mentioned how one may legitimate emergency politics, and then that becomes normalized. There, okay.
Sorry, I got it wrong.
And so in light of that, I wanted to ask about the Next Generation EU and the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And I was wondering, because it's essentially a temporary instrument to boost the recovery of the EU and of the member states. So I was wondering if you think that the Next Generation EU, the Recovery and Resilience Fund, bring any legitimacy and perhaps actorness to the EU. If so, how? And also in light of that, whether perhaps an increase in the role of the European Parliament or national parliaments in this, does it in any way contribute to the legitimacy and actorness? Thank you.
Thank you. Vivian, you want to take them one by one? You prefer to collect a few?
I think this one, at least at the beginning, I think for the moment, I'll take them one by one.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I mean, I think there's always a problem with emergency politics. but it seems to me that we're now stuck with emergency politics because we're getting one emergency right after the other. So I think the normalization of emergency politics depends upon what area we're talking about. And yeah, and if we think about the NGEU and the Resilience and Recovery Fund, it certainly was temporary. And I'd like to just go back for a second. And, you know, because we're talking about normalizing emergency politics, and what we saw during the Eurozone crisis from 2012 on was slow incremental changes that normalized some kinds of emergency politics and not others. So that we saw, as I mentioned before, the ECB normalizes its expansionary, increasingly expansionary monetary policy, and that's all for the good, and that's highly legitimate. The Commission and the Council roll back the emergency politics that they had instituted, but it's all incremental and they can't really change things in any major way until the COVID crisis hits. And then what we see is NGEU, yes, a temporary, and RRF, yes, a temporary fund, but what a major change. You know, not a Hamiltonian moment, but a major breakthrough in terms of EU level debt, breaking the taboos. And so that's, you know, what do we say? This is sort of a new level of emergency politics and response. That is, then the question becomes, is this going to be normalized? It's a temporary fund. What I would hope is that it becomes normalized. Or put another way, that if this remains a temporary fund, that you get a more permanent fund. It seems to me that the EU needs this, not only because when we're talking about greening the economy, digitalizing society, and addressing inequality, this is so important for the EU to continue with. There's a real concern, I read this in your policy brief as well, that the Ukraine crisis will mean that lots of the money that was initially set aside for greening, you know, for the green transition and the digital transformation will be shifted to more everyday matters or Ukraine crisis or whatever. I mean, it seems to me that this is a moment when well, go back for 1 second, COVID-19 demonstrates that EU actors of different kinds, or sort of the EU actor as a whole, has learned many lessons from the failures of its initial responses to the Eurozone crisis. So this is a learning experience. And in that learning experience, you got the temporary fund. It seems to me that now that we have this temporary fund, that too can provide a learning experience for the Ukraine crisis and the energy crisis, and of course the security crisis that's coming. And so it seems to me that, you know, either you say we're going to create an EU level sovereign wealth fund equivalent that will be a permanent fund using EU level debt. That's one way of looking at it. Or you could say that we're going to get any number of funds in the future, an energy fund, a security fund, because of course, all the member states have pledged to increasing their military spending to 2%. But a lot of that will be wasted. Much better to think about creating an EU level fund to actually pay for true strategic autonomy in the security and defense area. But that also requires, and this takes us, probably someone else will ask this question, but, you know, in a way, the Ukraine crisis may be a problem for strategic autonomy in terms of common security and defense policy, because it's under NATO. And if we ask about EU actorness right now, it's probably not very actorful. I don't think that's a word, but very actorly.
From now on, it is.
Because the US is calling the shots, essentially, more or less. And I think that maybe this is okay right now. Biden is president, but give us, you know, fast forward 2 years, talking about a very short-term future. If Trump or some other populist Republican is elected, the EU is really on its own. And if it doesn't do something about strategic autonomy now, good luck to it. So
okay. That would have been my last question to you, so you already covered it. That's very good.
I covered that, but just to finish this response. So there needs to be lots of funds. There needs to be also a refugee integration fund, for example, a migration adjustment fund, a poverty alleviation fund, and unemployment support fund that the EU could do. And if you think about a whole range of funds, then you don't have to worry that some countries in different clusters are not part, some member states are not part of the cluster, or not, Hungary's not going to take refugee money, but maybe Sweden, Germany, perhaps Italy will, and do a better job of it. But so a mix of funds so that everyone can get some where they're doing the job, which I think would increase EU actorness, not just outside, externally, but also internally to the EU. And finally, where's the European Parliament in all of this? Unfortunately, it's got very little to say about the resilience and recovery fund. The problem with that fund is it's really Brussels to national capitals. And the European Parliament, despite the fact that this is redistribution, but don't tell anyone. In any case, the European Parliament is the one that really, no taxation without representation. The EU Parliament needs to be brought in to be involved much more so that it can hold EU actors to account. And by the same token, this is Brussels to national capitals, and it's really national governments, and national parliaments have very little say. And so there needs to be more democratization of the process of distribution of the funds, but also for the next generation EU generally, which is a kind of bottom-up European semester. National parliaments need to be involved, but also citizens, regional and local levels need to. So you need democratization and decentralization of all of this. And then we don't have to worry about emergency politics, because what you do is you build in more legitimacy at all different levels.
Thanks a lot, Viviane. We have like 500 questions about what you just said, but I want to continue collecting questions. And I know that we already past the time that we allocated to this session for you. So I just want to check with you, Viviane, that it's fine that we go on for another 5-10 minutes.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I will cut my final remarks. So we had one question here. You already ready, Dario? Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself. Then we go to the back. Then we're going to go to this side. Okay, so they're piling up the questions. Your level of popularity is increasing as you speak, Viviane.
So my name is Dario. Recent graduate. I'm now a working man. So my question was, in the spirit of foresight and looking forward, my question is about a subset of the EU, namely the Eurozone. And to what extent do you think its future will define the success of the EU's actorness? So as I see it, or the views that I've come across, there are a number of solutions put forward that I'd broadly categorize into 3 buckets. Number 1, incremental federalism. So a bit like what we're doing now, recovery fund because we have a new crisis, etc. And hopefully gradually we get there. Number 2, structural change, talk of fiscal union, etc. Or number 3, what Joseph Stiglitz puts forward in his Euro book, let's just splinter the Euro into 3 economic zones in accordance with everyone's needs. So I was just curious to see what your thoughts are. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I would say that I would have all 3 happening at the same time. So let me explain.
Okay.
This is already incremental federalism. This recovery fund is a form of fiscal federalism. It's not a tremendous amount of money, but it's just a beginning. So you're having that. At the same time, this is its own kind of structural change because it has the elements of fiscal union in it, but fiscal union light, which is really all you need. I think part of the problem with the Eurozone crisis response is that it deepened integration way too far. It went much too far in terms of essentially actually undermining national sovereignty and democracy by making demands on national governments that they were forced to meet. So if we ask questions about legitimacy here, you know what my answer is. It was not very legitimate. Yes, the member states agreed. So in that way you could say, but the citizens didn't, you know, buy into 30% cuts in public sector wages. You know, and you think about the third Greek bailout, and you think about the quandary, the quagmire Greece found itself in, you know, with a kind of recession, depression that lasted more than the Great Depression for that country. And other countries have also struggled to get back into shape with, yeah, so, and, you know, part of it is even when the rules were eased, after 2015, those countries without the so-called fiscal space could not invest. And those countries with the fiscal space, Northern Europe, did not invest, which is why we found ourselves confronted with COVID in a big mess. And that's why it seems to me that this permanent, that the temporary pandemic fund should become a more permanent one, in which what you get is EU level investment provided to national actors. But at the same time, for the European semester, what's interesting is it's really changed. And I hope it stays that way, because it's much more bottom up. It's national, it's in national government saying, this is where we think we need to spend this kind of investment money. And the EU Commission says, yes, that's a good idea. No, well, you know, rethink this. There is a level of conditionality, but it's not the conditionality of 2010 to 2012, which was crush your unions, kill your welfare states, cut. It's now, maybe you need to do something more with your public administration. Rethink your pension system to make it more socially just. I mean, a very different kind of conditionality, which is much more positive and productive. So in that sense, we have already seen a structural change, but a kind of fiscal union light. Also because the EU, you know, the big question is what happens, do we go back to the Stability and Growth Pact rules? It's quite clear that's not impossible, but to what extent can we reduce, you know, can that work? And it seems to me that the Commission has already suggested that, for example, countries that are overly in debt, such as Italy, does not have to reduce its debt by 1/20th every year, but rather that what you do is you recognize that different countries have different needs, different variety, they're part of parts of different varieties of capitalism, and that therefore one takes a much more individualized approach to different countries, at which point it's a dialogue between the EU level and the national level as how to move forward, more in terms of advice than in terms of conditionality. And therefore, no need to splinter the euro, because this is kind of informal splintering already, and recognizing that different countries have different needs and different kinds of growth models as well as varieties of capitalism.
Yeah, Vivian, from this perspective here in Brussels, the jungle appears even deeper, meaning that we are seeing the resilience dashboard developed originally by the GRC and then validated with the member states being applied as form of conditionality and how the money will be spent. We see the earmarking of percentages for the twin transition. We see a proliferation of North Stars that guide the relationship between, in particular, the European Commission and the member states. And it's very difficult to imagine where this is going to lead going forward, because the direction is not clear and the level of conditionalities that apply is also far from clear. So it's going to be an interesting and fascinating journey. What I propose that we do is that we go, if the people that want to intervene help me in asking very, very short questions. I'm going to collect. Let me see again who else wanted to ask a question. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're going to collect these 4 questions. Please help me so that we can also wrap up within, say, 5 minutes from now, okay? So I'll start there. Clément, yeah.
Sorry, I was told that I was going to go last, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Great, thank you. So my name's Adam. I study modern Middle Eastern studies. And my question is generally about EU's foreign policy and how it's connected to legitimacy. So how can the EU keep both its internal and external legitimacy in the field of international law and global governance when it consistently supports regimes and states which break international law, and it supports them both militarily and economically? Specifically, don't EU's condemnations of Russia invasion ring hollow when they support Saudi Arabia guilty of war crimes in Yemen, and Israel accused by the most prominent HR organizations of apartheid, as well as many war crimes? So wouldn't EU's stance be much stronger in condemning Russia if they were consistent in their policy? Thank you.
Thank you. We go to this side. The question is super clear. Also, the credibility dimension that we've added to this, and the recognition one as well, are deeply affected there. So please, let's continue with sharp and short questions. Yeah.
Sure. I'm Pablo. Professor Smith, we've met many times at CES questions, so I'm happy to ask you yet another, and it's very related to the previous one. My question is about the same kind of crisis of legitimacy abroad. The EU has had a bit of a bumpy last few years with vaccine nationalism being heavily criticized in the global south, and also the response now to rising energy prices in the war in Ukraine and the food crisis, which the EU has done relatively less than other countries. Are there bumpy years ahead, or does the EU get to still carry a lot of international weight just by its size economically and other policies, its trade role and everything else? Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. And we had another question here, I think. We want to close then. Who else in that row? No, here, you have one as well, okay? And then I close with Tim. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so my name is Grayson. My question is mostly about normalized emergency policies. So it's mostly related to the enlargement policy and the accession of the Western Balkans region. So the whole idea of maybe the enlargement or the integration started from the fragility of the region and everything that has been going on there. So maybe as a response, many reforms started mostly directed to the institutions and preparing mature institutions. However, many years have passed and reforms maybe are still continuing. So my question would be, has enlargement taken the shape of a normalized emergency policy? Or, I mean, just yesterday when we were reflecting, like, enlargement has taken a completely different meaning now. So it's not anymore just preparedness to join from the Balkans, but also as a safety net, you know, or a fear that a crisis can happen in the region as well. So they see accession as a safety net for them. So maybe this would be my question: how is the EU's actorness in the enlargement process, or is it just a prolonged emergency response or policy?
Thank you very much. We go here, and then we will have a last question. Can you introduce yourself so that Vivian knows also who to respond to?
Can't hear.
Thank you. I'm Anna, and I'm currently a student at Sciences Po Paris. And you've mentioned the need for increased strategic autonomy. So I was wondering, well, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has certainly shown that there are still strong dependencies on US military support. And while President Biden might be a strong transatlanticist, it is more than likely that the US will continue its shifts towards the Indo-Pacific in terms of strategic military and defense interests. So I was wondering what you see as what the EU should focus on. Should it focus more on enlargement in its own neighborhood, or do you think the EU should, in what ways should it increase its strategic autonomy while also trying to maintain its geopolitical relevance, and where do you see the biggest challenges for the EU and potential to overcome those challenges?
All very easy questions, Vivian. I have Tim Bute for you, and then we.
Hi, Vivian. Great to see you. You've been kind of celebrating EU effectiveness and policy response to COVID, and there's certainly some to celebrate, but in the spirit of also learning where things didn't go so well, I want to remind us of the early months of the pandemic, when we had the reimposition of export controls between member states of the EU, literally unthinkable, I think, for decades. And of course, then we had vaccine nationalism, not just vis-a-vis the global south, but we had EU member states trying to outcompete each other in signing contracts for exclusive access to vaccines. So this was not the first few weeks of panic. There was something quite deeply going wrong at moments in the pandemic. What are the lessons to be learned so that the next emergency we face are not going to see a repetition of that?
Thank you, Tim. So Vivian, feel free to pick and choose. Also, I know that's a lot of questions, but yeah.
Okay, no, that's great. And I'll try to answer most of them quickly. But first to Tim, so I'll go backwards. So first to Tim, and it's great to see you. I know you're absolutely right. I was looking after the first 4 months because those early months were a complete disaster. And it was a deja vu of the Eurozone crisis. No question that it was all the same stuff. You saw Germany siding with the frugal coalition. You saw blaming the victim. If you remember, the Dutch finance minister blames Italy for not getting keeping its hospitals in shape. Well, how could it when it didn't have the money to spend and was basically pushed to cut. So yeah, and vaccine nationalisms. So what lessons to be learned? I think the EU's learned its lessons. The EU has now more EU level capacity. There were also false steps by the EU itself in terms of the vaccine rollout. I didn't know how to deal with foreign vaccine producers, et cetera. But I mean, I think that this has all been a learning experience. The only problem is that we keep getting new emergencies. And so you learn new things that may be good for the next emergency, but for the moment. So you're absolutely right. Lots of lessons to be learned about the false steps that the EU made. But what I think we can say is what's quite extraordinary is that Germany did shift. It took it a while, but it did shift. And there are various ways we can explain this. Was it internal to Germany? Was it that they recognized this was more of a symmetric crisis rather than asymmetric? Do we think of Merkel as the Angela as the Angel, who, shifted once before, shifted with the refugee crisis, thus is that a change? Or is this enlightened self-interest? German automotive makers who said, wait a minute, our suppliers in Northern Italy, we need them, so there needs to be some way to support their industry. Is it about the Commission saying this needs to be a level playing field? And Germany was getting ready to spend 50% of what was going to be spent in terms of state aid to its national industries, whereas other countries couldn't. So, or there's also the case of France, and I think Macron and French diplomats did a lot of work behind the scenes with Germany in those early periods. So, I'm giving you all those examples because is it national actorness, internal changes? Is it other member states actorness, as in France, or is it EU actorness in terms of stepping up to the plate and changing things? And I think all of these things were working at that time. So lessons have been learned. Will there be failures in the future? Absolutely. As well. And each crisis brings new things to be done. Then Anna on strategic autonomy, the Russian invasion. In the US, and the shift toward the Pacific. What should the EU focus on? I mean, as an American, I can tell you, do not trust America. You know, in the sense that America has very different interests. Even now, I mean, in the US, it's very easy to say, let's keep arming the Ukrainians and let the Ukrainians fight till the last Ukrainian. That's not necessarily so good for the Ukraine, although one needs to keep help arming them, but one also needs to find some kind of peace settlement. Also because the more this drags on, the more the Ukraine will be destroyed, more of the Ukraine will be destroyed, and the more instability in the EU, the more expensive the rebuilding bill, etc. You know, you could also talk about the US shift toward the Pacific, and the US attitudes toward China is not necessarily what the EU wants to do. You know, so does the EU simply follow the US? And as part of NATO, would it be doing this? Or, you know, I mean, the EU's actorness, and I think your project is really good about this. You also need to think about different policy areas. And the EU has a different kind of trade relationship with China, and also arguably a different security and defense stance toward China. But anyway, that's too long a conversation, and there are others better placed than I am to talk about the specifics of that. But I think it's important to see that at the very least, the EU needs to build up its own strategic autonomy across many, many different areas, and in particular in security and defense, as a regional actor, at the very least, in its own neighborhood, because regardless of whether you trust the US or not, the US does not see keeping the peace in the EU's neighborhood its own job. It's been called in constantly. The EU needs to really develop more actorness in that area. Then that takes us, directly into the question of enlargement, the Balkans. And, this again is a very complicated question. And I'm not even going to sort of differentiate between normalized emergency policy or something else. I think that that takes us back to my discussion of thinking about, rather than EU membership as in or out, think about it more as graduated membership, as slow incrementally coming in, so that you don't say you're out and you're out and you're out until you're in, but rather you say, we are bringing you in slowly and providing the kind of democratic voice, if not vote, because that gets more complicated, that would be useful for the Western Balkans, but, mention Georgia and Ukraine as well, so that they come in and they learn the table manners, they learn the discourse, and they also act, become more and more integrated into the EU slowly, as opposed to being out in the cold until they come in. And of course, let's remember the problems of the accession process even in 2004. That was not very pleasant for most countries, most Central and Eastern European countries coming in, because they thought this was an accession process and this was negotiations, but it wasn't. It was a very one-sided, these are the EU says, these are the acquis communautaire, take them. Oh, you want to negotiate? Well, yes, you can negotiate the amount of time it will take you to comply. And not a very democratic process. Now, understandably, but one can also recognize the sort of the negative impact of this. I think in particular, Poland was problematic there. And then I guess the last two questions really about a crisis of legitimacy abroad, EU foreign policy, the EU supporting, let's call them bad regimes, and it's not consistent in terms of policy. You know, there used to be lots of pie in the sky about the EU as a normative actor and it's pushing human rights and no one else was and how great we were. Yeah, it does it until it can't and doesn't. And this is always the problem with such, with this. Yes, the EU is better in terms of trade than other countries. Not any better than any others in terms of foreign policy. You know, I think unfortunately this is life. And the EU, because it's not a unitary actor, good luck getting consistency. Because I think it becomes a question of a case-by-case basis, in particular in foreign policy, where there's still the unanimity rule. For example, and where member states have continued to have sovereignty, it becomes very difficult to find, you know, sort of a common kind of policy. So I know that my answer is a kind of cop-out. Sorry about that, but of course that too will take us way into a very long and detailed argument, and I think we're way over time. So
we are, Vivian. I want to thank you so much for being also so generous and spending so much time with us. And I would ask all our audience to give you a big applause for this and for the many interesting thoughts that you've been sharing with us. And we know you like to come over to Europe any time. So next time you're around, we certainly would like to have a meeting with you in person. And I'm sure many of the researchers here would come back because we've only scratched the surface of the many interesting things that we can discuss together. So thanks a lot, Viviane. And one little announcement that is perhaps not being encouraged by what you said, but it is really meet what also our impressions are. We at CEPS, but also the EUI and the Istituto Affari Internazionali in Rome, formed a consortium to back with papers, research, and events the Trade and Technology Council between the EU and the US with funding from the EU. So if you want to wish us good luck, yeah, that's a good moment because we will try to make sure that something interesting and useful is discussed in the partnership between the US and the EU, and hopefully play a constructive role for the coming 3 years. So we'll see where this leads us. So thanks again, Viviane. And I will obviously cut my concluding remarks. I just wanted to thank everybody. I think it's been a wonderful day for us to be able to celebrate the end of this project, which, as I said, is the continuation of a journey, as you've seen. We have spent as much time discussing what we've done as we've spent discussing what we want to do going forward. And this is not just because of the foresight and the backward-looking parts of our project, but because we like to be constantly involved in this conversation, and having so many young researchers and so many accomplished academics with us today to discuss these things is only an encouragement to continue on this track and perhaps make some adjustments and improve and become more detailed, become better as we socialize also the results of this research. So there's nothing else for me to say in this. I hope to stay in touch with all of you and with all the young researchers. If you want to be involved in any of those initiatives, Vivian, you will have to be involved with us as well on this for the many good suggestions that you've given us. So what do you say after 3.5 years of project? Perhaps I can try to emulate what Obama did at the end of his mandate, and let's just say, drop the mic. Yeah? Should I drop the mic? No. Can I say trigger out? No. I don't. This trigger will never end. As I said, it continues into projects with other names. But for now, trigger is officially over. Drop the mic. Yeah.